Okay. Is the stream buffering? I need to ask this, because for some reason YouTube is telling me it's not receiving enough video, and I'm like, I'm not seeing any drop frames on OBS, so I'm hoping to God that if there is buffering, it's on YouTube's end and not me. Oh my god. Anyway. I'm sorry for what this stream... Like, just... It's becoming a shit show before we've even started. So, the immediate issue... Right. So, obviously... I pushed the stream back to 9 o'clock because I forgot that, oh yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do today. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do a stream at 8 o'clock, so let me push it back an hour. Simple enough. Obviously, as the time is approaching, I'm like, okay, I need to start preparing for streaming, right? So, of course, you know, and so obviously the process is like, okay, I gotta switch over from my watch channel to my stream channel, and then pull up the music, and then have Twitter open so I can post a link there, and, you know, and basically, like, get everything ready, right? Literally, for some reason, like, 10 minutes before I'm supposed to start, everything just goes wrong. Like, it's like my browser just suddenly starts slowing down. I don't know what's going on. And I'm like, okay, let me open up Task Manager. I can't get that to open. But eventually it does. But for some reason I'm not able to end any programs that are going on. And then throughout the whole process, my taskbar disappears. And it's not coming up, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And I just got so fed up that I had to restart my PC 5 minutes before we're supposed to go live. And it's like, what the hell? What did I do to deserve this? Because I restarted, because here's the thing. I shut my PC down this morning because I've been doing that for the last several streams so that my computer, you know, doesn't do something like this. And it's like, what the hell? So genuinely, I have no idea what happened, you know? Genuinely, no idea. And then as soon as my PC started, I was just like, I gotta fucking... You know, and then as soon as my PC started, I'm like, I gotta set up. I'm late as it is. You know, so unfortunately, I am a little frazzled. But trust me when I say nothing is going to stop me from getting this done. And as for the reason why the stream had to be pushed back from Wednesday to Sunday, is because something I forgot to mention last Sunday, or last week, was that my dad was going to be going out of town that Wednesday, wouldn't be coming back till Monday. And usually, I mean, basically this is something that has happened for the last few years now, and I mean, I've done streams before like that. So obviously when that happened, I need to do stuff around the house that I normally don't do, which basically includes, you know, taking care of the dog, cleaning the house, cooking my own dinners, etc., etc. And the thing is that, you know, is that Layla likes things done at a certain time. So I have to do that. And the thing is, though, that Layla is super attached to my dad, to the point that she does have separation anxiety somewhat. We have been working with her on that, thankfully. So, the thing is, I was expecting the first day, meaning Wednesday, to be really bad. Like, I was expecting the full 9 yards of, oh god, this dog is gonna make me want to kill her at the end of the day, isn't she? And she didn't. She's actually been really well behaved throughout the entire, throughout this entire, like, period. Really good. But regardless, it was just, it was a lot of things to do on a Wednesday, the first day. And, yeah, so it's just like, I basically just figured at that point, like, I don't, you know, I'm not gonna be focused, so I have to push it back to Sunday. So yeah. God, I'm still so out of it from, like, the last, like, 30 minutes. Like, that, like, I was legitimately, like, angry. And I'm like, and it's like, I'm not supposed to be angry. I don't want to be angry. Not during the stream and not today, because guess what? If you haven't read the title, it's my birthday today. And what a great day to do a stream on, huh? But anyway. So yeah. I am now 27. I'm 27 years old. Good lord. Doesn't feel like anything's changed. At all. But as far as I know, like, I should have... Thankfully, I have everything prepared. Actually, I do... Unfortunately, because I was in such a rush to, like... to get things done. I forgot... I don't even know which Pokemon I'm supposed to be taking a break from. Because I gotta remember... Because, yeah, we stopped at 201. Which was unknown. And we're gonna be ending at 251. So we have, like, 49. Half of 49 is... 24 and a half, but, like... You know, so it's like, okay, well, what's 201? 202, sorry. 202 plus... 226. What's that? Ah, okay. Okay. Alright, now I know what Pokemon we're starting off. We're taking a break on. God, and then it's like, and then of course YouTube had to deliver me the coup de grace. Also, why are we getting so many Ho-Oh remixes? Sorry about that. Yeah, and then YouTube decided to just deliver the cherry on top of, like, we're not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. And I'm like, I'm looking at OBS, YouTube. I am not seeing any drop frames. Either you're stupid, which wouldn't surprise me, or you're buffering. And I don't know. I'm actually gonna check YouTube real quick on mobile. I'm gonna have to cut the mic for a minute. Johto mate. Alright, I checked. I don't seem to be buffering. Buffering! Fuck. I'm out of it today. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Because unfortunately, while also taking care of Layla, I've also been sacrificing sleep. Anyway, I want to get started on this. So I think now is a great time to get the description. To look down in the description down below so that we can, you know, read the rules. Alright, so first rule is, keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them, so please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. Basically, don't harass me because I may not like a Pokemon that you do, or I might like a Pokemon that you don't. My opinion is my opinion, it's subjective, do not take it as fact. 2. I'll only be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to base game Sword and Shield. This also means Pokemon that appear in games I've never played, for example Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and of course the Sword and Shield DLC will not be covered. Apologies to fans of ScarVio in advance. And number 3, please don't harass me because I may not like certain regions. And I'll deliver my opinion on what Johto is like, sorry. I'll deliver my opinion on Johto when, towards the end of the stream. Hopefully it's not gonna be another 6 hours. Because that would suck. Alright, so I think with that out of the way, let's move on. Okay. Alright. Hopefully we can not get another Ho-Oh remix. That would be great. I was just listening to this a while ago. It's a good song. It's a good remix, though. Alright. Alright. Alright, so last time we went through the first half of the Johto Pokédex, and of course we rated all the Pokemon that was in the first half by the tiers, as you can see here. Now for a quick recap on what the tiers mean, the S tier is basically our Pokemon that will always be going on my team no matter the fuck what. Even if they're not necessarily good, or, you know, may not be especially, you know, aesthetically pleasing, because aesthetics do matter to me a lot. The A tier is essentially like the S tier, but this is for Pokemon that, like, I would be fine with not having on my team. And that's where stats really do kind of come into play. Then we have the B tier, which is separated into two sections. We have the high B tier, where, you know, I can acknowledge that a Pokemon may be cute, or maybe cute to the general masses, and it may be good, honestly, in terms of stats, but I don't necessarily have, basically this is for Pokemon that I will have a slightly leaning positive opinion towards, but other than that, that's it. And then we have the lower B tier, where, is the music turned down? Yes, it is. Sorry, the music does distract me. Excuse me. The lower B tier is essentially Pokemon that I could not give less of a fuck about. The Pokemon I'm indifferent towards, the Pokemon I'm just bored of. Like, and again, this doesn't necessarily mean Pokemon that, like, I have a slight negative leaning towards, but just, you know, like, this is like, I don't want to say this is the trash tier, but this is very much like the indifferent tier. And the C tier is the trash tier. This tier is reserved for Pokemon that I just do not like, whether it's because of design, whether it's because of annoyances, because of past experiences. Pokemon that will never go on my team. Okay, just making sure everything's doing well. Might have to adjust the mic. You know, it's actually funny, when I was hearing my voice on mobile, it's like, for some reason, I thought I had my echo on. I'm like, why do I have my echo on? I shouldn't. Anyway, so quick recap for who's in what tier. In the S tier, we have Bayleaf, Meganium, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Crobat, Mareep, Flaffy, Ampharos, and Espeon. In the A tier, Chikorita, Furret, Pichu, Cleffa, Igglybuff, Togepi, Bellossom, Azumarill, Sudowoodo, and Umbreon. In the high B tier, Quilava, Typhlosion, Croconaw, Feraligatr, Chinchou, Lantern, Togetic, Marrow, Politoed, Jumpluff, Quagsire, and Misdrevius. In the lower B tier, Sentret, Hoothoot, Noctowl, Ariados, Natu, Xatu, Hoppip, Skiploom, Aipom, Sunflora, Yanma, Wooper, Slowking, and Unknown. In the C tier, Leddyba, Ledian, Spinarak, Sunkern, and Murkrow. So that's that. Alright. As for who we have first up in the chopping block, it's certainly a Pokemon. We have Wobbuffet! Wobbuffet! Alright. So in terms of how I introduce each Pokemon, we of course list off the name, both in English and Japanese. We have the typing, any potential evolutions, pre-evolutions, etc., etc. We list off the subtitle, the abilities, and of course we read off the biology, move on to the stats, and then my personal opinion. So, we have Wobbuffet, number 202 in terms of the global dex, not the Pokedex. The Johto dex, it's 107. Who knows? Anyway, so, Wobbuffet, or Sonansu, is a pure Psychic type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Wynot at level 15. It has the ability Shadow Tag, and with Telepathy as its hidden ability. Oh, it's also known as the Patient Pokemon. And in terms of biology, as always, we leave it up to Bulbapedia to list it off for us, and it says, Wobbuffet is a tall cyan Pokemon with a soft body. Its eyes usually appear scrunched, and it has a jagged upper lip. The female Wobbuffet has a red marking on its mouth that resembles lipstick, while the male does not. It has flat arms that are wider towards the tip and 4 stubby legs at the base of its body. There are 2 eye spots on its black tail. Its eye spots are revealed to be capable of blinking and looking around using its tail in the Pokemon Stadium series. Wobbuffet is very protective of its tail, to the point where it will suddenly turn uncharacteristically aggressive if the tail is attacked. That is funny. Wobbuffet is usually a docile Pokemon that will never attack first. However, when it is attacked, it will inflate its body and initiate a counter-strike. When 2 or more of this Pokemon meet, they will attempt to outlast each other in a battle of endurance. However, since neither is able to attack, they may compete to see which can last without food. Because of its overprotective nature regarding its tail and hatred of light, that's news to me! Wobbuffet lives in dark caves. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Wobbuffet is known to keep its tail hidden even while it sleeps. However, it will drop its guard when deeply asleep, exposing its tail completely. Prior to Generation 5, Wobbuffet and its pre-evolved form Wynot were the only known Pokemon that could have Shadow Tag as an ability. And then moving on to the stats, holy shit. No wonder that fucker is so annoying. So, we have HP as its highest stat at 190! That's fucking insane! With physical defense and special defense both at 58, and physical attack, special attack, and speed tying at 33. So that's certainly a surprise. I thought it was just because it had high defense. No, it's just a fucking, it's like a Chansey. Holy shit. Oh my god. Alright, so obviously, so here's the thing. Wobbuffet is a Pokemon that here's the thing. I can acknowledge its competitive capability. However, it is one of the most annoying Pokemon that I've ever had to face. Because one of its ability, Shadow Tag, which I think if I'm remembering right, basically makes it so that you can't switch Pokemon out. Like, I could... Actually, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Bulbapedia, what do you have to tell me about Shadow Tag? Yeah, prevents the foe's escape. So it's pretty much like Arena... it's pretty much like Arena Trap, except... I guess different, I don't know. So not only are you not able to run away from this fucker, or at the very least switch out to a Pokemon who can defeat it, it also has 2 moves, one of them being Counter, which, if you're not familiar, basically, if you hit Wobbuffet with a physical attack after it has used the move Counter, it will just reflect that attack back at you. And it sucks. It's like Pursuit in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games. And it has Mirror Move, I think that's what it's called, which is essentially the same thing, but it's with a special type move instead. And these fucking things always have it. So that, along with Shadow Tag, and of course, like, the fucking ridiculous HP stat. It's just like, this is one of the most annoying Pokemon ever, and these are usually, like, I'm not gonna lie, I think these are usually the mons that you will find out in the wild that can end Nuzlocks. Because of just how ridiculous they are. Yeah, but yeah, like, these are just one of the most annoying Pokemon fucking ever. So obviously, because of that, it's going in the C tier. Is that how you spell Wobbuffet? I think it is. I mean, seriously, the only thing this Pokemon was good for is the comedic relief in Pokemon when it was still around. But yeah, it's just... Fuck this thing. Alright. Next up... Oh, we're gonna save just in case because it's been a while. I'm a little out of it today. Number 203. What music are we listening to? Oh, it's a medley of Johto towns. Oh boy, this Pokemon. That I don't think anyone really remembered until Paldea. We have Girafarig. I'm trying to think, is this the only... I feel like this might be the only giraffe Pokemon we've had. And it's been like 20-something years. Alright, so, Girafarig, or... Oh boy. What does that say? Kirinriki is a dual-type normal psychic Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is known as the long-neck Pokemon, and it can have either Inner Focus or Early Bird as its normal abilities, with Sap Sipper as its hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Girafarig is a cloven-hooved quadrupedal Giraffne? Is that how you pronounce that? Giraffne Pokemon with a long neck. There is a white blaze on its muzzle, which ends in a round pink nose. It has 2 ossicones? These are words. It has 2 ossicones with bulbous tips on top of its head. Its front half is yellow with brown spots, while its back half is brown with yellow spots. The brown section on female Girafarig is smaller than that of the male. There are many triangular pink spikes along its back. Girafarig lives in savannas and grasslands where it feeds on the plant life. Excuse me. Girafarig's tail possesses a head of its own. The tail's head has yellow eyes, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a small brain. However, this head is incapable of independent thinking and relies on outside stimuli such as smell to guide its actions. If the tail smells something alluring, it will bite. The tail often mimics the head during feeding and is able to warn the Pokemon of danger if it is sleeping. The tail head can also unleash psychic powers. And in terms of the stats... Aw, cute. Okay, so we have special attack as its highest stat at 90 with physical... sorry, not physical. Speed at 85. Physical attack at 80. HP at 70. And both physical defense and special defense at the lowest at 65. So it seems like it's a... I mean, it has a stat total of 455, which is honestly not bad. But it's like... I don't know if I would necessarily say this is a good Pokemon in terms of competitiveness. Ruins of Alpha. I actually go. Excuse me. Anyway. Alright, so Girafarig. Honestly, this is one of those Pokemon I think a lot of people forget exist. But yeah, I honestly think Girafarig is a Pokemon that a lot of people forget exist. And I mean, I think a lot, because again, it wasn't until Scarlet and Violet that Girafarig finally became like a thing again. But even then, oh, excuse me. But even then, like, I don't know, it's just, again, it's one of those Pokemon that is just like, that is just there, I think. Like, it doesn't really, looking at the stats, actually, I could probably just do it here. I mean, again, special attack stat is like, it's only, like, decent stat at 90. But even then, like, there's a bunch of other Pokemon that have higher special attack than that. I don't know, it's just, I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad Pokemon, it's just, I think it's just kind of like, you know? I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, what other generation has Girafarig? And I can't think of any. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's gonna have to go in the lower beats here, because I don't... Again, it's not a bad Pokemon, but it's just like, it's so forgettable. I mean, I think if anything, I mean, if people don't remember the Pokemon, at the very least they might remember the name because of the fact that it's a palindrome. Which is always cool. I mean, you get to play word games with Pokemon sometimes. But other than that, it's just, you know, it's just there. It's just there. I feel like if anything, it only works if you really like giraffes. Oh god, why did I just start thinking about, Toys R Us with Jeffrey the Giraffe? Because I wonder if there is such a thing as like I wonder if in the Pokemon world there is like a Pokemon equivalent to Toys R Us. And if so, is Girafarig the mascot? Jeffrey the Girafarig. Anyway, moving on. We have our next Pokemon, which, oh god, this is another Pokemon that is annoying. Pineco! Alright, so Pineco, or Kunugidama, is a pure Bug-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Fortress at level 31. It is known as the Bagworm Pokemon, with Sturdy as its normal ability and Overcoat as its hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Pineco is an insectoid Pokemon encased in a blue-green pinecone-like shell that protects it from bird Pokemon. It has red eyes and no visible limbs, along with a single spike on top of its head, which is supposedly its stem. It makes its shell thicker by gluing tree bark to its body. The glue is made of fluid that Pinecone spits out, which hardens when it is exposed to air. Pineco's shell becomes bigger and thicker as more tree bark is accumulated. Older Pineco are very large in size. Unbothered by the added weight of its shell, Pineco patiently hangs from a tree branch in tropical and temperate forests, waiting to prey on flying insects. In Alola, its favorite prey is Cutiefly. Typically immobile, it will drop to the ground and explode if someone shakes its tree while it is eating. And we just got a reason for why it's so annoying. Alright, so, Pineco does not look like it's a good Pokemon. I mean, its physical defense stat is really high at 90, which I know some people's like, well, so weren't you giving that shit to Girafarig? And it's like, listen, compared to a first stage evolution, this is good. With physical attack at 65 and HP at 50, however, both special attack and special defense are tied at 35 with speed at a measly 15. So yeah, do not consider this to be a speedster, you know? Alright, as the biology states, this motherfucker is annoying, along with Fortress. Because it's like, it's very much, like, pretty much like, They both suffer from the same problems that Voltorb and Electrode. I almost said Electrode, and that's not right. Electrode have, where it's like, if you're not careful, this thing will explode on you. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. But but the thing is that, like, I think what sucks too about Pineco is that, like, it's a bug-type Pokemon, and it's like, I think I've made it my opinion on bug-type Pokemon clear before, where it's like, they are probably one of the weakest, like, I feel like they're not only one of the weakest freaking types ever to exist, but they're also just, like, they just suck. They just suck. I mean, yeah, there are some Pokemon that are bug-type that are really cool and great and all that. I mean, Volcarona is one of them. But Pineco is definitely not. Not to mention, like, I mean, granted, there's probably a real-life insect out there that's like Pineco. But it's like, but it's like, again, you think about Pineco and it's like, oh, it reminds you of a pine cone, right? Why the fuck is it bug-type? It should be grass, right? But who knows? But yeah, I've never found myself, excuse me, I'm so sorry for yawning. I've never found myself being like, ooh, I want a Pineco or Fortress. So I guess, like, the question is, like, do I put them in the low B tier or the high, or in the C tier? And it's like, honestly, there's a part of me that's just like, this motherfucker deserves to be in C tier. Again, it's an annoying it's an annoying bitch. It's annoying. And it's just, I just don't like it. I don't like it. At least with the low B tier, it's like you just have Pokemon that are indifferent. But then it's like the C tier is just like the graveyard, essentially. Alright, moving on. Number 205. Oh my god, man, this might be where the C tier starts getting a little piled up. We have Fortress! Another annoying-ass Pokemon. Alright, so, Fortress, or Forretos, is a dual-type bug-steel Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It's obviously the evolution of Pineco. It's still known as the Bagworm Pokemon. It retains the abilities it had as a Pineco, and the biology is as follows. Fortress is a large spherical insectoid Pokemon with no visible limbs. The upper and lower halves of its body are capped by bumpy steel plates, giving it a strong defense against opponents. The outer plates have zigzagging ridges that open along its back and front, revealing its smooth red inner shell. I almost said skull. The inner shell is punctuated by 4 cylindrical spikes, each tapering to an open point. Between the spikes, the inner shell opens along a straight line to reveal Fortress's eyes, which are round with large pupils. Whatever else lies inside its shell are unknown. So it's pretty much like an oyster, huh? Fortress can defend itself from enemies by shooting out pieces of its outer shell, as a conditioned reflex rather than a conscious effort. It opens its shell to capture prey, but this happens so quickly that its interior body cannot be seen. It lives in tropical and temperate forests, attaching itself immovably to tree trunks. As shown in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Fortress is capable of levitation. This motherfucker can levitate! Why? Oh, we're back to Bird Tower. Oh my god. And as for its stats, well, physical defense is still its highest stat, but this time it's at 140 as opposed to 90 as it was as a Pineco, with physical attack at 90, HP at 70, both special attack and special defense at 60, and speed at 40. So, obviously, I don't like this Pokemon much more than Pineco. I mean, because it's, again, like, it's the fact that, like, it can use self-destruct / explode. Oh my god, can I stop yawning? Like, I know I'm sleepy, but still. But yeah, it's just, I don't like it. I don't. I just find it annoying. I mean, but I will say at the very least that, it has that ×4 weakness to fire, and that's always good, just burn a bug alive. I'm not that I've done it. God, that actually sounds like I did. I swear to God I haven't. I never was that kind of kid to take a magnifying glass, hold it up to an ant, and have the sun just burn it alive. But, yeah, it's like, I don't like this thing. I think it's annoying. I don't... Again, I've never... Again, it's very much the same issue as Pineco, where it's just like, you know... I've never found myself being like, ooh, I want a fortress! No. Nah. Just nah. So I think this is gonna join its predecessor here. Is that how you spell fortress? Right? Yeah, alright. Alright, so... Oh my god, can I stop yawning? I'm so sorry. Moving on. Alright, this one's a fan favorite. Next up we have... Dunsparce! Alright, so Dunsparce, or Nokochi, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. Okay, that's a lot of shit to first ScarVio. I'm like, huh? It is known as the Land Snake Pokemon. It can have either Serene Grace or Runaway as its normal abilities, with Rattled as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Dunsparce is a serpentine and somewhat insectoid Pokemon with a primarily yellow body, blue underside, and blue and cream striped back. Its head is round with a wide mouth extending under its jowls and curving up toward the middle of its face. Its chin is blue with 2 rounded prongs. Its eyes, round and rimmed with blue, are kept closed, revealing its cream-colored eyelids. On Dunsparce's upper back are 2 tiny white wings. Its body ends in a drill-like tail. Dunsparce can float slightly with its wings, which some scientists believe were used to fly in the sky during ancient times. However, it avoids detection and flees when spotted by burrowing into the ground with its tail. It lives immobile in caves and beneath the earth, where it makes maze-like nests. Oh my god, I'm so out of it today. Jesus. They get along with Diglett and share tunnels with each other. Dunsparce can navigate through its nests without getting lost by the smell of the dirt. Dunsparce, and its evolved form, the Dunsparce, I can't believe that's a fucking thing, are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Hyper Drill. Anyway, so in terms of its stats, I know this Pokemon is fucking useless. I hate to be like that, but... Yeah, so HP is its highest stat at 100. Pretty nice. With physical attack and physical defense tied at 70. Special attack and special defense tied at 65. With speed at its lowest at 45. So here's the thing. I don't necessarily have a lot of love for Dunsparce, but I can also understand why people do have a lot of love for Dunsparce. I mean, it's just a little guy. He just little. I mean, the design, too, is, like, pretty interesting, you know? It's like, it has little wings, it has a drill tail, and it's just, like, it looks like a sea slug. Or, like, it looks like a little, like a snail, you know? A little bit. I'm not saying it is, it's a little snail. He's a little guy. And as I said before, like, this is a fan favorite Pokemon, and I will concede that it can be cute. It can be cute. But other than that, like, for me personally, I don't see the appeal. You know, like, I don't know, maybe, like, does that make me, like, you know, a heretic? Probably. I mean, think about Lord Helix from Kanto. Like, we had Ammonite and Amistar, and I put both of those Pokemon in the C tier. It was either in the C tier or the lower B tier. And and the thing is, the only reason why people love Lord Helix is because of Twitch Plays Pokemon, where apparently it's their Lord and Savior. And I feel like that's kind of the same thing with Dunsparce, but at the very least, I can acknowledge that, like, I can see where it has its fans, you know? I just can't, like, I will say, too, I cannot believe that Dunsparce got an evolution. Like, in Paldea. Like, it's like, and the funny thing is that, like, it's literally called the Dunsparce, and it's just more of a little guy. It's just more of a little guy. He just silly. He just goofy. I mean, I think if anything, the only reason why people, I think the only reason that, like, I mean, because basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, Dunsparce is usually just known as an HM slave, at least back in the older games. Also, okay, so I was right. I was also looking up to see, like, is this a Pokemon that's supposed to be based off of Tsuchinoko? And it's like, yep, it is. It's I love how Bulbapedia just says, like, Dunsparce appears to be based on the snake-like Tsuchinoko cryptid of Japan. That's so fucking funny. I mean, I know what cryptids are, but I figured, like, since this is Japan, it's like, oh, don't you mean yokai or something like that? But, I mean, I wasn't sure if, like, Japan has, like, cryptids, you know, or, like, would the creatures that they supposedly have be labeled as cryptids, and not, you know, yokai. I mean, actually, are Tanuki real? Why did I ask that? That's actually, oh my god, I'm gonna have to fucking look this up. Are Tanuki real? I can't believe I'm looking this up. They are real, okay. I'm so fucking stupid. What the fuck is this search query? What the hell is this search query? Who the fuck is looking this up? Oh my god. That's so funny. What the fuck? Okay. So obviously I just Googled, like, you know, are Tanuki real? And apparently they are. And you know how Google will ask, you know, will have like a little section where it's like people also ask, like, you know, 4 other terms. The first 3 sound, you know, relatively like, okay, this makes sense. I mean, is a Tanuki a real animal? Do Tanuki still exist? Why are Tanuki illegal in the US? But then there's the 4th search query. And it's like, why are people asking this? And it says, why are Tanuki's balls so big? Why is this a fucking search query? Why are people wondering how big Tanuki balls are? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. You know what? I'm actually gonna like, I'm gonna actually screenshot this. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, I'll just like have this. There we go. God, I can't copy it because it's like, it's gonna like... Alright, I'm actually gonna... Okay, I'll save the screenshot and post it on Twitter later. God, that's so fucking funny. Let's see. What the hell do I title this? I guess we could just say, like... We could just say, why? Why is it not saving? Fuck off. I don't know why it's not saving. Oh, you're not allowed to have like a question mark? I guess you're not. Okay. That's fair. God, that's so fucking funny. Anyway, as I was saying before I went off on that tangent, honestly, I think I would put Dunsparce in the low B tier. That's not to say again, because I personally don't see the appeal of it. Like, that's the thing. Like, I personally don't see the appeal of it, but I don't think it's like, you know... Oh, that's not how you spell it. But I don't think it's a bad Pokemon. Like, it's just there. He's a little guy. I don't hate it. I just wish there was more to do with it. Anyway, moving on. We have number 207. Is that supposed to happen? Oh boy, another little guy. We have Gligar. Gligar. Well, actually, I think it's supposed to be pronounced as Gligar. Alright, so Gligar. And its Japanese name is the same as its English. Gligar is a dual-type ground flying Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Gliscor when leveled up while holding a Razor Fang during the nighttime. It is known as the Fly Scorpion Pokemon, and it can have either Hyper Cutter or Sand Veil as its normal ability, with Immunity as its hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Gligar is a purple Cryopteran Pokemon with scorpion features. Its head and body are round and roughly equal in size. It has long triangular ears and triangular eyes with small pupils. 2 large pointed teeth protrude from its upper jaw, and a pink tongue is often seen lolling from its mouth. Its arms are segmented at the wrists and end in large pincers. Spread between its arms are two blue wing membranes, each tipped with a purple claw. Its legs are thin and likewise segmented at the ankles, with its round feet having 1 claw each. Gligar has a long tail split into spherical sections, ending in a large round stinger. The female Gligar will have a smaller stinger than the male. As shown in the anime, Gligar feed on berries and can emit sound waves to detect obstacles and fly around them. It glides smoothly and silently through the air with its limbs extended and startles its prey and enemies by flying straight toward them. It attacks by clamping onto its enemy's face with its clawed hind legs and pincers, then jabbing it with its poisonous stinger. Gligar itself is resistant to opponents' venom. Gligar lives in mountainous regions, making its nests along cliff sides. When it is done gliding, it hops along the ground back to its nest. And in terms of these stats... 430! Holy shit, that's actually really good for Pokemon that didn't get an Evo until Gen 4. Alright, so physical defense stat is at 105 with speed at 85, physical attack at 75 with both HP and special defense at 65, and special attack at 35. Now here's the thing. Now I will say this. I'm not gonna lie, I actually really like the typing of Gligar. Ground flying. Because, if you're not aware, flying type Pokemon are basically immune to ground type moves. Because, I presume that's because of the whole, how can you hit a bird with the ground, hello, So the fact, so the idea that, this is, a Pokemon that has, a contradictory dual typing, I like that, And besides, look at him, he a little silly, he a little silly. They a little silly. But yeah, it's just but yeah, it's like a little bat. It's like I know it's known as a fly scorpion, but it's just honestly, I see more bat than fly. At the very least, I could see the scorpion, but just not the fly. It's where's the fly? But God, the problem is that I want to talk a lot more about Gliscor, but we're not going to get to that Pokemon until Sinnoh. So it's But yeah, he just a little silly. He a little silly boy. He a little silly kid. But, I will say, though, those stats, though, that's ridiculous. It's huh? A 430 stat total for this kind of Pokemon that, again, didn't have an Evo until Gen 4. I guess the question is like, you know, where do we put this thing, I guess? Again, if it weren't for the fact that it had Gliscor, I would honestly put it in the B tier. Like, the high B tier, at least. Because it's like, I like it, don't get me wrong, but it's like, I don't know if I would necessarily have it as a solo Pokemon, like, if I didn't have the desire to evolve it. So, but again, that's not to say it's a bad thing, it's just, you know, I mean, look at all these other Pokemon that are pretty good, honestly. God, I hope this doesn't turn into... I'm not gonna lie, I hope this stream doesn't turn into another, like... Well, I say I hope not. I mean, I kind of hope so. Because, I mean, the last stream, we were just talking about, like, memes and VTuber shenanigans. I say VTuber shenanigans is more so just, like... It's more so me just being like, I love VTubers and here's why! Along with just me vibing in the... along with me just vibing to, like, the Johto playlist I compiled. Anyway... Moving on. Who do we have next? Oh boy. Okay. This is gonna require some explanations. Alright, so next up, we have a Mega, so we gotta show both. We have... Steelix! And of course, someone got additional artwork here. We have Mega Steelix. So I'm gonna give my opinion right now. Steelix is like Sudowoodo for me. I don't know how to describe it. Alright, so. Steelix, or Haganeiru? Haganil, I guess that's how you pronounce it, is a dual-type steel ground Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Onix when traded while holding a Mega Coat, and it can Mega Evolve into Mega Steelix using the Steelixite. It is known as the Iron Snake Pokemon, and regular Steelix can have either Rock Head or Sturdy as its normal ability. Mega Steelix gains the ability Sheer Force, Sand Force, excuse me, whereas its hidden ability can be Sheer Force, and its biology is as follows. Steelix is a long serpentine Pokemon with a silvery gray body made up of rock-like sections, which can possess chips and scrapes from fights and tunneling. 3 of those sections have long rock spikes coming out of them on either side. It has a massive head mainly made up of its large wide jaw with sets of large square teeth inside. Along its bottom jaw are ridges. There are 2 pairs of ridges on a male Steelix, while there is only 1 pair on a female. Several small square lumps cover the underside of its lower jaw. Its eye sockets are slightly deep set, and the eyes themselves are red. Its head has 2 long ridges going from the eyes up to the top of its head. The tip of its tail is conical with a blunt tip. Steelix burrows up to 6/10 of a mile underground, even further than its pre-evolved form Onix, and it can be found in mountains or caves. Steelix can dig even towards the world's core. It easily chews through boulders with its powerful jaws, and its eyes are capable of seeing in the dark. Exposure to underground heat and pressures alongside its iron-rich soil diet has made its body harder than diamonds. Steelix's evolution is said to have been the result of an Onix's composition becoming more diamond-like after living for about 100 years. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Steelix is known to sleep in an upright position. As noted by researchers, it can maintain this superb balance without even toppling over. And in terms of Mega Steelix, which by the way, it does look pretty nice. As Mega Steelix, its body becomes larger, almost doubles its mass, and gains more features. Mega Steelix's eyes turn blue, and its lower jaw becomes more heavily armored with a round curved shape. Additionally, a 3rd pair of ridges appear on its bottom jaw, as well as 2 sharp, flat structures consisting of 3 conjoined projections on each side. The gray rock-like spikes in its tail point have transformed into prism-like crystalline spikes. The segments from which the spikes protrude are much larger as well. In between the head and individual spike segments are smaller units, now adorned by a black spot with a blue hexagon on each side. Several metallic-looking scraps constantly rotate around its neck. These scraps react to Mega Steelix's movements and change position when attacking. The cells within its body... Oh, not this song. The one that makes me want to do TikTok dances! The cells within its body, crystallized by the energy produced from Mega Evolution, are stronger than any mineral and able to withstand any temperature. It moves incredibly slowly, but its strengthened body is also impervious to damage, and it lashes out at foes without flinching. Alright, so obviously... Alright, so obviously we gotta move on to the regular Steelix with stat blocks. So that physical defense is 200. 200. Sorry, I'm vibing. Anyway, so yeah, 200. And then we have physical attack at 85, HP at 75, special defense at 65, special attack at 55, and speed at 30. But still, that physical defense stat is fucking insane. And as Mega Steelix, like, the physical defense stat just goes even more insane. It goes up to 230 with physical attack, goddamn, at 125, and its special defense at 95. However, its HP, special attack, and speed stats remain the same at 75, 55, and 30 respectively. But still, that is ridiculous. Okay. But yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. So as I said before, like, I don't know what it is about Steelix that I'm just like... It's the same thing with Sudowoodo, where it's like... But as I was saying, I'm sorry. I don't know what it is about Steelix. Like, it's the same weird reasoning for Sudowoodo, where it's just like... I don't know, I just have, like, an attachment to it. And it's weird considering that I put Onix, like, I think, like, in the C tier? And when I was ranking Kanto? But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, and not to mention the Mega Evo, like, it does look, like, I think it's because, like, Steelix is all, I think it's because, like, Steelix is, like, such, you think about Onix and it's already such an intimidating Pokemon, but then when you think about the fact that it can evolve into Steelix, it's like, it just gains more, like, so much more intimidation factor. And then you have the Mega Evo, which is just like, oh my god. Like, this thing is fucking terrifying. And I think it's also because, part of the reason, I mean, is because I think of Jasmine from, you know, the Johto Steel-type gym leader. And I think it's, because here's the thing, I know that Steelix is Jasmine's ace, right? And I think there is just some, and I think it's partly because of that I'm a little attached to Steelix, because it's like, because we all know what Jasmine looks like, right? Like, she does not look like she would be a Steel-type gym leader at all. You know, it's like if she's gonna be a gym leader, you wouldn't expect her to be, like, specializing in Steel types. And I think because of the fact that she looks like that, looks like such a nice, pretty girl, and then she has this monster as her ace. It's just like, oh my god, you know? It's just, I like that juxtaposition. It reminds me too much of, when I was playing my, when I was writing my, Pokemon Black and White fanfiction, where it's like, I had a character that was similar to Jasmine design-wise, and I just gave her Hydreigon, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? Like, such a nice, pretty girl paired up with a scary as fuck Pokemon. I don't know, it's just, but yeah, it's just, I really do like Steelix. I do. I don't know how to describe it. But I mean, you know, but obviously because it's a trade Evo, it's like I obviously have not had many chances to have a Steelix outside of cheating, but we won't get into that. But yeah, I will say too, the Mega Evo is also really nice, especially like when you have like these prisms here. The coloring of those prisms, along with like just like the sleeker silver color of Steelix with the blue, it just fits. So yeah, honestly, I would probably put Steelix in my A tier. Like, it's a Pokemon that I wouldn't... Steelix sucks. There we go, Steelix. Honestly, I would love to have a Steelix as one of my team members one day. I mean, not to mention that physical defense stat. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Moving on to 209. Oh boy. One of the... God, one of the Johto Pokemon that also appeared super early in the anime. In the first Pikachu short. Schnabel! Snubble! Alright, so Snubble, or Buru, that's interesting, is a pure Fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. However, prior to Generation 6, it was just a pure normal type. It evolves into Granbull at level 23. It is known as the Fairy Pokemon. It can have either Intimidate or Run Away as its normal ability, with Rattled as a hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Snubble is a pink bipedal bulldog-like Pokemon with blue polka dots covering its body. It has loose skin that drapes to cover the lower part of its body, giving it the appearance of a dress. There's a small blue ruff around its neck. It has a pronounced underbite, but it still has powerful jaws. Additionally, it has 2 ear flaps that are flat, curved, and tipped with black. That's a weird sentence to me. And a small, shiny black nose. Its feet are beige with 3 toes and a circular pink paw pad, while its arms are short and stubby. Snubble, as seen in the anime, possesses the ability to use their keen sense of smell to track things down. Snubble tends to sleep half of the day. Snubble has a cowardly and timid nature, despite its fierce-looking appearance. It is also very playful and affectionate, making it a popular companion among women. Basically like those fucking, like, purse dogs, right? According to the Complete Pokemon Pocket Guide, Snubble is very devoted and loyal. It is not aggressive and tends to prefer to scare away its opponent rather than fight. Snubble are capable of bonding easily and are often spoiled. However, it is said to be saddened that others run from its frightening appearance. The growls it makes give an uneasy feeling to foes. On occasion, Snubble gets bullied by other puppy Pokemon! Snubble wanders around urban areas. Oh my god. And in terms of its stats, it's not great. Like, physical attack stats, it's highest at 80, with HP at 60 and physical defense at 50. However, its special attack and special defense are tied at 40 with speed at 30. So it's not great. Oh boy. I don't know if I don't think it's necessarily a hot take to say, like, you know, not my thing. Cause here's the thing, right? Like, obviously, as it was stated, it resembles a bulldog. And the thing is, I don't necessarily like bulldogs. Like, seriously, I do like dogs, but bulldogs are just the one of those breeds where it's just like, I cannot deal. Like, I cannot deal. I mean, it's not even because of, like, the myriad of health problems that breed faces, but it's like, you know, but it's the fact that, like, it's the fact that it's just like it drools. It drools everywhere. It's apparently has really bad gas, and it's like, I don't want to deal with that from a dog. And it doesn't look appealing. And then when you add in the fact that this breed, like, or at the very least in terms of the English bulldog, like, those just have, like, some of the worst health problems ever. And it's just like, I don't, like, and it's like, listen, I have nothing against people who own bulldogs, who are dedicated to making the breed better. I think, if anything, that's deserved. But to me personally, I don't have the patience, or I wouldn't have the patience, or honestly the mental health to deal with a dog that is that sickly every damn day. You know? And yeah, and it's like, and I bring all this up because it's like, Snubble just reminds me way too much of a bulldog, and it's just like, I don't know, it's not that I hate it, it's just that I don't care for it. I just don't care for it. I mean, at the very least, I can acknowledge that Snubble is cute, but in the way of, like, you know, how bad of how ugly it is. I mean, that's kind of the thing with a lot of dogs. Is that it's like, they can be cute, but very much in like the, oh my god, you're so fucking ugly. So mean. Oh my god, it's so mean. But yeah, like, honestly, it's just there. I think it's honestly gonna go in, like, the, lower B tier. Whoops. Is that how you spell snubble? I don't remember. Yeah, okay. But yeah, it's just like, I don't care for this Pokemon. Oh, God. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I do not care for this Pokemon. I don't. But yeah. It's fine. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that. Moving on, we have 210. Oh boy. Oh boy. Next up we have Gramble. Oh boy. Before we get into that, I'm gonna check on something real quick. I'll be right back, I promise. Alright, I'm back. Just had to check on the dog real quick. Anyway, moving on to Gramble, or Granburu. Granburu. It retains its pure fairy typing, and obviously prior to Generation 6 it was a primary normal type. It's still known as the fairy type Pokemon. However, it can have either Intimidate or Quick Feet from Generation as its normal ability from Generation 4 onward. The hidden ability is still Rattled, and the biology is as follows, as soon as I take a drink. Anyway, Gramble is a purple bipedal bulldog-like Pokemon. It has a prominent lower jaw with 2 long fang-like growths. Its upper jaw has 2 small fangs. The jaws are so heavy that the Pokemon has trouble keeping its head up. On the sides of its head are flat, curved ears, and its small nose is black. There is a black collar around its neck with 2 small white markings on it. Around its wrists are 2 black band markings, and it has a short tail. A Gramble's main weapons are its well-developed lower jaw and heavy fangs. The bite from its jaws is said to be very powerful. However, due to how heavy its jaws are, Granbull keeps its head tilted down constantly for balance. Despite its fierce appearance, it is actually very timid and sensitive, even more so than Snubbull. Granbull rarely bites, as it prefers not to get involved in disputes. Unless Granbull is startled, it will not bite indiscriminately. If attacked, it will flail about to fend off its attacker. Granbull is popular with the young people due to how it acts and looks. It is considered too incompetent to be a guard dog due to its nature. Granbull wanders around urban areas. Oh my god, this thing is just miserable, ain't it? And in terms of stuff, physical attack stat is still its highest at 120 this time, though. With HP at 90 and physical defense at 75. Special attack and special defense are both tied at 60, and speed is at 45. Still, I fucking love that. Just like, it's too stupid. Uh-oh. Okay, music just stopped a little bit. But yeah, I love that. It's too stupid to be a guard dog. And it also has to keep its head down because its jaw is so heavy. What? I thought it was just because it was trying to be intimidating. You mean to tell me that this thing is like... Oh my god, it really is like a bulldog, ain't it? Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Anyway, oh my god. Man, that just enabled the pity factor, didn't it? I will say though, I don't care for Granbull. Because, I mean, at least with Snubbull, it has that ability of being cute, but even then, this is not it for me. It's not it for me, fam. It just isn't. And I know that's mean, but I don't... Just no. 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 Honestly, I think it would go in the C tier. Which sucks, because it's like, I feel like people are gonna get on me, because it's like, oh no. But it's like, I don't feel anything. Again, it has the pity factor, but... I don't know, I cannot think of anything to say that isn't what I've already said with Snubbull. But at least Snubbull ended up in the low B tier, Granbull's in the C tier with the other trash. Anyway, moving on. Alright, 211. Man, YouTube is not liking the Pokemon right now. Alright, so we have... Quillfish! Oh, God, I honestly feel like this is another forgettable Pokemon. Alright, so, Quillfish, or Harisen, is a dual-type water poison Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. Jotonian, so here's the thing, it has a Hisui counterpart, but we're not going to go into that. It is known as the Balloon Pokemon, and it is known as the Balloon Pokemon. It can have either Poison Point or Swift Swim as its normal ability, with Intimidate as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Quillfish is a sea-dwelling Piscine Pokemon with a spherical body and a flat paddle-shaped tail. The upper half of its body is dark teal and the lower half is light greenish yellow. Its tail is tall and thin with a Its tail is tall and thin with a dark teal outline, light greenish yellow inside, and two dark teal dots in the center that resemble the Japanese character Ha. Oh, that's cool. Its eyes are even with its body and are always seen slanted angrily. Below its eyes are its puffy pink lips. All around its body are sharp conical spikes which evolve from scales over time. In order to attack, Quillfish drinks over 2.6 gallons, or 10 liters, of water to inflate its body. It then uses the water pressure to shoot poisonous quills at its foe, which can cause fainting. Quillfish is briefly left defenseless shortly after firing its quills. This is believed by some expert fishers to be the opportune moment to catch this Pokemon. Due to its round body, Quillfish is not a great swimmer, and when filled with water, it is even harder for it to swim. When Quillfish faces a larger opponent, it will inflate its body to match its size as close as it can. If it is startled while inflated, it will spit out all of its water, propelling itself away. That's funny. And in terms of the base stats, okay, so we got 2 stat blocks here. We got one from generations 2 through 6, and then we have one from generation 7 onward. And honestly, let's see, the stats that are basically the same. Physical attack stat is at 95, with speed at 85, HP at 65, and both special attack and special defense at 55. And honestly, and the main difference is its physical defense going from 75 to 85. So the stat total isn't that bad, honestly, for a Pokemon that, like, for the most part only has this form, and that's it. Alright, so obviously this Pokemon is meant to represent a pufferfish. If anyone's ever watched Finding Nemo, you know what that is. I will say, Quillfish is very much like the C tier Pokemon, where it's like, I've never been like, oh, I want to get a Quillfish. Mainly because it's like, bruh, I want Pokemon that can evolve. I want better Pokemon. This isn't it. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Anyway, but yeah, it's just, I don't feel anything. I mean, and I feel like, if anything, indifference is worse than dislike, because at the very least, like, dislike can still have, like, you know, experiences. Indifference is just like, eh. But even then, like, I don't feel anything towards this thing, like, but it's like, I also don't feel like, you know, it deserves to be in the B tier. Like, I don't even think there's anybody who, like, I know there has to be, like, Quillfish fans, but, like, I don't know why you would want this thing. Like, unless you're playing Legends Arceus specifically, there's no reason to have this, unless, like, you're desperate for a water poison type. But even then, I feel like you can get better choices, especially when you get to, actually no, I guess I shouldn't say Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I don't even think those games allowed, like, I don't think those games had, like, pseudo Pokemon in the decks outside of trade. But yeah, honestly, I think it does deserve to be in the C tier. Meh. It's meh. It's meh. Just meh. Alright, moving on. Oh, this Pokemon. Oh boy, we got another Mega. Alright, so next up is another evolution for a Cantonian Pokemon. Caesar! Caesar? Shit. I almost said Caesar! But Scizor. And as I said before, it has a Mega. And there's the Mega. Chainsaw Man. I know people are going to be wondering, like, have I watched that? No, and I don't plan on it. Anyway. Alright, so we have Scizor. Or Hasamu. It is a dual-type bug steel Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Scyther when traded while holding a metal coat. And it can Mega Evolve into Mega Scizor using the Scizorite. It is known as the Pincer Pokemon, and regular Scizor can have either Swarm or Technician from Generation 4 onwards as its normal ability. And when a Mega evolves, it gains the ability Technician, and it has Light Metal as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Scizor is a bipedal insectoid Pokemon with a red metallic exoskeleton. It has gray retractable forewings and hind wings with simple curved venation. Its rounded head has 3 blunt horns extending above its forehead and eyes with dark yellow pupils. Sizor's thin black neck connects to a black teardrop-shaped patch on its thorax. Sizor has broad shoulders and thin segmented arms ending in large round pincers, which comprise a third of Sizor's body weight. Sizor has a large rounded abdomen with 3 black chevron-shaped stripes, that is a phrase, extending from its waist down its front. Female Sizor have larger abdomens than male Sizor. Sizor's legs are defined by large hip joints, thin thighs, and wide calves, and its feet end in a clawed toe on each side. Its arms appear similar to pincers of animals from the crustacean group like crabs, and the presence of markings resembling eyes gives the illusion of additional heads. Sizor's body and muscles are made of metal that is as hard as steel, with pincers strong enough to crush any hard object. They can be opened and closed like jaws and are patterned with black eye spots with yellow pupils. It will raise its pincers and wave them around to scare off predators or foes, giving it the appearance of having 3 heads. When it identifies an enemy, Sizor will use its pincers to beat up the opponent to the point there is nothing but scrap left afterwards. Holy shit. Just beat it till it's pulp, I guess. Sizor is normally incapable of flight. Instead, it quickly flaps its wings to regulate its body temperature to prevent itself from becoming too hot and melting. Melting? Oh my god. Although it can still hover and glide for short distances in the games and anime, it has tremendous power despite its slim body. Sizor is rarely found in the wild, though it can be found in grasslands. And in terms of the Mega Sizor, Mega Sizor's pincers lengthen and develop serrations. The lower half of the pincers turn white and gain 3 pointed spikes on the underside. The barbs on Mega Sizor's pincers can stab through concrete, and opponents caught in them cannot escape. Its eye spots, along with its actual eyes, are now blue. The former additionally gains a black rim. Additional pieces of black armoring appear on various areas of its body. A 3-pointed crest on its forehead and striated coverings on its shoulders and thighs. Mega Sizor's legs are less detailed and resemble large tapered spikes with white tips. While Mega Sizor is formidable, it cannot maintain this form for extended periods, and as it is overflown with excess energy from its Mega Evolution and is unable to regulate its body temperature properly. After too long, its body starts to melt. That is disturbing to think about. Losing the strength to wield its heavy pincers. Mega Sizor's pincers can rip anything they grab to shreds, although it prefers to beat things up instead of grasping them. That is so fucked up. Like, holy shit, that is so fucked up. It fucking melts? You wouldn't think, right? Alright, in terms of these stats, obviously we're gonna go over regular Sizor first. Its physical attack stat is 130, with physical defense at 100, special defense at 80, and HP at 70. Speed is at 65, and special attack is at 55, but that makes sense. And in terms of Mega Sizor, well, that physical attack and defense stat go way the fuck up to 150 and 40 respectively. Special defense even goes up to 100, special attack goes up to 65, and speed goes up to 75. Honestly, the only stat that remains the same is its HP, which stays at 70. But still, that is fucking ridiculous. I'm trying to remember. I don't think Sizor, because something to remember is that not yawn. Something to remember is that technically there were 2 waves of Mega Evos. Because obviously you had the first wave that was introduced in X and Y, and then you had the second wave, which was Auras, and I think Sizor was the second wave of Pokemon to receive Mega Evos. But I will say that, like, Sizor's a cool Pokemon. I mean, those stats are fucking insane. Like, Jesus Christ. 130 attack. That is insane. And I will say, there is like... Oh my god, I'm so tired. And I will say, it is really cool to see Mega Sizor. Like, it does look nice. I mean, I joke around about it being like Chainsaw Man, but it's like, can you blame me? What is this song? Oh. Okay. I mean, but yeah, it's like, I know I joke about it being Chainsaw Man, but seriously, it's like, it does look really cool. It does look like chainsaws. It's like you're just a mega evolved from pincers to chainsaws. It's like, sure, okay. I will say, though, I've never had a Sizor. Again. Oh my god, can I stop yawning? Again, another trade Evo that I would have never had access to. But it would be nice to have a Sizor. Would be nice. In terms of where I would rate this, I mean, definitely not C tier. Definitely not S tier. Honestly, I think if anything, I would probably rate it in the high B tier. Like, it feels right. Again, it's cool. It's great. Fantastic. I mean, it's not bad, and the Mega Evo is pretty cool. I just wish I had more experience with it, because it's like, God, trade Evos are the greatest when you don't have friends. Alright, save just in case. Moving on. 213. Oh boy. God, I'm wanting to go to bed so bad, and I can't. Next up, oh boy, this is a strange Pokemon. We have Shuckle! Alright. Oh boy. Alright, so Shuckle, or Tsubo, is a dual-type bug rock Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is known as the Mold Pokemon. It can have either Sturdy or Gluttony as its normal abilities from Generation 4 onward, with Contrary as its hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Shuckle is a slender Pokemon with a yellow body that appears to be soft. Until they are in use, Shuckle's limbs appear limp. It is encased in a very hard red shell that has many holes in it. The holes in its shell are rimmed with white. Rather than actively hunting and foraging for food like most other Pokemon, it collects berries and stores them in its shell. The berries inside are liquefied and fermented while they decompose by Shuckle's digestive juices, which it then consumes. Oh, this song again. Its digestive juices are also used to dissolve rocks, so Shuckle can hide under them. It can be found in the mountains. And in terms of the stats, you're not going to believe this, guys, because it's fucking stupid. So, physical defense and special defense stat are both tied at its highest stat at 230. However, its HP is at 20. Physical attack and special attack at 10. And speed is at 5. So this is one of these... So I think if I'm remembering right, I think Shuckle is supposed to be the slowest Pokemon. Which makes sense with this fucking setup. I feel like Shuckle is meant to be more of a meme Pokemon. Because it can basically, it's like, it can withstand anything, but it can't do anything else. God, can I stop yawning? I'm so sorry. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be meant... I think it's meant to be more of a meme Pokemon than anything, because it's just like... I mean, again, why would you have something like this? Like, it doesn't make sense, right? I don't know. It's just, like, again, I could see some, like, here's, I think if anything, I guess then again, it's like, Shuckle can be used competitively. I mean, again, if you set it up right, like, if you get the right move set on it, and just, like, it could be a staller. Because, again, you're basically having to, like, basically it's like you have to OHKO it. Or at the very least, like, hit it with very super effective moves in order to, like, you know, defeat it. Because, again, I think it can be a staller. Definitely a wall. Maybe. But that's the only thing it can do. Again, you get it set up right. You know, you could, like, this could potentially be used as a support Pokemon as well. Like, you know, may not be good at battling, but, like, maybe if you get, like, you know, some buffs for Pokemon that'll come after, it could work. But in terms of where I'd rank it, I don't hate it. I just don't know. It's a weird Pokemon. It's just a weird Pokemon. I think I would rate it in the lower B tier. Because again, I feel like Shuckles would only be really good for in competitive wise, and even then, as you would have to learn how to stall. And I'm not a competitive player, so. Next up, 214. Oh, we got another Mega. Shit. That's not good. Well, at least this one's a better Pokemon. Heracross! And of course, we got the Mega Evo. We got the Mega Heracross. Mega Heracross. Oh. Alright, so Heracross, with its Japanese name being the same, as I was saying, with its Japanese name being the same, is a dual-type bug fighting Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Heracross can Mega Evolve into Mega Heracross using the Heracronite. It is known as the single horn Pokemon. Regular Heracross can have either Swarm or Guts as its normal ability. As Mega Heracross, it gains the ability Skill Link, and it can have Moxie as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Heracross is a bipedal Calopteran insectoid Pokemon covered in a blue exoskeleton. There is a long, pronged horn on its forehead. The horn ends in a cross on males and a heart shape on females. On either side of the horn is a short antenna with a spherical tip. Heracross has oval yellow eyes. Its forearms have a pair of spikes near the wrists, while its thighs have a single spike each. It has 2 claws on its hands and a single long claw on each foot. There's a single pair of wings covered by elytra, which can be seen during its release from a Pokeball in the 3D game. So, X, Y, Auras, Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield, and then Scarlet and Violet. Heracross's claws allow it to dig into the ground for sturdy footing and also allow it to climb trees. Using its horn, it throws opponents or competitors for food. It can lift and throw objects 100 times its own weight. It uses its 2 antennae to search for food by scent. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Heracross is known to occasionally sleep while licking the sap it finds. The reason is due to Heracross becoming exhausted from a potentially hard search for sweet sap. Makes sense. It lives in boreal, temperate, and tropical forests, where it feeds on tree sap. In Generation 2, Mega Horn was its signature move. God, I'm getting so fucking sleepy. As seen in the anime, Heracross has been known to compete with Pokemon such as Pinsir for food. The same episode also shows Heracross allowing Butterfree to feed on tree sap after Heracross has finished its meal. In addition, it is known to suck sap from grass-type Pokemon such as Bulbasaur. In Alola, Heracross get along better with Pinsir, as they both have rivalries with Vikavolt. That's funny. Oh my god, there's something really funny about, like, let me suck the sap from you little sprouts. It just latches onto the bulb of Bulbasaur. Alright, Mega Heracross is bulkier than its previous form. Thin orange markings now rim its head, hands, and shoulders. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Why are we... Oh my god. That's the problem. I'm gonna be more exhausted. I'm gonna be more sleepy. And that means I'm gonna have to, like, laugh myself awake. Additionally, there is a half circle orange marking over its eyes. It now has a long pointed nose that curves slightly upward. Its back now lacks wings and is completely yellow. The horn on its head has grown into a large simple spike with 2 smaller spikes on the front. The antennae have lengthened as well and now have ovoid tips. God, here we go again with the fucking ovoid. Mega Heracross's forearms have thickened and lost their spines. Sometimes when attacking, particularly with a multi-strike move, its exoskeletal shell on the upper side of its arms opens up, revealing a segmented yellow skin layer filled with holes, which let air enter and exit from its forearms. During these attacks, its claws simultaneously retract, allowing Mega Heracross to fire various types of ammunition at a rapid pace. This Pokemon has a high body temperature, so it opens the shells of its arms and torso to allow heat to escape. Mega Heracross boasts such incredible strength that it can lift objects up to 500 times its own weight between its horns. However, it is left with muscular soreness after reverting to its original form. Fucking same. And in terms of the stats, we have base Heracross here. Oh my god. Sorry, I am getting so sleepy. I'm gonna try my best to get through this. So, its highest stat is physical attack at 125, with special defense at 95, speed at 85, HP at 80, and physical defense at 75, with special attack at a measly 40. However, as Mega Heracross, obviously the physical attack stat will fucking double to 185, I guess almost triple, with physical defense at 115, special defense at 105, and its speed actually gets reduced a little to 75, but HP and special attack remain the same at 80 and 40. Now, in terms of whether or not, like, this Pokemon, I will say there's a soft spot for me. Like, while I wouldn't necessarily say that I would want it on my team, I don't think it's a bad Pokemon. Like, I will say it is pretty cool. And the fact that it can Mega Evolve is also really good too. But, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I kind of like this Rhino Beetle. I think that's a Rhino Beetle, right? Like, let me see. Rhino Beetles are, are those Pokemon with the horns, right? Bulbapedia, what do you have to say for me? Yeah, the Rhino Beetle. God, it's just so funny. I love how it says here these beetles, like, rhinoceros beetles are known for their incredible strength and use in insect fighting. And it's just like, I think about, like, Yakuza, where which game was it? Was it 1? I should say Kiwami. Yeah, I think it was, like, not 1. Wait, was it 1? I don't remember. It was either Yakuza 0 or Yakuza 1, where it's like you had this trading card game where it's like it's insect fighting, but for some reason, I guess the developers were horny as fuck. We're just like, yeah, sure, let's make all the bugs into sexy ladies. And the Rhino Beetle is one of them, and it's just like, Jesus. But yeah, like, yeah, I do like it. I honestly really like the design. It's just, it's so simple. And honestly, like, pretty similar. Honestly, like, I mean, again, like, it's pretty similar to an actual bug, I would say. Not to mention that I think if I remember right, like, this is a fucking, like, does it have wings? I forget. Did I say it had wings? Yeah, it does. God, imagining a bug this big though, just flying across the place, like that's fucking terrifying. I don't know, but yeah, it's like I really do like the design too, and it's really good in battle. Honestly, I think I would put it in a high B tier, where it's like, again, not to necessarily say like I think it's bad. It's just it's cool, but I personally wouldn't go out of my way to like try and get it. But yeah, it's cool, and I like the design. God, I might have to start speeding through these because I'm getting so fucking sleepy. I don't know why. I mean, I think maybe part of it is because of the fact that I did eat something. I did eat a dinner that, like, is known to make me sleepy. But it's like, I don't know, maybe I should have thought about it. Anyway, moving on. Excuse me, we have Sneasel. Alright, so, Sneasel, or Nula, is a dual-type dark ice Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Weavile when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the night. It is known as the Sharp Claw Pokemon, and it can have either Inner Focus or Keen Eye as its normal ability, with Pickpocket as a hidden ability, and its biology is as follows. Sneasel is a bipedal musculid Pokemon that resembles both a cat and a weasel. It is primarily bluish-black with 3 bright red feathers for its tail and a single one on its left ear. The ear feather is shorter on the female than on the male. The other ear is short and pointed, and it has narrow red eyes. On its forehead and chest are oval yellow gem-like protrusions. It has red eyes with... Interesting, it basically says red eyes again. With black eyelash-like markings on the edges. It has long limbs with 2 large white retractable claws on its hand and feet. It is perfectly capable of using its claws to do substantial damage. Its claws are also used for climbing trees in boreal or subalpine forests where it lives. It can also bring out its claws to startle foes that attacked it. Sneasel is a smart, sneaky, and notoriously vicious Pokemon, and blends well into the night in order to ambush their prey. Sneasel feeds on eggs, such as those of Pidgey, that it steals from unattended nests. It uses its claws to poke a hole in the egg before slurping the contents out. That is so gross. That is really fucking gross, but I get it. It's the rule of nature. Laws of nature! So tired. It has been known to form pairs to hunt. One Sneasel will lure the parents away from their nests, while the other steals their eggs. Although the Sneasel pair works together, they will also fight over their hunt among themselves. As a result of its egg-based diet, Sneasel are despised by breeders to the point where they try to drive away or eradicate the former. Oh my god. Sneasel also preys on a lowland Sandshrew, but the Sandshrew's skin is so hard that it can cause Sneasel's claws to snap off. Prior to Generation 4, Beat Up was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. And in terms of the stats... Wow, that's actually pretty good. Sneasel... So its speed is its highest stat at 115, with physical attack at 95, and its special defense at 75. However, its HP and physical defense are both tied at 55, with special attack at a measly 35. So here's the thing. It did say it's a Sharp Claw Pokemon, right? God. God, I am so sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have had my dinner tonight. I should have just stayed awake, because now I'm just, like, wanting to fall asleep. Anyway, so... Sneasel. I do like the design. Like, it's very feathery, and I like the claws. But the thing is, right, is I find these to be annoying. Mainly because, like, they're too quick sometimes for their own good, and I'm just, like, trying to train. And they're not a good XP gain. They're not like Chansey. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I do like the feathers. I'm not gonna like. There's something about the feathers that just draws me in, and the fact that it's like a mix between a cat and a weasel. It's just. Hello. Sorry, I thought I heard something. But yeah, like honestly, it's like I don't think it's a bad Pokemon, but if it weren't for the fact that I would like to try Weavile and of course like the spoiler form of Hisui. Like, I honestly wouldn't get a Sneasel. I guess the question is, like, where would I rank it? Honestly, I'd say lower B tier. Like, it's cool, but maybe not for me. Like, I don't hate it. That's why it's not going in the C tier, but still. I don't know, like, the design is nice, I will say. It's nice, and I like the feathers, but yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily say, like, this is great, you know? I guess I shouldn't say that. Alright, gotta do a quick detour. God, the fuck, I'm so out of it. Okay, that's good. We have 10 more Pokemon to check out before we take our break. And maybe I'll take a fucking... And maybe I'll go to bed. Who knows? I doubt it. I want to finish this. God, excuse me for a moment. I need to clear my throat. Alright. I don't know if it's... I hope it's not noticeable. Like I am feeling stuffy. Alright. Next up is 216, and we have 10 more to go after this. We have Teddy Ursa! I will say, it is really cute. Alright, so Teddy Ursa, or Himeguma, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves an Ursaring at level 30. Oh, and that's something we can't say. It is known as the Little Bear Pokemon, and it can have either Pickup or Quick Feet from Generation 4 onward as a normal ability, with Honey Gather as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Just gonna do that. Teddy Ursa is a bipedal ursine Pokemon covered in short orange-brown fur. Its muzzle is a light tan color with a small black nose and black eyes with white irises. There's a slightly paler tan crescent moon marking on its face, and it has round ears. It has 3 claws on its forepaws, as well as 2 claws and yellow paw pads on its hind paws. Its tail is short, round, and puffy. I almost thought that said fluffy. I was like, oh, it's a teddy bear. I mean, honestly, this is a teddy bear. Teddy Ursa is almost always seen licking its forepaws, which are soaked in honey. Every Teddy Ursa has a different flavor on its paws. Honey comes in different flavors? I thought it was just the one! Okay. When it feels nervous, it will lick its paws to calm itself down. Oh my god. It's the stimming. The marking on its face can glow when it finds honey. While Teddy Ursa is able to make its own honey by blending pollen collected by beetle with fruits, it is also known to steal honey from comb bee nests, which it finds by stealthily following the comb bee. Teddy Ursa lives in mountainous forests where it will hide food throughout its territory before food becomes scarce in winter. And in terms of these stats, I mean, honestly, they're not great. I mean, physical attack is alright at 80, but HP is at 60 with physical defense, special attack, and special defense all tied at 50, and speed is at 40. But here's the thing. Obviously, we don't give a fuck about that. Teddy Ursa is adorable. Like, look at this thing and tell me, like, you wouldn't want a plushie of this. You wouldn't want to hug it. It's like, it's so close to being like an actual teddy bear. Like, it is so close to being like an actual teddy bear. And it's like, y'all. Not to mention I am a little biased towards like the 3D animations, because it's like, I mean, I mainly think about like Pokemon Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness, where it's like, or actually I think it's Gale of Darkness specifically, where it's like you can get where it's like you can catch a Teddiursa, and it's just like, and if anybody remembers the animation for it, it's like when it comes out, it just like, it smiles at you and it just licks its paws, like in this pose right here. It's so cute. God, I just want to pick this little guy up and shake him and squeeze him. It's just so cute. Not to mention, I do like the crescent moon marking here. I have a thing for moons, what can I say? Honestly, I think I would put this in the S tier, because it's so fucking cute. Like, it belongs in the cute tier. Honestly, I feel like the S tier is becoming more and more like the cute tier, with the exception of Crobat. But honestly, like, Teddy, like, I don't care if Teddy, like, it's so cute. It's just, it tickles me so much. I love him. He's just a little guy. It's Winnie the Pooh as a Pokemon. It's just, now it just needs to stop saying, like, Teddiursa. It just says, oh, bother. Alright, next up. Oh boy, this one loses the cuteness real quick. Ursaring! Alright, so Ursaring, or Ringuma, retains its pure normal typing it had as a Teddiursa. However, it is known as the Hibernator Pokemon, and it can have either Guts or Quick Feet from Generation 4 onward as a normal ability, with Unnerve as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. If this doesn't bother me first, sorry. Ursaring is a bipedal ursine Pokemon. Its broad body is covered in brown fur, except for its muzzle, inner ears, and paw pads, which are a light tan. It has narrow eyes, a triangular black nose, and a wide mouth with small visible fangs in the upper jaw. The fur on Ursaring's shoulders is longer and more structured, with rectangular extensions. A female Ursaring has longer fur on its shoulders than a male. There is a large tan ring-shaped mark shaped like a new moon on its chest. Ursaring's forelimbs are long, ending in 5 claws each, while its hind legs are short and thick, ending in 3 claws each. Its tail is large and spherical in shape. Ursaring lives in mountainous forests, sleeping in treetops and gathering food throughout the day. While it is skilled at climbing trees, it gathers food by snapping them and collecting whatever berries or fruits fall down. It will mark trees bearing delicious fruit in its territory with its claws. Ursaring is also known to regularly eat honey, which is its favorite food. Ursaring's sense of smell can distinguish any aroma, and as such, it can find food buried deep underground or in streams. It will also search for food during the winter season. As demonstrated in the anime, Ursaring is highly protective of its cubs and has been shown to become more aggressive during mating season. Listen, it just needs to fuck. It just needs to fuck. It also becomes more ferocious when it is hungry. Ursaring are known to get into fights with Primeape when they encounter each other while searching for berries. Oh boy. Oh, that's so cute. And in terms of these stats, God, 500 stat total? Jeez. Physical attack stat is still its highest at 130 though, which is crazy. HP at 90. Physical defense, special attack, and special defense all at 75, and speed at 55. So yeah, I will say that, like, obviously Teddiursa had to grow up someday into an adult, and this is it. The Ursaring. It just loses all of the baby fat. It just loses, you know, it loses the cuteness and becomes a big tough bear. I mean, the stats, though, are pretty nice. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, 130 physical attack for this bit. I mean, look at those claws! I will say, you can't expect me to not know this will fuck me up. Like, if I provoke it. Like, basically, I mean, God, Mama Bear. Mama and Papa Bear. Just, like, getting ready to fuck shit up. Oh my god. I'm trying to think, is there an alpha Ursaring? Because I swear to god, I think there is. Because I remember there was a point where, like, when I was going through, one of the regions in Hisui where the Teddy Ursa and Ursaring were, and I think there's an alpha Ursaring that's honestly terrifying. Yeah, it is an alpha. Oh my god, that's scary. I mean, to be fair, this thing is scary, like, already. Just imagining it as an alpha where it's huge with red eyes. Oh my god. But yeah, like, I will say, I've never used an Ursaring before, and I don't think I ever could. But it's pretty nice, I guess. I mean, hey, at the very least, it does keep up with, like, the moon motif it has. I mean, Teddy Ursa resembling a crescent, then you have the new moon here. And then you have, like, the evolution that you get in Hisui with Ursa Luna. Ursa Luna. Oh my god, I'm so out of it. Where it's like, it resembles, like, a full moon. But honestly, other than that, it's just like, it's just like a freaking bear. It is just like like an extra furry bear that is obsessed with the moon. What song am I thinking of? There's a song I'm thinking of. Oh. Do I even want to mention it? Because it's like, that had nothing to do with Ursaring or even bears. I'm howling at the moon. Honestly, though, I think I would place it in the high B tier. Because it's like, I do have a soft spot for bears. I mean, I know I love Pikachu and all that, but teddy bears really were, like, the first plushie I would have ever had. So, yeah. I think Ursaring deserves to be in the high B tier. It can be good. It can be good. Oh no, not this meme. Oh my god, this is a Pokemon that I always confuse for being in Gen 3. Alright, next up is Slugma. God. Oh god, I can already hear Luca in my head saying Sugma instead of this. Or even the grosser term of Smegma, that's like gross. Alright, so Slugma, or Magu. Wait. Mag. That's cute. That is a cute name. Is a pure Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolved into Magcargo at level 38. It is known as the Lava Pokemon, and it can have either Magma Armor or Flame Body as a normal ability, with Weak Armor as its hidden ability. Biology for Slugma is as follows. Slugma is a limbless gastropod mollusk Pokemon composed of magma. Its body is bright red, fading to a duller red along its extremities. It has large, round yellow eyes with small pupils. Slugma's head is ovoid with flame-like extensions spreading upward from its eyes and round, stable drops of magma dangling from its upper jaw. Its lower body is irregular in shape and occasionally emits bubbles. Slugma's circulatory system is composed entirely of magma, which delivers vital nutrients and oxygen to its organs. To prevent its body from cooling and hardening, Slugma neither sleeps nor ever stops moving. So you basically mean a shark. That's interesting. Where am I? If its body does begin to cool, it will become brittle and may break apart. That is scary. Oh, not this song, the TikTok dances. The Slugma constantly seeks warm places and gathers with other members of its species in mountains and volcanoes. Slugma takes magma baths to heal itself. It is believed that when... The hell was that noise? It is believed that when volcanoes were more active in ancient times, slugma were seen more often. Wow, those stats are terrible. God, I wish I could wake up. I mean, special attack is its highest stat at 70, but everything else except for speed is at 40. I mean, and speed is its lowest stat at 20, which honestly, considering that, it makes sense. But yeah, it's just like, it's so weird to say that, like, this Pokemon is a meme when it's not. Like, the only reason I classify it as a meme is because of the name. Because it's like, I either think of, like, the Twitch lingo of Sugma, which I know what that ends in, or I think of, like, the gross term of smegma, which is disgusting. I mean, I will say, though, that, like, the concept of Slugma, like, the idea of, like, a blob of lava becoming sentient and just, you know, roaming about, like, that is pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. But I don't know if the headache is worth it, because again, speedy Pokemon are good, tanks are good, but this is not either of those things. Honestly, there's a part of me that is just like, I want to rank it in the lower B tier, because it's like, I don't hate it, and I like the concept of it. Like, I mean, I do, in a way, like the design. Mainly because of, like, the idea of just, like, this perpetual dripping of magma and then just getting soaked back up only to repeat the cycle over and over again. It's like, that's pretty nice. It's gross, but still. But other than that, it's just like, you know, eh. But I do like the little tufts of here. I say tufts, but like the little protrusions here. Pretty nice. They remind me of feathers. Imagine Slugma as a firebird. Well, then again, we have plenty of firebirds, don't we? Alright, next up is 219. We have Magcargo. Alright, so Magcargo, or oh, that's actually kind of cool. The Japanese name is the same as his English name, but it's pretty easy to see. It's like, it's a play on words for escargot. Which makes sense, because Magcargo is a snail. So, not only does Magcargo retain its fire typing from Slugma, but it gains a new typing in rock. It is known as the lava Pokemon, and it can have okay, yeah, so this basically retains the same abilities it had as a Slugma, and the biology is as follows, if I cannot fucking sleep. Magcargo is a limbless gastropod mollusk Pokemon consisting almost entirely of bright red magma. Its oval eyes are large and yellow with small pupils and extend upward from its head. It has a bulbous snout and a wide mouth, with 2 drops of magma dangling from each side of its upper jaw. Magcargo's back is protected by a gray spherical shell composed of hardened but brittle magma, forming irregular lumps and plates. Magcargo can store fire energy in its shell. A streak of fire leaks from the side of its shell. Magcargo's lower body is amorphous and covered in bubbles of magma. Magcargo's internal body temperature can reach over 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit or 10,000 degrees Celsius, causing it to evaporate water on contact. Flames circulate throughout its body, occasionally spouting through cracks in its shell. While its shell is brittle enough to be shattered with a slight touch, Magcargo can reform its body by dipping itself in magma. It can be found in mountainous regions and has been living in volcano craters for tens of thousands of years. According to one folklore, When the wild Macargo population suddenly increases, it is a sign that a volcano eruption is coming. Oh dear God. That's some fucking, like, anxiety-inducing shit. That is... Okay, so it has 2 stat blocks. One for generations 2 through 6, and then one from generation 6 onward. Physical defense is at 120, with special defense at 80, physical attack at 50, and speed at 30. The only changes here are the special attack and the HP, going from 80 and 50 to 90 and 60, respectively. I hope I had that order right. But, so it is kind of interesting. A fire snail. Composed entirely of magma. I will say, the part in the biology about how, like, about how, because of how hot it is, it can evaporate water on contact, it does make me wonder, what would happen if you were to, like, power spray Macargo, like, with water? Like, would it... Because the thing is, right, is that, like... I mean, because you see the shell here, right? It's composed entirely of, like, hardened but brittle magma. And I think if I remember right, that's usually what happens when water is hit on magma at such, like, an extent. Like, it's hit with such force. That's what I'm talking about. So what would happen if you were to just, like... If you were to just, like, take a power sprayer and spray Macargo with it, would its whole body basically be like the shell? Or would it just not work? And if it does work, is it considered murder? Because, I mean, technically... because technically it's like you're not supposed to do that. I mean, it could be considered animal abuse at the very least. Oh my god, because I stopped trying to sleep. But yeah. I don't know, it's just, I really do not feel anything towards this thing. I mean, because, like... God, I can't focus right now. I don't know if I would necessarily say that, like, it's worth it. I mean, again, I think if I remember right, the physical defense stat is crazy, like at 120. But other than that, it's just like... I mean, not to mention, it gained like a 4 times weakness to water because of the rock typing. I don't know, I don't think it's worth it. I mean, that's not to say, though, I hate it. I think it's gonna go in the same tier as Slugma, where it's just like, indifference, don't care. Oh god, I am so sorry that, like, I am not providing as much commentary. I'm, like, seriously falling asleep here. And I shouldn't be. Oh boy, next up is a favorite of mine. Because anybody who loves Clannad will tell me that this isn't Boltan. Boltan. Next up is Swinub! Oh boy, Swinub or Urimu. Urimu! Oh my god, Urimu is a dual-type ice ground Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Piloswine at level 33, which then evolves into Mamoswine when leveled up while knowing Ancient Power. It is known as the Pig Pokemon, and it can have either Oblivious or Snowcloak from Generation 4 onward as a normal ability, with Thick Fat as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Swinub is a small porcine Pokemon. Living in frigid temperatures, Swinub is covered in dense brown striped hair to keep it warm. The hair is so shaggy that it often covers its tuft-like small legs, making it appear like a legless lump.
Swinub's eyes appear as if they are perpetually closed. The only time that Swinub's eyes have been seen open was in the manga, during the battle between Price and Erika in Bringing Up Blossom, when Price ordered his Swinub to dodge Erika's Skiploom's attack. That's interesting. Swinub uses its Swinub uses its pink pig-like nose to dig through mud and snow, looking for anything edible. Occasionally, it will come across hot springs while scouring the ground. Its favorite food is a type of mushroom that grows beneath dead trees, though it also eats berries. When a Swinub finds an attractive smell, it will run desperately to find out the source of the aroma. It inhabits cold places, such as icy caves, mountainous regions, and frozen tundra. And in terms of these stats, they're not great. Much like a lot of my favorite Pokemon, it feels like. Wow, okay. So HP, physical attack, and speed are all tied at 50, with physical defense at 40, and special attack and special defense both tied at 30 for lowest stats. But here's the thing, as I said before, like, Swinub is so fucking cute. Honestly, I feel like the only reason why I like Swinub so much is because of Clannad. Like, I mean, I think of Bolton every time I see Swinub, and I'm just like, poohee, 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 poohee. You know, like Bolton, kills little pet pig. I think it's supposed to be a pig. Yeah, it's a pig. But yeah, it's so cute. It's just like, it just looks like a little nubbin. It's so nubby. It's so nugget. It's just so cute. I would not mind a plushie of this. I would hug it. It deserves to be hugged. It deserves to be hugged. And it's like, again, I would also love if it just said poohee. Like, all damn day. I'd be like, yes, please, lap dog. Lap pig. Lap pig. Honestly, I think I would put it in the S tier, because it's so fucking cute. Man, again, the S tier really is going to be, like, the Pokemon that are just the cutest to me. And all because of associations, too. But it's just, like, I love it. It's so cute. Bolton. Bolton kawaii yo. Kawaii. Kawaii. Alright, moving on. Oh boy, okay. Number 221 in the global dex. And we're keeping up with the pigs. It is Piloswine. Alright, so Piloswine, or Inomu, retains its dual typing of ice and ground. It has a Swinub along. It is still known as the Swine Pokemon, and it still retains the abilities as it did as a Swinub, and the biology is as follows. Oh my god, it's a mammoth! Piloswine is a big, brown, furry porcine Pokemon with an impressive hump on its back. It also has 2 tusks made of ice, which seem small but can be lethal. These tusks thicken when it snows, and they are smaller on a female Piloswine than on a male. It has floppy ears that are sensitive to sound. Piloswine has 2 beady eyes in its head. However, these are usually covered up by tufts of fur. As it is usually As it is usually unable to see, it checks surroundings with its sensitive pig-like nose instead. As a result, Piloswine is constantly charging at foes when it moves. The hairs on its back stand up straight as a warning sign for this. Piloswine's thick fur allows it to survive in harshly cold environments that it inhabits, such as icy caves, mountainous regions, and frozen tundra. Its fur is so long that it usually covers its small hooved legs. Despite the small size of its legs, its hooves ensure even footing on icy ground. Piloswine often digs for food buried beneath snow and ice using its tusks. Anyway, in terms of the stats, now keep in mind we're not covering mammal swine in this. HP and physical attack actually go up a lot, but to 100 with physical defense at 80, special attack and special defense both tied at 60, and speed at 50. Honestly, this isn't bad. Like, this is pretty well-rounded, all things considered. Like, it's not speedy, but again, considering that it's both ice and ground, it makes sense. Oh, the jump scare song. That's interesting. Anyway, I will say, like, it's very interesting the fact that, like, because I think about Mamoswine, but, like, with Piloswine, it's like, you would kind of, like, it is kind of an interesting thing. Like, it's supposed to be based off of, like, a, I guess, a tusked pig. I mean, Swinub doesn't have that, but Piloswine does, and Mamoswine definitely does. But the thing is, I always got more of a mammoth, woolly mammoth, vibe from this. Just missing the trunk. But honestly, like, Piloswine can be adorable. Like, it can be. You know? It's, like, just imagine, it's very much like Piloswine is essentially, like, Bolton from Clannad After Story. Like, this is, like, basically Bolton grown up. But yeah, honestly, the stats aren't even that bad either. But yeah, it's just, it's alright. It's alright. But I do like the idea that there's, like, because of the fact that, like, it's essentially blind. It's very much like a shaggy dog, too. I don't know, like, it can be really cute, but I don't know if I would necessarily, like, I don't know, honestly. Honestly, I think I would put Piloswine in, like, the high B tier. Because it's like, it can be cute, but I think the stats just need to be a little bit better in order for it to be moved up to the A tier. But again, like, it's not bad, it's just, you know, gotta think about it. Gotta think about it. Anyway, moving on. Who do we have next? I don't remember. Oh, this Pokemon that I have a bit of a soft spot for. Oh, and it has a different form. I forgot this one had a regional variant. Anyway, it's Corsola! Corsola! And then, of course, we got Depression. I mean, sorry, Galarian Corsola. Can you blame me? Alright, so... Corsola. Corsola, or Sun Eagle, is a dual-type water-rock Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. However, in Galar, Corsola has a Ghost-type regional form, and it can also evolve into Cursola at level 38. However, Johtonian Corsola is not known to evolve into or form any other Pokemon. It is known as the Coral Pokemon, and Johtonian... Johtonian... I like my version better, Johtoin. Johtonian Corsola can have either Hustle or Natural Cure as a regular ability, whereas Galarian Corsola has Weak Armor as a normal ability. However, even the hidden abilities are weird too. So, Johtoin Corsola can have Regenerator as a hidden ability, and Galarian Corsola Cursed Body. So in terms of Johtoin Corsola biology, it states... Corsola is a small, pink, roundish anthozoan Pokemon with branch-like growths on its back, which are similar to coral. There is a smaller, blunt horn on its forehead, and it has black oval eyes. It has a light blue underside, which speckles towards the sides. Its 4 legs and 2 arms are blunt and stubby. Another Lake of Rage. When are we gonna get the one Lake of Rage music I have on here? Smaller Pokemon like Horsea and Luvdisc are sometimes sheltered by Corsola's branches, and even offer protection from foes. Corsola's horn is a prized material, commonly used for jewelry and carving as seen in the anime. Some people keep Corsola branches as charms to protect... Some people keep Corsola branches as charms to promote safe childbirth. Corsola's branches glitter very beautifully in 7 colors when they catch sunlight. If any branch breaks off, this Pokemon grows its back in just one night. Found in the warm, shallow waters of southern seas, Corsola requires clean water to live. If its habitat is dirty, the growths on its back become discolored and degenerate. Much like real coral. However, when it is healthy, its growth... Okay. My mouth is getting a little confused. However, when it is healthy, its growths regularly shed and grow back. It is able to regrow them over the course of a single night. It forms large social groups. Occasionally, these groups get so large that people may live atop them, as is the case in Pacific Log Town. I think that's in Hoenn, right? In the Alola region, Moraine and Toxapex are natural predators of Corsola, preying on its branches. If pursued by them, Corsola will sometimes snap its own branches off as a diversion. Conversely, Moraine and Toxapex do not prey on Corsola in the Galar region, having not developed a taste for its branches. God, you want to know what the funny part about that is? Is that, actually, okay, I'll wait to tell the story after we get through the, stats. Alright, so we got depression here. Alright, so Galarian Corsola were wiped out by sudden changes in the climate and ocean temperature, turning them into ghost types. Its body is a bleached white with half-closed pink eyes and a perpetual frown, and its arms and branches have a distinctly semi-transparent appearance to them. Not the Megalovania solo. These branches are incorporeal and can disappear at will. They cannot cause injuries or pain, but they can be used to take root inside and drain the life force of others, and will immobilize the victim until Galarian Corsola lets them go. Galarian Corsola are commonly found in the remains of prehistoric seas, and while they can be mistaken for ordinary rocks, they will curse anybody who kicks them by accident. Galarian Corsola consumes spirit energy from the life force it absorbs. This diet eventually causes Corsola's shell to break, its body to become incorporeal, and its spirit energy to pour out, thus completing its evolution into Cursola. Oh my god. Alright, so in terms of the stats... Oh, there's 3 stat blocks. Okay, so for regular Corsola, we have 2 stat blocks, one for generation 2 to 6, and then one from generation 7 onward. Wow, it got buffed in Alola. What the fuck? Anyway, the stats. So, so special attack stat is 65, excuse me, with physical attack at 55 and speed at 35. The main differences, of course, lie in the physical defense stat and the special defense stat. Oh, HP, physical defense, and special defense stat, which go from top to bottom, 55, 85, and 85 to 65 and 95. So it actually got a buff to its defense in Generation 7 for regular Corsola. And in terms of Galarian Corsola, or Depression as I like to call it, physical defense and special defense stats are both tied at 100, keeping in line with its regular stats. With special attack at 65, HP at 60, physical attack at 55, and speed at 30. So 5 points less than regular Corsola. So I don't have a lot of experience with Galarian Corsola. I think if I remember right, Galarian Corsola is a version exclusive Pokemon, and I didn't have the version because, of course. Like, let me see. Can you find it in Sword? No. You would have to trade it. Like a bitch! Sorry. It's just, I hate that. It's like, come on. Again, I always pick the version that somehow everybody doesn't like, but has the shitty Pokemon in it. I hate it so much. Anyway. I will say, though, in terms of Galarian Corsola, I do like the design. Like, I joke around about it being, like, depression, but it's like, because here's the thing, right? Considering that Galar's, story in terms of, like, the big bad is about this energy crisis, which, considering this game came out in 2019, where climate change is a pretty big deal now, and Galarian Corsola pretty much represents the very real consequence of global warming and shit on real-life coral, because that is what coral does. Like, it bleaches white. Like, it dies. Because of, because of global warming. And I think if I remember right, what did it say for, yeah, changes in the climate and ocean temperature. So yeah, like, this is a very real consequence of global warming in the Pokemon world. I just wish that Galar focused a little bit more on the climate change as opposed to, like, to the... I guess, well, then again, I mean, the energy... because here's the thing, right? Little spoilers for Galar, for Sword and Shield base game, is that you find out at some point, I don't remember who, I think it's from Chairman Rose, you find out from him that Galar is essentially set to face an energy crisis 10,000 years in the future. And the thing is, right, is that, yes, it's topical because while we're not going through an energy crisis, the thing is that, like, you know, we have to, we're trying to figure out and get other countries to follow a plan where the energy is more renewable, thus stopping our usage of fossil fuels so we don't burn up the world, essentially. Anyway, but with Galar, you know, I think they do use coal, which isn't good. But I don't remember if that's part of the energy crisis or if they're just relying on the Dynamaxing. But the thing is, right, is that, like, and this is one of the biggest, I will say this is one of the biggest critiques that I have with Sword and Shield, even though I did enjoy the game up to that point, was the fact that, like, as I said before, the energy crisis is 10,000 years in the future. And Chairman Rose is worried about it now, and it's like, bro, you're gonna be long dead by then. You don't have to worry about it. But the funny thing is that it's like, he's just like, well, fuck it, no one's caring about this as much as I do, so I'll just set off Eternatus. I'll just unleash this powerful fucking Pokemon that can wreck the world as we know it in order to help solve the energy crisis 10,000 years in the future. And it's just like, my guy, like, this is the personification of, like, anxiety. It's just like, you are worrying too much about an event that is going to happen long after your time. Like, here's the thing, I get the message it was going for, that, like, you know, adults need to plan the future for think about the future now so that future generations aren't left fixing the mess. Like, I get the message behind that. It just, like, the execution, like, it's just the fact that, like, it was 10,000 years in the future. If this energy crisis was happening, like, either currently within the game story or was going to happen, like, so soon, then I would have I wouldn't have any issue. But it's just not. Anyway, I say all that because energy crisis can relate to climate crisis, and thus, of course, we have Depression Corsola here, where it just looks like it wants to kill itself. I mean, then again, it's like, it's a ghost, it's basically already dead. It just can't rest. Anyway, I would have liked to have Galarian Corsola if I had Shield, but no, I have to consistently pick the worser version. Reminds me of, like, when we get to Galar, it's like, I'm gonna talk about Flapple and Appleton, and it's like, yet another choice that my decision kicked me in the ass for. Anyway, so Corsola here. I like the design. I like the design of Corsola. Why is the picture so huge? Anyway, but yeah, Corsola, I really do like the design. Like, it's really nice, and I really like the pink and the blue together. It is kind of funny that's considered blue, and it's like, that looks more white, if anything. Like, let me see, did I describe it as... Okay, it's light blue. It's fine. But yeah, not to mention, I think part of the reason why I'm so attached to Corsola is because one of my closest friends, her favorite Pokemon is Corsola, but she loves the shiny form, which is basically just blue and white. Honestly, now thinking about it, is Corsola trans? No, I should express, like, is Corsola, you know, trans rights? Into trans rights? Corsola says trans rights. Anyway, sorry about that. But yeah, I really do like the design. And I think the funny thing is, because if you remember, it says in the Alolan, it says that in Alola, like, Corsola is basically preyed upon by Moraine and Toxapex. You want to know the funny thing is about that? Is that... So, I had to do this. So here's the thing. I really do like Moraine / Toxapex. Like, I do like the potential it has. However, I can't catch a Moraine naturally. I have to summon it when a Pokemon sends out an SOS call. And the thing is, Moraine only shows up with Corsola. And it's really funny, because the thing is... Sorry, I got distracted. And the thing is, right, is that, like, you know, we have these specific fishing spots in Alola, and you can catch Corsola in the first on the first island. You know, so long as, you know, as soon as you can get, like, the Lapras ride, it's like, or Sharpedo ride, it's like, you can do it. But the thing is, Corsola, I think if I remember right, is a 1 or 5% encounter rate. And it's like, oh. And then you have to sit there and wait for however long for it to summon a Moraine. And it's just really funny to think about, like, that's like, basically, if you want to catch this one Pokemon, you essentially have to draw out what I can only assume is an endangered animal out of its hiding place in order to summon its predator. And it's just like, what? I feel like this is against the law, or at the very least, like, the rules of nature a little bit. It's like sure, it's like we're just speeding up the cycle of nature here. Just like, I don't know, I find that little factoid really funny. Because it's like, sure, let me put this Corsola in danger if I want to catch its predator. It's fun, though. It's fun. I just wish it was good in battle. I wish it was good in battle. Like, I mean, okay, let me check the stats again. I mean, okay, the physical defense and special defense stat ain't that bad. But it's just, it's like... I think it's supposed to be a case of, like, I think it's supposed to be another case of, like, a little bit of a staller, but maybe in a lower tier. If that makes sense. Honestly, I would probably put it in A tier. Because I do like the design. And I do like Galarian Corsola's design. It's so good, even if it is, like, Suicide Core. I'm going to hell for saying that. But yeah, it's fun. Alright, we're almost done. Alright, next up is 223. We have this next. Okay, this is a weirdie. Next up is Remoraid. Get the raid bottle. Alright, so Remoraid, or Tepual. Tepual? Tepual. Oh, that's a weird pronunciation. Alright, so, Remoraid, or Tepual, is a pure water-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Octillery at level 25. However, if a Remoraid is in the party when a Mantike levels up, the Mantike evolves into Mantine. However, this will not affect the Remoraid, and it continues to be a separate Pokemon. It is known as the Jet Pokemon, and it can have either Hustle or Sniper as a regular ability from Generation 4 onwards, with Moody as a hidden ability. What the hell is Moody? Raises one stat and lowers another. What the fuck? It's hormonal? And the biology is as quote. Remoraid is a light blue Piscine Pokemon with saucer-like eyes and a mouth with 4 pointed teeth. There are 2 dark stripes on its back that resembles the barrel of a revolver. Revolver ocelot, no. It has a single pelvic fin is positioned like a revolver's trigger, 2 small pectoral fins, and a dorsal fin near its mouth resembling a gun's front sight. In addition, it has 2 caudal fins, the bottom of which resembling the butt of a gun and the top resembling the hammer. All of its fins except for the dorsal fin are white. It was once believed that Remoraid would not truly evolve into Octillery due to their vastly differing appearances. Remoraid is well known for its ability to shoot jets of water out of its mouth with incredible accuracy and distance. It uses its abdominal muscles to do so, often to shoot down prey, such as Burmy, out of the air. The water attack can reach its prey from over 300 feet or 100 meters away, even when the prey is moving or flying. Because of this, Remoraid is referred to as the sniper of the seas. When threatened, it can also shoot water to propel itself backward. Remoraid tends to travel by attaching to Mantine's fins or in large groups of its own kind. It attaches itself by using its dorsal fin, which acts like a suction pad. When attached to a Mantine, it feeds on whatever the Mantine leaves behind, but will fight alongside it as well. A school of Remoraid is often seen working together and traveling with a Mantike, helping it achieve its evolution into Mantine. Remoraid is a sea-dwelling Pokemon, traveling downstream from rivers, especially when evolution draws near. And in terms of these stats, wow. Physical attack, special attack, and speed are all tied at 65, with HP, physical defense, and special defense all tied at 35. So literally highest and lowest. Pretty good, not gonna lie. So it is interesting. The fact that this Pokemon is supposed to be based off of a gun. I mean, it's interesting, considering, like, it's very interesting. Like, a fish gun, a water gun. Oh, that might be the pun. A water gun shaped like a fish. That makes sense, actually. I don't know. I mean, then again, you just get reminded of Nerf. I was gonna say something like, I mean, I know Japan, like, Japan doesn't normally, like, Japan's not like America with its gun laws, because, I think if I remember right, only people in law enforcement are allowed to carry guns. Other than that, like, like, you know, guns are not available to the public in Japan. I mean, I think, and I know, it has something to do with gun laws, I know that. Which is surprising. It's like, how the fuck does this country have better gun laws than we do? But who knows, right? But yeah, I can't believe it took me until now to realize, like, oh, it's a water gun. It's so stupid. It does make me wonder, though, like, what if you... I mean, I remember playing with water guns back then when I was a kid. Using the pool waters, like, you know, the streams of water. Oh, excuse me. But yeah. Other than that, though, I don't really have, like, any, like, special feelings towards this thing. It's just there. I mean, if anything, I only know about Remoraid because of the Mantine stuff. Honestly, I think it might go in the C tier, because it's just, like, it's not that I don't like it, it's just, like, it's just, I don't know, I feel it. I just feel it. It's like, I feel like it deserves to be in the C tier. But yeah, it's just, I can't believe, it's just so funny considering, like, why would you want to, like, advertise a Pokemon based off of a gun? Especially when it's, like, for kids, because I know for a fact, like, because, actually, was the Pokemon anime, I know the Pokemon anime in the early episodes was censored. I'm just trying to remember, was it done by a separate company or by 4Kids?
Because I know 4Kids had some pretty infamous censorship stuff. I mean, but then I guess then again, it's like the design itself is not evocative of a gun. Does that make sense? Like it's like, would you really get a gun out of this if you were a kid? I don't think so. Anyway, moving on. Alright. Excuse me. 224. Alright, we have 3 more Pokemon to check out, and then we can take our break. Alright, so next up is Octillery! I was gonna say, I think this is our first octopus Pokemon, but then I was like, well, wait a minute, what about Tentacool and Tentacruel? And it's like, Then again, Octillery I think is the first octopus Pokemon, whereas Tentacool and Tentacruel are probably more equivalent to squid, which are different. Anyway, Octillery, or Okutenku, or Akutan. It's supposed to be Okutank. Retains its pure water type, and it has a Remoraid. It is known as the Jet Pokemon. It can have either Suction Cups or Sniper as its regular ability from Generation 4 onward, and retains the Moody Hidden ability. And the biology for it is as follows. Octillery is a red cephalopod-like Pokemon with large round eyes and a turret-like mouth. There are yellow bumps on its rock-hard head and yellow suction cups on each of its 8 tentacles. These suction cups and yellow bumps are smaller on a female Octillery. It uses its tentacles for manipulating objects, and the suction cups give it strong gripping power. Because of this, it is very hard for it to be blown away. I mean, how heavy is this bitch? Oh, 62 pounds. That's actually surprisingly not that heavy. Octillery is a relaxed Pokemon who loves fuss from its trainer. So you mean to tell me it's spoiled? Okay. Even though it is more docile when domesticated, it can be very stubborn at times in the wild. It instinctively sneaks into rocky holes or pots, and if it gets sleepy, it steals the nest of a fellow Octillery. When threatened, it will spurt ink from its mouth to cover itself before escaping, allowing it to protect itself and its young from danger. Octillery's ink obscures vision and contains substances that dull predators' sense of smell. Octillery also uses this ink on its prey, before its suction cups hold the prey tightly. Its ink can also be used as a cooking ingredient. Oh, I think was that? I was basically trying to think of that's right, I remember that with Galar when you're using it to cook curry. But I'm like, wait a minute, is it Octillery ink or Octillery tentacle? I don't remember. Where am I? Besides ink, Octillery sometimes uses its rock-hard head on its foes. Prior to Generation 8, oh wow, Octazooka was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Octillery is normally found in oceans and caves. For a long time, people refused to believe Octillery was an evolution of Remoraid, because of the extreme physical differences between the two. It is thought to be a distant relative to Omastar. How, though? In terms of these stats... Hi, Deoxys. Physical attack and special attack stats are both tied at 105, with HP, physical defense, and special defense at 75, and speed at 45. So a little more balanced, but, yeah. Octillery. I think I have one. I'm not gonna lie, it's like, this thing... I'm not saying it's bad, but I think I've only used it for ice-type stuff, and it's like, I don't have stab. Oh, excuse me. But, it is kind of an interesting design. It honestly reminds me of Birdo from Mario Party. Not Mario Party. I mean, to be fair, that is where Birdo appears, but yeah, it just reminds me of Birdo.
I mean, to be fair though, I can see how this is a good Pokemon, but it's also just like, it's one of those Pokemon I feel like, honestly, doesn't, like... I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. It's just like, you know... It's just one of those Pokemon that I think can stick with you. But it's also just very, like... I don't know. I think about the animations, and it's just like... It moves in that, like, Predator-like way of, like, creepy. Actually, oh! Okay. I think the reason it freaks me... It reminds me of, like... Ursula from The Little Mermaid with the animation of Octillery, where it's just like the tentacles are just constantly moving. They don't sit still, and it's just like, I don't know, like there's something like just like there's something about that. But still, I can see how this is a good Pokemon. Where would I put it though? I don't think it's as bad in this. I don't think it's bad in the C tier. It doesn't deserve there. What am I listening to? Oh! Oh, this is a new song I added to the playlist. Yeah, this was a new song I added to the playlist. Because I was on here last week trying to look up songs for the other playlists. And this one just came out like a few days ago by the time I did it. Anyway, I think Octillery will be in the high B tier. Not to mention, like, I just realized the freaking pun. Octillery. Artillery. Is that how you spell it? That's not... Those aren't even letters. Octillery. Is that how you spell it? I ask myself constantly. Yeah, it is. Alright, but yeah, I don't think it's a bad Pokemon. It's just, I don't know. It's also just like, there's something about it. Something about it. Alright, next up. Oh boy. This Pokemon that's a gimmick. This Pokemon that's a gimmick. Delibird! This is our, first penguin Pokemon? Alright, Delibird, or Delibirdo, is a dual ice flying type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is known as the delivery Pokemon. It can have either Vital Spirit or Hustle as a normal ability, with Insomnia as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Actually, let me check. Okay. Delibird is a red avian Pokemon with a white hollow tail. Hollow?! Where's the tail? Its face and chest are covered in white feathers with two three-pointed crests above its eyes. Black markings surround its circular eyes, and it has a light yellow beak and feet. There is a single white spot on its stomach. Its feet have 2 digits each. Delibird is oh god, I know what this word is. Delibird is omnivorous. It carries food bundled up in its tail. It normally gives stored food to its chicks, but has been known to share its food with humans stranded on icy mountains. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Delibird is known to sleep while occasionally reaching inside its tail to pull something out. This is its tail? Sorry, this is its tail? It's not just a sack? That's weird. Where am I? Prior to Generation 9, Delibird was the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Present by leveling up. Present allows it to carry special items in its tail that may cause damage or heal its opponent. In a flock, the Delibird with the largest tail is its leader. Delibird tends to live in mountainous regions, making its nests over sharp cliffs, notably around Mount Everest. That exists in Pokemon 2? Man, we had South America, like... Where? Which Pokemon was it that was like... oh, South America? And it's like, huh? Anyway, for the stats, not terrible. I mean, speed is as high as at 75, with special attack at 65, and physical attack at 55, with HP, physical defense, and special defense all tied at 45. Just a bunch of fabs, huh? Alright. Oh, God. Sorry, I just saw something that was like really nostalgia bait. Anyway. So this is a gimmick Pokemon. Like, obviously, I think it's honestly supposed to represent Santa. Like, this is basically like the Pokemon version of Santa. But the thing is that, right, is that Delibird is a bit of a gimmick Pokemon, because it can only learn one move, which is Present, and as the biology stated, Present, it can either heal you or hurt you. And I guess, and the thing is, like, I mean, am I right about that? Like, the whole Present thing? No, I can't be. Am I stupid? Yeah, I'm stupid. I was like, Present is the only move it learns. No, it doesn't. I don't know. I think that's the thing with me. It's just like, that's what I think about in terms of Delibird. It's just the move Present. So I cannot be fucking leave this as a tail. I thought it was a sack. I mean, I guess it's like, I mean, it is a sack. But I just thought, like, it was a separate thing. I didn't think it was a tail. Like, what kind of tail is this? There shouldn't be. But yeah, it's meant to be Santa. I mean, you can even see like right here on the bottom, like the not the suit, like basically something you would imagine Santa wearing. And I think if I don't know, I could be wrong here, but I think this is like the first penguin Pokemon. I mean, it definitely looks like a penguin. But still, I do know that these motherfuckers are annoying, but it's also just a gimmick. I genuinely don't know what the purpose of getting Delibird was, unless you wanted to play, like, high risk, high reward, I guess. Like, what determines, like, when it uses Present, what determines it to either help or hurt you? I don't know. Like, it has to be percentage based, maybe, I don't know. It's just, but yeah, I mean, I will say this, I like the design of it, but it's just like, it's meant to be Santa. Santa Bird. Santa Bird. Again, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but it's like, but I don't like the fact that it's a gimmick Pokemon. I mean, again, you can use Delibird for other purposes, but to me, it's like, I'm always going to remember it as the present bird, the Santa Bird. God, that picture cannot be that big. Honestly, I think I would put it in the lower B tier. Delibird. That is a couple letters off from being another VTuber that I'm not going to mention because, boy, is she a hot topic. And I'd rather not draw attention to myself. Anyway, last Pokemon before the break. And I did check the time. We're only 3 hours in. Okay, the Pokemon. I keep saying the Pokemon. The playlist just had to have a little bit of a time. All right, so last Pokemon before we go on break is Mantine, and there's the Remoraid right there. All right, Mantine or Mantine. Okay, Japanese name is the same. It's just spelled differently. It is a dual water flying type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Mantine when leveled up with a Remoraid in the party. It is known as the Kite Pokemon, and it can have either Swift Swim or Water Absorb as a normal ability, with Water Veil as its hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Mantine is a large ray-like Pokemon. Its body is dark blue on the overside, and it has large wing-like fins with a black ring-shaped mark on top of either fin, and a jagged outline on the front rim at the bottom. Its head has 2 long protrusions resembling horns or antennae, and 2 more black ring-shaped marks on the back. 2 pairs of gills are visible on its pinkish-gray underside, as well as a pair of beady eyes and a small mouth. Its body has a coarse texture. Mantine lives in open seas where it swims freely, often in schools where they race one another. It can breach out of the water and fly 300 feet or 100 meters into the air if it builds up enough speed. In the past, it was often misidentified. Oh, that's cool. It was often misidentified as a bird Pokemon by observers who saw this behavior. Mantine is sometimes seen with a Remoraid attached to the underside of one of its fins, scavenging for its leftovers and fighting together with it when attacked. Mantine has a docile nature and doesn't mind the Remoraid clinging onto its fin. In Alola, many surfers ride waves and travel between islands on the backs of Mantine. This has made it an icon in the region, being featured on souvenir postcards and posters. This must be something new for Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, because I don't have that. You surf with Lapras and Sharpedo. Alright, so Mantine has 2 stat blocks. One from generations 2 to 6, and then another from generation 7 onwards. So, special defense is its highest stat at 140. That's crazy. With physical defense and speed both at 70. Oh, special attack is at 80, I apologize. And physical attack is at 40. The main difference is its HP stat going from 65 to 85, so a 20-point increase. And honestly, it's almost at 500 stat total. That's not bad. God, that special defense stat is insane. Yeah, so obviously this is supposed to be based off of a manta ray. And honestly, I had a fun experience with a manta ray. And I do mean this in like a serious way. I'm not saying that like, oh my god, it was the most horrible experience ever, no. I remember going to the zoo down in Florida and petting, actually, a stingray / manta ray. That was fun. It was weird, though. They are slimy, by the way. But yeah, and in terms of, like, the Pokemon here, it's like, it's alright. I mean, that special defense stat is crazy. Like, I cannot believe it has that high of a stat. But yeah, it's just like, but yeah, it's like, you know, manta rays, I feel like, are cool animals, sorry. They are pretty cool sea creatures, because it's just like, I mean, it's just, they're so flat. Like, they're just flat. Like, flat as a pancake, most of the time. And, you know, and it's just like, and it makes you, and it's like, how the fuck can you see? How the fuck can you eat? You know, and it's just like, it just proves to you just like how resourceful these creatures are. And then you have Mantine here, where it's just like, it can actually fly. Like, it's like, I mean, I know again, it's supposed to be based off of a manta ray, but I wonder if the fact that, like, it's said that, like, it can breach the water, if it's also supposed to be, like, if that's specifically supposed to be based off of a whale, because whales are known to breach for air. But it's like, clearly you can see that, like, you know, this has gills. Like, let me see, what does Bulbapedia have for the trivia? Oh, I guess manta rays do that. Whoopsie. I thought it was a whale. Okay. God, I'm so stupid. Again, don't ever look to me for facts. I'm just gonna say shit that is wrong all the time. But yeah, I mean, I also remember this Pokemon briefly from the 3rd movie. Like, that was... Man. Again, I will say, I've never used a Mantine before. I do think it is cool. I just don't know if I would necessarily want it on my team. I don't know. Honestly, I think I would put it in the high B tier. Like, it seems cool, and I like manta rays. They are cool, but I don't know if I would necessarily want it on my team. Alright, so that was the, I think we're 3/4 of the way through now of the Johto decks. So let's give a quick recap before we go to break. In the S tier, we have Bayleaf, Meganium, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Crobat, Mary, Flaffy, Ampharos, Espeon, Teddiursa, and Swinub. A tier, we have Chikorita, Furret, Pichu, Cleffa, Igglybuff, Togepi, Blossom, Azumarill, Sudowoodo, Umbreon, Steelix, and Corsola. High B tier, Quilava, Typhlosion, Croconaw, Feraligatr, Chinchou, Lantern, Togetic, Marill, Politoed, Jumpluff, Quagsire, Misdreavus, Gligar, Scizor, Heracross, Ursaring, Piloswine, Octillery, and Mantine. Low B tier. What is this music? Oh, here's the Lake of Rage music that I was wondering. Yeah, like this was, I remember we did not listen to this last stream. It was weird. Anyway, low B tier. Sentret, Hoothoot, Noctowl, Ariados, Natu, Xatu, Hoppip, Skiploom, I keep wanting to say Ipom, Apom, Sunflora, Yanma, Wooper, Slowking, Unknown, Girafarig, Dunsparce, Snubble, Shuckle, Sneasel, Slugma, Macargo, and Delibird. And in the C tier, Ledybug, Ledian, Spinarak, Sunkern, Murkrow, Wobbuffet, Pineco, Fortress, Gramble, Quillfish, and Remoraid. Alright, so the B tier is of course getting more Pokemon added to it. But hey, at least we don't have as many in the C tier now by this point, which is good. And of course we have a lot more Pokemon in the S and A tier now. Cool. Alright. And we're just over 3 hours. Coolio. Cool. But yeah, cool. Actually, man, I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to stop this music because I do like this version of Lake of Rage. Alright, well, we have to. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Alright, so... Oh, goddamn it, I really gotta fucking... Oh, boy. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna be taking a quick break. But yeah, we're just barely 3 hours into this. We're doing good on time. And I'm not feeling sleepy anymore, which thank God. Anyway, so what this means is that you can get something to eat, something to drink, go into the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're gonna be taking at the very least, a 30-minute break. And I think I'm gonna do what I did last time, which is I'm gonna mute my mic so that I can conserve my energy, rest my throat a little bit, and let you guys just enjoy the sweet lo-fi beats. So, I'll see you all in a little bit.
by the way, quick little aside to say, I have cake. I have cake. So I have something special to eat for my birthday. Okay, I'm gonna go back on mute. See you later.
Alright. I think we're ready to get back into this. Just about 30 minutes, give or take. Alright, I don't feel sleepy anymore. And we have just over... I believe if I remember right, we have just over 20-something Pokemon left? I mean, we're at 227, and this ends at 251, so I think that's like, what, 27? Not 27. 24? Let me check. Yeah, 24. Okay. Alright, okay, let me get the, waiting screen up. Oh boy. Okay, okay. I fucked up. I see. I see. I see. I see. Johto, there it is. In case. Alright, excuse me, I'm doing a little bit of excuse me. Alright. Hopefully that should be good. Did I minimize this? I did. I almost fucked up. Alright. Back into the meat of it. Alright, so where we left off at, we had just finished ranking Mantine in the high B tier. So now we move on to number 227, and that is Skarmory. I can't be the only one who constantly thinks Skarmory is in Hoenn instead of Johto. Like, you know what I mean? Anyway. Alright, so Skarmory, or Amido, is a dual steel flying type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is known as the Armor Bird Pokemon, and it can have either Keen Eye or Sturdy as a normal ability with Weak Armor as its hidden ability. The biology for Skarmory is as follows. Skarmory is a silver-gray avian Pokemon with a long metallic blue neck, legs, and tail. I'm not the only one who thinks the music is loud, right? It shouldn't be. There's Lugia! Fucking Lugia, man. Sorry. It has yellow eyes, a pointed beak with several pointed teeth, and a triangular crest on its head. There are red feathers under the sheaths that cover its sharp wings, and each feather can be moved independently. Its wings are actually hollow, allowing it to travel up to 185 miles per hour, or 300 kilometers per hour. Its feet have 3 toes on them, 2 in front and 1 in back, and its tail has hooked ends. Its steel wings become tattered and bashed Its steel wings become tattered and bashed in from repeated battles, but once a year the battered wings grow back completely. This process restores the cutting edges of its feathers, which are sharp enough to be used as blades and sharper than any man-made sword. Its skin and feathers are solid due to being raised in very harsh conditions. Its nests are usually found in thorn bushes, where continual scratching of a young individual's skin will eventually harden it into an iron-like state. However, water can cause Skarmory's hard body to rust easily, so it stays in its nest on rainy days. In ancient regions where these Pokemon are common, warriors would use the sharp feathers that fell off Skarmory as swords. It is a popular Pokemon that is used for heraldic designs, and in Galar, it has violent territorial clashes with Corviknight. In Blueberry Academy, Skarmory is used for the school's flying taxi service. In Generation 5, Steel Wing was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. And in terms of the stats, obviously, as is with most Steel-type Pokemon, its physical defense stat is its highest at 140, with physical attack at 80, special defense and speed both tied at 70, HP at 65, and special attack at a measly 40. Again, certain stats make sense with certain types. So Skarmory, as I said before, I always forget that this Pokemon originated in Johto instead of Hoenn. And I think a lot of that is because, I associate Skarmory with Hoenn. And I think it's because of the fact that when I was playing through Aura, I think it's Route 113. And the only reason I recognize that route is because of the song. When you're playing through that route, you just run into a shit ton of Skarmory in this ash-covered region from the mountain. And it's but yeah, it's just weird. But I will say the Skarmory are fucking annoying. Mainly because I can never remember what it's weak to. Right? Because it's Flying Steel. Alright, well I know the weaknesses for both. I mean, Flying is Ice, Electric, Rock. I think that's it. Whereas for Steel, it's Fire, Fighting, and I think Rock as well? Let me check. Well, I guess I shouldn't. But yeah, but the thing is with Skarmory is that, according to this, it's it's only weak to fire and electric, and it's well, I can't and it's a lot of the times I don't have that. Not to mention, I think about, because the thing is with Skarmory is that, at least in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team, you have, Skarmory is the first boss that you face, on Mount Steel. And it's, and if you're not careful, this thing can wreck you. But regardless, I will say, I do like the idea of a bird that is almost entirely made of metal being able to fly. And I should express, a living bird, not just a contraption. Not a man-made thing, an actual creature being made of metal and being able to fly. And I will say, I do like the the animation of the wings. In the 3D games, you see Skarmory, when it goes to attack, it'll spread out its wings, and it's just the feathers, quote unquote, they just spread out like a fan. A metal fan, and then just return back to their stationary position. I don't know, I really like that animation. And again, I really do like the concept of this, but I don't think I've ever used a Skarmory on my team. I don't know, I've never used a Skarmory on my team. Excuse me. I do remember catching Skarmory. Oh, that's another thing too. For some reason, I don't know if this is just my awful luck at play sometimes, or if this is just a natural thing, but does anyone else have a hard time trying to catch Skarmory? For some reason, you'll just stand there with its HP in the red, and yet for some reason, it just won't stay in the fucking ball. It's you have to throw 5 or 10 Pokeballs before it finally is alright, I guess I'll go with you. And it's why? I mean, is that supposed to be a thing? Is that supposed to happen? It shouldn't. Right? It shouldn't. Anyway, I guess, okay, where would I rate this? Honestly, I would say the lower B tier. Again, like, I like the concept. And I do like, you know, some of its animations in the 3D games, but, you know, but my past experiences with this thing have just been bad, so there's that done. Alright, moving on. Excuse me. Excuse me. What's next? My God. I don't know what is going on with my throat right now. Alright, next up is Houndour. I remember you from one of the Pikachu shorts. Alright, so Houndour, or Derubiru, or Delville, is a dual dark fire type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Houndoom at level 24. It is known as the Dark Pokemon, and it can have either Early Bird or Flash Fire as a regular ability, with Unnerve as a hidden ability. The biology for Houndour is as quote: Houndour is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with short black fur and a red underbelly and muzzle. Its ears and tail are both short and pointed. 2 fangs protrude from its upper jaw, and its triangular nose is black. There are white bands on its ankles and rib-like ridges on its back. Houndour appears to have a simplistic, stylized skull on its forehead, with the eye orbits creating eyebrow patterning above its actual eyes. It also has circular red paw pads on each of its 3-toed paws. Houndour is an intelligent Pokemon that forms packs to hunt for prey and shows unparalleled teamwork. As seen in the anime, it will not abandon a pack member who is sick. It communicates using various barks and howls. Barks are used to determine the location of a pack member during a hunt, which only they can understand, while howls are used as a declaration of ownership over territory. They are known to be loyal and obedient to their trainers. Houndour can typically be found around rough terrain. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Houndour is known to howl while it sleeps. It is believed that Houndour is dreaming of hunting alongside the rest of its pack. That's so cute! Oh my God, it's like a husky. Just a lot less annoying, I say, even though Layla is part husky. And in terms of these stats... okay. Special attack is 80, highest stat, with speed at 65, physical attack at 60, special defense at 50, HP at 45, and physical defense at a measly 30. Oh, physical attack is at 60. I don't know if I mentioned that. I will say, it is a dog, and I do like dogs. I just don't know if I would have it on my team. I don't know. I mean, I think it is supposed... Like, here's the thing. I will say, I think it's supposed to be based off of Cerberus, you know. I mean, again, look at the coloring and, of course, like, the bands. I mean, granted, Houndoom is more of Cerberus than Houndour, but... It's, at the very least, you could see the beginnings of a Houndour there. My God, excuse me. Oh yeah, it's supposed to also be based off of a Hellhound. Hellhound. I mean, basically Cerberus. Oh, and it does say here its build and the coloration are similar to a Doberman. I can totally see that. Like, I owned a Doberman once. Not again. But yeah, I can see the Dobermans. Honestly, I feel like if anything, the body type gives me more of a Rottweiler. Like, I mean, I know Rottweilers are supposed to be more stout. Like, they're supposed to be a little, like,
They're not supposed to stand, like, as proud as this, but they're a little more stout. But I honestly get Rottweiler from this. You know? But yeah, I mean, I do like the dog. It can be a cute dog. And the fact that it can howl while it sleeps, it's so cute. Like, again, it's very husky behavior. But still, honestly, I don't think I would have it. Honestly, I think I would place it, like, in the high B tier. Like, it's like, it's cool and it can be cute, but I'm just not really feeling it, you know? So yeah, Houndour. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good dog. Good doggo. Alright, next up, 229. Ooh. Oh, and we got another Mega Evo. Here is Houndoom. And of course, we can't forget the Mega Evo. Where, honestly, I don't know if this is supposed to be Hellhound or Heroic Dog. Mega Houndoom. First off, let's cover the regular boy. Alright, so Houndoom, or Helgar, retains its typing as Dark Fire, but it can Mega Evolve into Mega Houndoom using the Houndoom Knight. It's still known as the Dark type, as the Dark Pokemon. Retains its abilities it had as a Houndour, but when it Mega Evolves, it gains the ability Solar Power. Now, regular Houndoom's biology states, Houndoom is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with black fur, a long orange snout, and orange underbelly. It has small red eyes and a black nose. Around its neck is a white band with a small skull-shaped pendant on its throat. There are 2 white bands on each of its ankles, as well as 3 rib-like ridges on its back. Houndoom has a long skinny tail with a triangular tip and 3 clawed toes on each paw, or the tiefling tail. Yeah, basically, it's a tiefling tail. Let's just call it that. Atop its head is a pair of long, curved gray horns. These horns are smaller on the female than the male. Unlike its pre-evolution, it does not have discernible ears. Wait, it doesn't? Oh, I guess it doesn't. Huh. Houndoom live in packs. The one with its horns raked sharply towards the back serves a leadership role. Leadership is determined by fights within the pack. It is believed that Houndoom dreams about this leadership role while it sleeps. Its gut is full of toxins, which are used to create unique fire mixed with poison. This gives Houndoom's fire a foul odor, and the burns it inflicts will never heal. Sorry, I'm just thinking, like, man. Because anybody who has lived with a dog can attest that, like, imagine dog farts from a Houndoom. Oh my god, we'd all be, like, we would die of sulfuric poisoning. Or sulfur poisoning, whatever. Because it's just like, god. Again, if you've lived with a dog, you know how they smell, and it smells awful. It's like, oh my god, why? Why? It's so gross. Okay, back to it. After finishing off its prey, Houndoom divides it evenly among its pack. Houndoom appears near rough terrain areas. Its howling induces shivering in other Pokemon and often sends them scurrying back to their nests. Oh, back to Roan's Valve. In the past, people thought Houndoom's howl came from the Grim Reaper. Cool. Houndoom usually breathes fire when it is angry. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Houndoom is known to rarely breathe out flames while it sleeps. Damn. And then moving on to Mega Houndoom, the boy. As Mega Houndoom, the ridges on its back thicken and it gains additional bone-like rings around the base of its tail. The rings on its tail have small spikes on top resembling vertebrae. The ridge at the base of Mega Houndoom's neck is longer and curves forward towards its shoulders. Instead of a band with a skull pendant, there is a large tooth structure around its neck. This bone-like formation has 2 large spikes on either... Sorry about that. Something popped up. This bone-like formation has 2 large spikes on either side and 3 pointed teeth on the bottom.
Mega Houndoom's horns now point straight up with a small outward curve in the middle. The two bands on its hind legs have vanished, and those on its forelegs are broken in the front. Its claws are dark red due to its ability to generate more heat, which causes pain to Mega Houndoom. Oh my god. Finally, the tip of its tail is now split down the middle. When it Mega Evolves, its entire body generates heat. Its fiery breath is now powerful enough to burn foes into ashes. Oh my god. That's so bad. It's like you generate enough fire in you and it's just like you're gonna burn your feetsies. You're gonna burn your toesies. Alright. So in terms of regular Houndoom's stats, special attack is its highest at 110, with speed at 95, physical attack at 90, special defense at 80, and HP at 75, with its physical defense at a mere 50. However, with Mega Houndoom, its special attack, of course, it increases to 140. Speed goes up a lot to 115, with, oh wow, special defense and physical defense both going up to 90, raising that physical defense stat up, with physical attack and HP remaining the same at 90 and 75 respectively. So yeah, you get to see more of the Cerberus motif with Houndoom and such. And of course the Tiefling tail, which, I mean, granted it's not as long as a Tiefling tail, but it's still a Tiefling tail. God, imagine, oh my god, imagining Larkspur turning into a Houndoom. That would be interesting. A starry-eyed Houndoom. Cute. But still, look at the, so the claws basically mean that this boy is generating so much heat that, like, it's causing him pain on his feetsies. That's so sad. But yeah, I will say, like, if you look, I'm honestly noticing this too. Like, this actually looks like a bit of a skull. Like, you know, the chest, the mantle here, it looks like a skull, honestly. I just don't know what kind of skull. I mean, I think the only reason why it reminds me of the skull is because it's like for some reason I'm thinking of like the elephant graveyard in The Lion King. I mean, granted, considering they're the hyenas, I mean, actually, no, wait, hyenas, isn't it a common misconception that hyenas are related to dogs in some way? And it's like, no, that's not right. I could be wrong. But yeah. I mean, I will say, like, the Mega Houndoom design is pretty cool. And such, especially, like, with the mantle here and the tail. But in terms of regular Houndoom, I mean, I've never... Like, I will say this is more the Doberman dog than the, than Hondour. Like, if Hondour is a Rottweiler, this is the Doberman. But yeah, I've never used a Houndoom before. I mean, again, I will say the stats, they're not bad. Like, a 500 stat total, that's good. I just don't know if, like, I would have it on my team. I mean, but yeah, like, the Cerberus motif, or... Technically it's pronounced Kerberos, but who's gonna fucking fact check me? Bunch of people. But yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I think I would rate this a high B. It gets to stay with Hondour. That's not how I spell Houndoom. There we go. But yeah, I mean, I think I would rate it a high B. I mean, again, like, it's a dog. It's a dog, and I do genuinely like Mega Houndoom's design. Even if I do, unfortunately, think it's one of the more forgotten Mega Evolutions, because I think part of it is just because I've never used a Mega Houndoom. I just never got lucky enough for that. But, yeah, I think that's cool. Alright, gonna have to take a quick little detour just to refresh some stuff. I need to remind myself to make this playlist public soon, because I know we're going to be finishing off Johto tonight. Anyway, moving on, we have, an evolution for Kanto, Kingdra. God. You know how you just have certain Pokemon associated with trainers from the games? I think of Claire. Anyway, Kingdra, same name in Japanese, or it would probably be pronounced Kingdra, is a dual water dragon type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Seadra when traded while holding a dragon scale, and it is the final form of Horsea. It is known as the Dragon Pokemon, and it can have either Swift Swim or Sniper from Generation 4 onward as a regular ability, with Damp as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Kingdra is a large Piscine Pokemon that is similar to a seahorse with a tightly curled tail. It is covered in blue scales except for its yellow compact belly scales. There are thin spines with a single branch atop its head and thin white fins under its cheeks. Its thin snout is powerful, allowing squirts of water jets with devastating power to be fired. Two pronged fins extend slightly past its cheeks. On its back is a white fin supported by thin blue spines similar to the ones on its head. The yawn of a sleeping Kingdra is powerful enough to create undercurrents capable of destroying small ships. Should it decide to emerge from the depths of the ocean, Kingdra's strength can create large whirlpools and water spouts on the surface. Because of its immense power, Kingdra often hibernates deep in uninhabited areas of the sea to build up its energy, usually at the bottom of the seas. When a storm arrives, Kingdra is said to awaken and wander about in search of prey. Kingdra's awakening can cause tornadoes. It is known to have fierce battles with Dragonite whenever they meet. Kingdra's gleaming scales are gifted to royals. Oh, hi, hello. And in terms of these stats, I mean, this is really good stats. Like, physical attack, defense, special attack, and special defense are all tied at 95, with speed at 85 and HP at 75. Like, this is, I can imagine that for a lot of people who are playing through Gold, Silver, and Crystal for the first time, this was, and they got to battle Claire, this was a Pokemon that they fucking hated. Because I think if I remember right, Kingdra is Claire's ace. Right? Like, let me check. I mean, much like how you associate Dragonite with Lance and... God, what else? Like, let me see. Oh, that's right! It was also, in the third movie. Shit. What the hell is it? Doesn't say anything about whether or not Claire used... I think it did. I think it was Claire's ace. But yeah, I will say, like, I do like Kingdra, like, in terms of a design aspect and in terms of, like a sea dragon, right? Like, this is more of a sea dragon. But I think it's also because, like... I mean, again, it's associated with Claire, and I think of Claire, and Claire's... I'll admit she is a pretty girl. I hope she is of age. I hope so, please. I don't want to be simping over a teenager by accident. But yeah, I mean, I think Kingdra's cool. And the fact, I mean, again, it's a water dragon. I don't know, it's just, I really like it. I just wish I had the chance to try it. Because it's, again, because it's a trade Evo, I wouldn't have been able to ever get it. But yeah, the fact that it's a like, here's the thing, the fact that it is a dragon type, it's just like, I find that so cool. I just find it really cool, I'm sorry. I just find it cool, I'm sorry. It's just, sorry. Honestly, I think I would place it in the A tier. I would place it in S if I knew what it was like in battle. Not to mention, those stats are pretty good. Like, they're balanced, but they seem pretty good. I mean, not to mention, like... not to mention, too, like, with Kingdra being part water, you can't even use ice against it. Because, I mean, regular dragon types are weak to dragon, fairy, and ice. But because Kingdra is part water, you can't use ice. So your only chance was essentially getting another dragon type. But it's like, what other dragon type could you get? So, oh god, I imagine now, like... When kids were battling Claire, they probably got so fucking frustrated with this bitch. Because of the fucking Kingdra. Anyway, yeah, so I think Kingdra's cool. Neat. Excuse me. Alright, next up, oh boy. This has a lot of good memories for me because I just find it so cute. And maybe I just have a weakness for elephants. Next up we have Vampy! Sorry. Vampy, or Gomazel, is a pure ground-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves in the Donphan at level 25. It is known as the long-nosed Pokemon. It has Pickup as a regular ability and Sandveil as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Vampy is a small horizon blue proboscis Pokemon. It has large floppy ears, which it uses as fans to cool itself. There are 2 red pads on each ear and another on the bridge of its short trunk. Vampy has a single nail on each of its 4 feet and a short tail. This small trunk is sensitive yet strong. It could send a person flying with an affectionate, playful bump of its snout. The trunk is also strong enough to shatter any arm bones it hits. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Additionally, this little Pokemon is easily capable of carrying an adult human on its back. It's a small little elephant, isn't it? Vampy is found in rocky terrain. To make its nest, it digs a vertical pit near the edge of a river. It displays ownership of this area by marking it with its trunk. In the deserted morning hours, Vampy uses its trunk to shower in the river. Sometimes groups of this Pokemon form and soak each other thoroughly. Afterwards, it can be seen drying its body near the edge of the river. The reason is Vampy won't settle down until it is clean. Cutie patootie! Alright, 330 stats. Okay, it's not great, but it's so cute. Alright, HP is its highest stat at 90, with both physical attack and defense at 60, and special attack, special defense, and speed all tying at 40. So pretty balanced, except for that HP, but who cares about that? Honestly, I really like Vampy. It's so cute. And again, maybe I just have a weakness towards elephants. I don't know. I mean, because I think about, like, Kufant and Caparaja and Gen 8, and I named, because here's the thing, I caught Kufant, I think it was just because I needed a Steel-type Pokemon or whatnot. And it's like, okay, well, I'll just use one of the new ones then. And I named her Daisy. Because I saw Caparaja, and it's like, oh, it's supposed to be based off of, you know, Indian tea, I guess. I think. I hope that's not racist to say. And I just named her Daisy. Dude, she fucking won me a lot of battles with her heavy slam move. But yeah, Daisy's a sweetheart, and I imagine Fampy is too. But yeah, it's just so cute. I love Fampy. Fuck. I have such a weakness for certain animals, and it's like, because it's like, again, we have dogs, we have elephants, we have sheep, we have bears, we have piggies, like, good lord, I have a weakness for so many cutie patootie Pokemon, and Fampy's just one of them, I guess. Honestly, this is S tier. This is an S tier Pokemon. There we go. Fampy. Fampy! Just so good. I love him so much. Cute. Cute, 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 cute. I would kiss it all. I would kiss its little head. Anyway. Moving on. 232. Wait, what? 2? That's interesting. Sorry. Next up, 232 is Donphan. God, I'm trying to remember. Is Donphan? I think actually Donphan was the first, like, Pokemon that we saw of Gen 2. Right? In the first movie? I could be wrong, obviously. Donphan, which is basically which has the same name in Japanese, retains its pure ground typing. It had as a Fampy. It is known as the armor Pokemon. It has sturdy as a regular ability with Sand Veil as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. How long have I been going, probably? Okay, about 4.5 hours, that's fine. Donphan is a gray proboscis Pokemon with a thick black band of hide running down the length of its back and extending to the tip of its long trunk. When this Pokemon curls up, the band resembles a car tire. This tough hide prevents regular attacks from inflicting even a scratch. A pair of white tusks, which are smaller on the female, extend from the corners of its mouth. It has thin, elongated ears held out almost perpendicular to its body. Its 4 short legs are each encircled with a broken black band and have 3 toes. Donphan has the ability to curl up into a ball and violently roll around like a wheel. These rolling tackles are strong enough to knock down a house. While normally calm, Donphan can become enraged and start a rampage. Once it starts its rampage, it will be almost unstoppable. Donphan will chase after anyone who angers it. The anime shows that this ability is further used as a form of courtship. Oh, that's interesting. The male Donphan have rolling competitions to demonstrate their toughness to the females. A Donphan's tough hide is so strong not even a car can scratch it. Despite this, the armor is extremely vulnerable to rain. Well, it is a ground type, and those are weak to water. It has been demonstrated that Donphan has a keen sense of smell, capable of sniffing out a gem known as amberite, or agate in the Japanese version. Donphan travels in herds with a ranking system. The larger its tusks, the higher its rank in the herd. It lives in rough mountainous terrain. And in terms of the stats, 500, Jesus. With, oh my god, physical attack and defense both tied at 120, HP at 90, special attack and special defense tied at 60, and speed at 50. Again, don't expect ground types to be speedy and good at special stuff, but still, that freaking those physical stats, Christ. And that HP too, like, this is a sturdy little elephant. Now, it's interesting how much I like Fampy, but I don't necessarily care for Donphan. And it's weird because it's like, again, like, it's an elephant. Well, actually, is it an elephant or is it I was gonna say an anteater, and I'm like, no, wait, there is an anteater Pokemon. It's the one that I always forget is a thing. But that's not a thing until Unova. Let's see, what's the trivia say for Donphan? Let's see. It is supposed to be an elephant. It's just supposed to be... It's just supposed to be for a small elephant. That's fair. Oh, we're back to this song. Anyway. But yeah, it's just like... I don't know. I don't feel a certain way about it. It's not that it's bad. You know, and I've seen what it looks like in the anime. Like, again, it was in the first movie. Like, and I think, again, it was the only... And I think, if anything, it was the first time... As far as I'm aware, it would have been the first time anybody would have seen a Gen 2 Pokemon. But yeah, like, I don't know about this Pokemon. I mean, I have seen it be used in competitive battle. And it does seem to be okay. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna go in C tier. But it's definitely gonna go in the B tier. I just don't know whether it's high B or low B. Honestly, I'm thinking low B. That's not how you spell Dawn fan. There we go. I mean, I don't feel any kind of way about it. It's just like it's just there. It's just so weird because it's like I love Phanpy and I put it in the S tier, but then you have Dawn fan in the low B tier. It's like, what the fuck? Alright, moving on. Alright, next up is Porygon 2! Right? Yeah, Porygon 2. Alright, so, Porygon 2, which is basically the same thing in Japanese, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from a Porygon when traded while holding an upgrade, and evolves into Porygon Z when it's traded while holding a dubious disc. It is known as the virtual Pokemon. Do you mean VTuber? No. It can have either trace or download as a regular ability from Generation 4 onward, with analytic as its hidden ability. The biology is as quote. Porygon 2 is a rounded magenta artificial Pokemon that shows similarities to a drinking bird. Honestly, that's what I was thinking too. It has a relatively flat bill and large round eyes. Its legs are simple ovoid growths along its sides, and its tail widens towards the middle. Its bill, legs, tail, and underside are blue. Porygon 2's evolution from Porygon was the result of it being upgraded from the most cutting-edge technology available. It was upgraded to work in space for planetary development? I thought it was supposed... Are you sure it's supposed to be devolvement and not development? It was upgraded to work in space for planetary devolvement reasons, although its inability to fly limits this ability. It is artificially intelligent and capable of learning new behaviors on its own, including information it does not need to know. It can also speak a strange language only other Porygon 2 can understand. As a result, it will sometimes perform motions or abilities that are not in its programming. It is generally found at computers or in labs and other buildings working with people. It can survive in a space vacuum, though cannot move very well in zero gravity. Porygon 2 and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Conversion and Conversion 2. Additionally, prior to Generation 5 and in Generation 9, Porygon 2 and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon that can have Download as an ability. And in terms of the stats... Holy shit, 515 stat total. Alright. Special attack is its highest stat at 105, with special defense at 95, physical defense at 90, HP at 85, physical attack at 80, and speed at 60. So I will say it's definitely better than Porygon, I mean, obviously. But again, with this being a trade Evo, I never had to deal with a Porygon outside of my own battle. So yeah, shut. That does not make sense. But yeah, I'm not. So as I said before, when we were talking about Porygon, I do like the idea. I like the concept of Pokemon being created instead of just being born. You know, and it does make sense. You know, from a certain standpoint that yeah, that Porygon. Because I mean, I think if I remember right, Porygon was stated to have come from old obsolete technology. So it does make sense that, much like how it is in the real world, that technology is going to naturally, develop and progress to be more and more advanced. And of course you have Porygon 2, which represents that. Now granted, when we get to Porygon Z, we'll see how that goes. But Porygon 2, at the very least, like, I think, and it's actually, I just realized this too. You can even look at the design of Porygon 2 as, very much an upgrade from Porygon 1. Because Porygon 1, or Porygon in general, like, it was very angular, very polygonal-like. Whereas with this one, it's a lot more rounded, it's curvier. Like, essentially, think of, like, old video game consoles, like PS1, etc., and how blocky everything was in those kinds of games. And that's not to say that was a bad thing, I'm just pointing out the obvious. And then, like, the further along we got in terms of technology, the more the models and everything else became more and more rounded, rounded, curvier, and nowadays, it's like, it's hard, and nowadays you have to actually work to make, I feel like you have to actually work to make something, like, polygonal, I don't know how to put it, I'm not a game developer. But yeah, and I really like the fact that, like, the Porygon 2 also follows that kind of design rule, like, going from old, obsolete technology to sleeker, more advanced, and it's like, ooh, Like, I really like that design. And again, I love the concept of Pokemon being man-made. Part of the reason why I love Mewtwo so much, even if I do like the dark personality that lurks behind those eyes. But, where would I rank Porygon 2? Unfortunately, I don't have any experience with Porygon 2 outside of facing it as an opponent. And the thing is, Porygon 2 can be annoying in the fact of conversion, where it's like, if you hit it with a move, if you hit it with a move, conversion will essentially just let it, actually no. How does conversion work again? It is one of the, what does it do? Changes the user's type to the target's type. That's what I'm thinking of. But yeah, it can be fucking annoying, especially like when you have a fighting type Pokemon. And this thing can know psychic type moves? Oh god. Okay. I am actually gonna put it in the high B tier because of, not necessarily that I like it. Actually, is it spelled with the space between? No. But yeah, I really like the concept, and I like how the design even reflects, like, the natural evolution of Porygon, It's makes sense, I like it. Alright. Next up, 234. What are we listening to? Ah, Ice Path. Okay. Oh boy. Man, a Pokemon that I think a lot of people forgot existed until Legends Arceus. Next up, we have Stantler. Again, I forgot this Pokemon existed until Legends Arceus with Weirdeer, and I was like, ooh, I like Weirdeer. Anyway. Alright, so Stantler, or Oldoshishi, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is known as the Bighorn Pokemon. It can have either Intimidate or Frisk as a regular ability from Generation 4 onward, with Sap Sipper as a hidden ability, and the biology is as stated. Stantler is a quadrupedal cervid Pokemon. It has a tan pelt with a cream-colored belly and a few spots on its back. Its tail is large, short, and round, and each of its legs ends in a black hoof. It has a large brown nose and a pair of pale cream-colored antlers. Where am I? Each with a black orb in the center. The shape of the antlers and the black orbs causes them to resemble eyes. Stantler can distort reality and create illusions with its antlers by subtly changing the flow of air around them. Staring into them creates an odd sensation, as if one is being sucked through them, and one may become so dizzy that it is impossible to stand. The orbs on the antlers have a pleasant scent, which can induce a bewildering effect on people. The orbs can also be ground into a powder that aids in sleeping. God, I need that. I need some fucking sleep aid. Stantler's strange antlers were very valuable as works of art, and as such, the species was nearly hunted to extinction. Stantler live in herds in temperate mountainous forests. As shown in the anime, a baby Stantler that is separated from its herd and frightened will instinctively produce an illusion of a big stampeding herd to scare away perceived threats. In the past, Stantler lived in tougher environments with more enemies. Oh, that's his suing stuff. Stantler and its evolved form Weirdeer are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Psy-Shield Bash. That must be Hisui stuff. Alright, and in terms of the stats... 465? Oh my god. What is with these Pokemon that I thought were garbage, all of a sudden just, like, having some good stat totals? Where am I? Okay. Physical attack is its highest stat at 95, with speed and special attack both tying at 65, with HP at 73, special defense at 65, and physical defense at 62. So here's the thing. I don't hate Stantler, but it's, again, it's a Pokemon that I always forget exists. Again, if it weren't for the fact that, like... If it weren't for the fact that Legends Arceus brought this back to have it evolve into Weirdeer, I wouldn't want this, honestly. Not to mention, I don't get the freaking tail. Why is it like that? Like, am I the only one who thinks that's weird? Like, am I the only one that thinks that tail is just fucking weird? I mean, anyway, I mean, it does look like a reindeer. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. I don't know. I don't know. Not to mention, I don't like the face. The face is just weird to me. I mean, I know that deer are supposed to... I don't know. I think it's just because of the fact, like, the face doesn't resemble a deer. Because I've seen deer. They don't look like that. I mean, granted, they also don't have, like, this... I was about to say something really crude. And I'm like... I mean, again, I've said crude things before, but it's like, do I want to say it now? But yeah, Stantler is just one of those Pokemon I always forget. And I feel like that's just bad. Honestly, I'm thinking this is C tier. Again, if it weren't for the fact that, I mean, it's like, it just sucks, because it's like, I think if anything... Is that how you spell Stantler, by the way? Yeah. Again, like... Because, it's like, if I could talk about it with Stantler... Not Stantler. If I could bring Weirder into this, it would maybe be considered for the low B tier. But it's like, I don't... It's so forgettable to me. And again, it's a normal type, and I don't hate normal types, but I definitely wouldn't choose them. Alright, moving on. Oh god, I'm not. God, please stop with the normal types. And this is Pokemon is even worse. Alright, next up is Smeargle. God, not only another normal type Pokemon, but also another gimmick Pokemon, but this one's worse than Delibird. Alright, so Smeargle, or Dobel, okay, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It is known as the Painter Pokemon. It can have either own Tempo or Technician as a regular ability from Generation 4 onward, with Moody as a hidden ability. The biology for Smeargle is as stated. Smeargle is a bipedal beagle-like Pokemon with white and brown fur. It has a long tail with an end resembling a paintbrush. This paintbrush oozes with paint, and the color of the paint may vary for each Smeargle, as well as change in hue corresponding to its emotions. Sprites from the games depict green, brown, and red, while the anime also shows yellow and blue. Smeargle has a footprint on its back that is the same color as the tip of its tail. The mark is placed on Smeargle's back as a sign of adulthood. Smeargle also has a round structure on its head with a point that resembles a beret. It has floppy brown ears and a brown collar on its neck. The rings encircling Smeargle's eyes are also brown, as are Smeargle's eyelids. Its arms have 2 brown bands, and its legs have only 1. Each of its limbs has 3 digits. Smeargle uses its paint to mark its territory. There are over 5,000 known different marks that Smeargle uses. Each Smeargle's tail is predetermined by the mysterious fluid secreted at the tip of the tail. Alright. There are Smeargle fanatics who will pay big money to own one. Weird. It can also use its signature move Sketch to copy moves from other Pokemon. Smeargle is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Sketch. Smeargle is often found in urban areas filled with graffiti. Oh god, I don't like Smeargle at all. Let's just check out the stats. And the stats are terrible. Speed is its highest stat at 75, with HP at 55, special defense at 45, physical defense at 35. However, both physical attack and special attack are tied at the lowest for 20. At 20 for the lowest, sorry. As I said, I don't like Smeargle. I really don't. It's another gimmick Pokemon, but this one is worse than Delibird. Like, I don't mind the design. Like, I do think it conveys what it's supposed to be pretty well. Like, it's supposed to be a painter, you know, using its tail as a brush, and you can even say it has a beret. Like, it's meant to, like, I get the design. But the reason I say it's a gimmick Pokemon is because it cannot learn any move except Sketch. And you have to use Sketch to copy the other Pokemon's moves so that you can attack. And considering those stats, why the fuck would you own a Smeargle if you're not doing a challenge run? Like, that's the only reason I can imagine that you would get either both a Delibird and a Smeargle is a challenge run. Like, purposely make it hard for yourself. I don't like that. I get the gimmick, but it's also like, I don't like it. I feel like it would just screw you over. Ugh, God, it's like, why do you use this in battle? Why? Why can't you just, why can't you learn other moves? Why do you have to be normal type? Oh, God. I mean, Smeargle doesn't make me angry, but I just don't like the gimmick. I don't... Ugh, it's just no. I think if anything, it belongs in C tier specifically because of that fucking gimmick that would just make me want to kill myself. Like, bash my head into a wall. Again, the design I like because it does convey what it's supposed to be. I wish the gimmick wasn't like that at all. Especially because it's like, Especially because it's like, the attack stats are awful anyway. Why the fuck would you want to have like, what's the point of attacking with a Smeargle even if you copy a Pokemon move? The only one I can think of is, like, Return. But even then, that's so situational. Moving on. Oh boy, okay. Is this Pokemon considered a baby? Alright, we have Tyrogue. Man, remember those Pokemon remember that Pokemon I was bringing up in both Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee's, like, thingy-majig? Yeah, this is that. Alright, so Tyrogue, or Bulky, I guess, it is a baby type. So, it is a pure fighting type baby Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into one of three different Pokemon at level 20. If its attack is higher than its defense, it will be Hitmonlee. If defense is higher than attack, it's Hitmonchan. However, if its attack and defense are equal stats, it'll evolve into Hitmontop. It is known as the Scuffle Pokemon. It can have either Gut or Steadfast as a normal ability from Generation 4 onward, with Vital Spirit as a hidden ability. The biology for Tyrogue is as follows. Tyrogue is a humanoid Pokemon with a predominantly pale purple body and brown hips and feet that resemble short pants and shoes. It has 3 blunt protrusions on top of its head, yellow eyes, and circular sections on each side of its head that resemble protective padding. There are white bands resembling bandages on its torso and wrists. It has thin limbs and its hands have 3 fingers each. Tyrogue is a male-only species with no female counterpart. Tyrogue is famous for its eagerness to compete in boundless energy, to such an extent that it would challenge anyone, even larger foes. This is the famous intense desire that Tyrogue is known for. Determined to make itself stronger, Tyrogue will not quit no matter how many times it loses. While it is small, Tyrogue should not be ignored as it can slug a target without warning. As a result, it is always nursing its injuries from fighting opponents larger than itself. As Tyrogue becomes stressed if it is not able to train every day, its trainer must maintain a regular training schedule. It is usually found in urban areas. The training Tyrogue does influences its possible evolution to either Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, or Hitmontop. And in terms of the stats, we know they're going to be crap. Wow, that is really crap. Like, all of its stats, all 6 of its stats are at an even 35. Which makes sense, I mean, considering that the evolutions are determined based on what stats is higher or equal to. Makes sense. Here's the thing. I don't particularly care for Tyrogue. I don't particularly care for the Hitmon Pokemon in general. Not to mention, right, like, I mean, here's the thing, like, the evolution method for Tyrogue, I do think is unique. It's not like, it's not like you can evolve it by leveling up, well, actually, you can evolve it by leveling up, but, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like, at the very least, you never had to fulfill any other conditions, right? Like, it was either leveling up through friendship. Yeah, I mean, evolution methods were either leveling up, friendship, or stones, right? But for the most part, it was just like, okay, well, you can choose which one you want, I guess, if that makes sense. However, with Tyrogue, you have to pay attention to the stats, like, mainly physical attack and physical defense, But the thing is like, I will say that it does seem a little like, a bit of a gamble, if I can say that, because the thing is, right, I believe Generation 2 is when natures became a thing. And obviously we know with nature that it can raise and lower one stat. In particular, though, there are some natures where it's completely neutral. And the thing is, you're not going to know what a Pokemon's nature is until after you capture it. So, like, imagine, imagine you want, like, one particular evolution, whether it's Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, or Hitmontop, And it's like, okay, well, let's catch a Tyrogue. But but then it turns out that this Tyrogue, its stats are basically won't give you the specific Hitmon Pokemon you want. And so it's like, well, what do you do, right? Like, again, it's a bit of a gamble. Like, I do think the evolutionary method for Tyrogue is interesting because, because it is, I think if anything, Tyrogue, I think, is like, what, the first Pokemon to actually show this kind of evolution method, because, we have other Pokemon, because now we have more Pokemon that are like, where it's like they have these weird requests. I mean, I think about Inkay, where you have to evolve it, well, you have to level it up to a certain level and then turn the 3DS over upside down if you want to evolve it into Malamar, which is like such a weird thing, and it's like, how the fuck are you supposed to like figure that out? But regardless, like, it is like an interesting method, but I can also see that it can be a little frustrating, if you want a specific Mon, but the Tyrogue you catch doesn't allow you to do that. But I will say, too, that at least Tyrogue is not, like, it is a baby Pokemon, but at least it doesn't evolve via friendship. Because imagine that. Imagine having to wait for that long anyway, because, again, gathering friendship depending is so hard and tedious. It's like they better make the fucking Pokemon worth it if you're gonna spend, like, 10 days in-game trying to evolve it. So... Where would I put this? Excuse me. Honestly, I'm thinking C tier. Yeah, I think C tiers are pretty much there, because I've never caught a Tyrogue. I don't particularly care for, the Hitmon Pokemon in general. But, and while I do think the evolutionary method is interesting, I feel like it's still just a bit of a gamble to risk, So, yeah. Alright, moving on to 237. Oh boy. Actually, I might need to go upstairs to check on the dog real quick. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute the mic. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. You know what's funny is that, when I was, getting ready to mute the mic, I saw in OBS I had an encoding overload. I'm like, huh? I'm guessing it was just because, like, I guess it was because, like, it was when the music was being switched over, and I had a little bit of a hard time catching up, but it's fine. Anyway, moving on. We have Hitmontop. God, I remember this Pokemon, too, from the, what's the word? From the Pikachu short. Alright, so, Hitmontop, or Capoeira. Oh, Capoeira. Oh, Capoeira! Okay. Sorry, the Japanese name was kind of... The Romaji for that was, like, weird. Capoeira, okay, is a pure fighting-type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Tyrogue at level 20 when Tyrogue's attack and defense stats are equal. It is one of Tyrogue's final forms, the others being Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. It is known as the Handstand Pokemon, and it can have either Intimidate or Technician as a regular ability from Generation 4 onward, with Steadfast as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Hitmontop is a vaguely humanoid Pokemon capable of spinning on its head. Its main body is spherical and mostly blue with a brown triangular patch on its chest. Hitmontop has short legs with white bands near the hands and feet. The feet are large blue and have a circular brown pad on the underside. It has a skinny brown retractable tail that ends with a blue sphere with a spike on it. Okay. Its head is round and brown with flat curved extensions on either side and a single spike on top. The spike horn is made from the same substance that creates both its fur and claws. The horn is continuously growing through Hitmontop's lifetime. It has beady black eyes and spherical hands with no digits. Hitmontop is a male-only species with no female counterpart. Hitmontop is very adept at fighting with dance-like kicks. This technique has an amazing combination of both offense and defense at the same time. Hitmontop moves more quickly by spinning on the spike on its head than it does by walking normally. Capable of spinning at high speeds, it may bore into the ground similar to a drill. While spinning, Hitmontop delivers smooth, graceful kicks. The centrifugal force of Hitmontop's spins boosts the destructive power of its attacks by a factor of 10. Anyone enchanted by its kicks will often get drilled hard by Hitmontop's kicks. Hitmontop often competes with Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. As an urban species, it is often found in towns and cities. Prior to Generation 7 and in Generation 9, Hitmontop is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Triple Kick. Additionally, prior to Generation 7, Hitmontop and its evolutionary relative Hitmonlee were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Rolling Kick. And in terms of the stats, special defense is surprisingly high at 110, with physical attack and defense both at 95, speed at 70, HP at 50, and special attack at 35, but fighting types do not get special moves. Alright, so, Hitmontop. I'm not gonna lie, I think there is a little bit of a special thing with me and Hitmontop. Like, in terms of, because, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like, it's weird. Because obviously, I think it's supposed to, like, I always thought it was supposed to represent, like, breakdancing. That's it. I was gonna say hip-hop, and I'm like, that's not right. What's the dance move for that? But now I'm also thinking, like, oh, so the Japanese name is like, oh, is it supposed to represent capoeira? Because that's also a thing. Like, actually, let me check. What does the trivia tell me? What the fuck is that word? Capoeirista? Yeah, so it is supposed to be, at the very least, it is supposed to, like, you know, be inspired by capoeira, which is a very graceful, maybe not graceful, but very, like, you know, flowing, I don't know how to put it, like, flowing, like, fighting style.
and such. But yeah, like, it's a very interesting thing, but I always thought, but yeah, so basically it's like, you know, you have Hitmonlee as the kickboxer, and then you had Hitmonchan as the traditional boxer, but then you have Hitmontop where where it combines the two, well, maybe not the two, but, you know, it seems to be more based off of kicking regardless, but, you know, it's supposed to be a more equal balance, I guess. I don't know, it's a very interesting thing. Like, I feel something with Hitmontop. It's not like Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee where I could care less. You know, it's like, Hitmontop, there's something there. And I think it would be cool to own a Hitmontop, or to have a Hitmontop, sorry. But I've never had one, because I don't care. But I guess the question is, like, honestly, I think lower B tier. I don't know. It's just, I definitely think it's better than Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, but I don't think it would be able to carry itself to the higher B tier, so. Oh boy, next up is another baby. Thankfully, we are getting to the end of this. And we're about 5 hours in. That's good. Alright. Next up is Smoochum. We got a baby. Alright, so Smoochum, or Moochul, is a dual ice psychic type baby Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. And this is the pre-evolutionary form to Jinx, which it evolves into at level 30. It is known as the Kiss Pokemon, and it can have either Oblivious or Forewarn as a regular ability from Generation 4 onward, and it has Hydration as a hidden ability. The biology is as stated. Smoochum is a small humanoid Pokemon that resembles a baby. Don't like that. It has a large head with blonde hair that reaches its shoulders and has large bangs. There are several tufts of hair sticking on top of its head. Its skin is light purple with a cream-colored chest, arms, and feet. It has large blue-green eyes and a pair of large pink lips. These lips are sensitive enough that Smoochum uses them to identify and examine objects that it sees for the first time, and are kept moist by its daily application of tree sap. This helps Smoochum determine if it likes the object or not. Fucking weird. When walking, Smoochum rocks its head back and forth. Oh, why did I suddenly get like the whippin' nene? Smoochum is known to be very curious. This Pokemon is very active and runs about, although it often falls. Being very conscious of its appearance, it will check its reflection when given the chance to make sure it is not dirty. It will bathe the instant it finds any dirt on its face. However, it doesn't mind if its body gets dirty. Okay. Smoochum is found living in cities and cold caverns. Smoochum is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Obviously, the stats are not going to be good. Let's keep that in mind. 305?! What the fuck?! What the 305? Are you kidding me? Ugh. Okay. Special attack is its highest stat at 85, with special defense and speed tied at 65, HP at 45, physical attack at 30, and physical defense is a measly 15. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking lie. Smoochum is like one of those Pokemon that it's just like makes me uncomfortable. And I think part of it is because it's very much like Jinx, where it's like it's a little too humanoid. A little too humanoid to the point of being uncanny. It's weird. And it doesn't help that, like, again, like, it's a baby Pokemon, right? And it looks too much like a monstrous child. And the idea that it kisses things in order to identify them, like, that's just, something weird. Something weird about it. Don't like that at all. I know it's not the Pokemon's fault, but it's just like, oh my god, why do you do this? Why must you do this to me? Excuse me. Why must you do this to me? But yeah, it oh my god, it very much falls into the line of Jinx, where it's like, it's too humanoid to be, like, to not be weird. Honestly, I think I would put it in the C tier. Because it just, oh, it's so weird. Smooch him. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird. It's too uncanny for me. Alright, next up. Okay, thank god we have another baby Pokemon that's a lot better. Alright, next up is Elekid. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I do like this design. I'm not gonna lie, it's really cute. Alright, so Elekid, or, yeah, Elekido, is a pure electric-type baby Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. This is the pre-evolved form of Electabuzz, which it evolves into at level 30. It is known as the electric Pokemon. It has Static as a regular ability and Vital Spirit as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Elekid is a yellow round-bodied Pokemon with black stripes. Elekid's arms are bulky in proportion to its body, and it has 3 claws instead of fingers. It has 2 stripes on its arm, which wrap all the way around. There are 2 horns on top of its head, which resemble the prongs of a power plug, complete with holes in their sides. These horns glow bluish-white when Elekid is fully charged. Elekid has a black lightning bolt marking on its chest. 2 rows of stripes are near the marking, with the pattern continuing around its lower back. Its legs are black and its feet are rounded and toeless. Elekid tends to become restless and full-on rowdy when it hears the sound of thunderstorms coming, and likes to play out in the middle of thunderstorms. That is so fucking dangerous. It can generate electricity by rotating its arms, but it tires easily and can only charge a small amount. Elekid cannot store the electricity it generates, so it prefers to break into the houses of humans in order to consume electricity from their electrical outlets. It lives in the grasslands. This kid is a rogue! Wow. Just fucking breaks into people's houses! And obviously because it's 360! What the fuck? What is with these babies Pokemon all of a sudden becoming powerful? Alright, its speed, as an electric-type Pokemon always, is its highest stat at 95, with special attack at 65, physical attack at 63, special defense at 55, HP at 45, and physical defense at 37. So I'm not gonna lie though, like, I don't know, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I really do like this design. I don't know, I feel like I like this design for a reason I cannot remember. Like, I think, because I was a kid, obviously, when I saw Elekid. And I don't know, I just really liked it. I think it's just, I mean, it can be I think I remember it from the anime, obviously. I just don't remember, like, what did it do that I'm, like, so endeared to it? Like, let me see. Oh, this was another, is it a Pikachu short? That sounds right. Which one was this? Oh, I remember this. I remember this. This was a fun one. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this short. God, it feels so weird. Man.
I remember this short. Man, there's gonna be a point where, like... Maybe that's it. It's been so long, though. Dude, that was so long ago. But yeah, I really do like this design. And I think it is rather cute. And I love the fact that it, like, in order to generate... it generates electricity by essentially windmilling its arms. I don't know, I find that really, like, adorable and such. I don't know, it's just... I just like it for a special reason. I don't know why. That Pikachu short must have done something to me as a kid, because it's like, I like it. Honestly, here's the thing. I may not want to put it in the S tier, but I would definitely put it in the A tier. I know, crazy, right? Alright. 240, we have 11 more to go. Oh boy, and it's this one. The one that made me want to rage quit. Moon. Next up is Magby. Tit Doug's younger brother. Alright. Oh my god, I dread to think what Magmarizer's fucking... Magmortar's Japanese name is. Because, okay, so Magby, or Booby, we had Boober, and now we have Booby. You know what, I'm gonna fucking spoil myself right here. What is Magmortar's? Boobum! What the fuck? Boober, Booby, and Boobum. What the fuck is this fucking... What is this? Okay, cool. Okay, Magby is a pure Fire-type baby Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. This is the pre-evolution to Magmar. It is known as the live cold Pokemon. It can have the ability Flame Body regularly with Vital Spirit as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Magby is a bipedal Pokemon that has a red body with a yellow flame-shaped marking on its stomach and a black colored marking on its neck. Its head is covered with large lumps and it has a rounded yellow beak. There is a single spike on its back and it has a tapered tail. Its short arms have 3 clawed fingers while its feet have only 2 clawed toes. Magby can breathe 1100 degrees Fahrenheit or 600 degrees Celsius flames, and hot embers drip from its mouth. Its health can be determined by these flames. Yellow flames show that a Magby is in good health, while flames mixed in with a lot of smoke is symptomatic of fatigue, and flames dripping from its nose is a sign of cold. Magby's volcanic habitat ensures its health. However, it can be seen living in towns. Magby is known to be rather small and timid. It leaks out flames when excited or surprised. It prefers to soak in the magma of volcanoes in order to recover from the day's fatigue. Alright, 365! What the fuck is with these Pokemon? Alright, wow, speed is also its highest stat, which is weird for a fire type. At 83 with physical attack at 75, special attack at 70, special defense at 55, HP at 45, and physical defense at a measly 37. So here's the thing, unlike Elekid, Magby is annoying. At least from what I remember in Moon, because it's like, I wanted to catch a Magby because I needed a fire-type Pokemon. I didn't have many, so I was desperate. But these motherfuckers, oh my god, these motherfuckers are one of the most annoying things ever, because it's like, that flame body, inflicting burn on you if you hit it with a physical attack, but then it also has smoke screen, which is like, good for you, and you'll fucking hate it when it's used against you. Oh my god. I don't know. And not to mention, I'm just not as attached to this design as I am with Elekid. Like, I don't know why. I just find it so annoying. And also, why is it so speedy? Why doesn't Magmar have that speed?
yeah, it's a fucking... but I mean, I will say, I love the fact that its Japanese name is Booby, and it's like, goddamn. It's like, goddamn, man. Like, I've heard of Booba, or Booba, you know, there's obviously Booby. And now we got Magmortar as Boobum. I'm like, what is with the boob? What is with the titties? I mean, granted, that's probably not why it's like... I mean, there's probably some, like, good explanation for why, like, you know, we have Booba, Booby, and Boobum, but it's just, like, you do realize it sounds fucking ridiculous to us Westerners, right? To us Americans, at least? Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, I just thought of a really bad thing to say that I'm not gonna say, because... ooh, that is some weird shit to joke about. Anyway, like, here's the thing. I will say, though, Magby was actually pretty good once I caught one. But god, is it so annoying until then. But unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to save it. I will say, though, it's going to be put in the high B tier. You know, because I can recognize... its potential, and again, evolves into Magmar, and I do like Magmar. I do like Magmar. I do like the tit duck. But, oh god. The annoyance of trying to fight these in Moon is just, ugh, kill me. Alright, gonna save just in case. Alright, oh boy. I have a story with this next one, because that's so funny. We have Miltank. Whitney's ace. This is the one Pokemon I know for a fact caused so many people trouble when they were kids and they were playing through original Gold, Silver, Crystal. Whitney's Miltank. Alright, so Miltank, which is the same in Japanese, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but it is considered to be a counterpart of Tauros. It is known as the Milk Cow Pokemon, and it can have either Thick Fat or Scrappy as a regular ability from Generation 4 onward, with Sap Sipper as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Miltank is a bipedal bovine Pokemon, which can only be female. Its body is mostly pink, with a yellow belly and black angular markings along its back. A black hood-like marking surrounds its face with a pink triangular mark on its forehead. There are two small horns on top of its head. It has large blue eyes, a black nose, and a wide mouth, as well as long black floppy ears with yellow insides. Miltank has a yellow udder with 4 pink teats. All 4 of its limbs end in black cloven hooves, and its long tail is tipped with a black sphere. In the anime episode The Young Flame Strikes Back, a smaller Miltank was shown without any horns or teats, implying that this is what young Miltank looked like. Young cows. In every generation except for generations 6 and 7, Milk Drink is the signature move of Miltank. Prior to Generation 6, Miltank was the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Milk Drink. The milk that it produces is sweet and very nutritious and can be used to heal Pokemon and ill or weary humans. Drinking a large amount of Miltank's milk will cause the Pokemon or person to gain weight and develop stomach pains. There's a lot of places my mind went to when I heard that. The taste and nutrition of its milk improves with the quality of the pastures it lives in, and the taste itself changes with the season. It can produce over 5 gallons of milk per day, which in turn can be turned into yogurt or enjoyed unchanged by children and adults alike. Miltank can become ill if it is not milked every day. I wonder if that's the same thing for cows. Like actual real-life cows. Miltank lives in grasslands and is also raised on farms. Miltank has been supporting the lives of people and other Pokemon since ancient times with its ability to produce milk. I wonder if, like... I'm trying to remember, because I swear there's a fact, because it's like... I know cows produce milk, but what happens, like, if they're not milked? Like, do their udders just become swollen? Because, Because the thing is, right, is that the milk is an organic substance. And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, like, when it comes to milk straight from the cow, like, when it's inside the cow, can it rot? Or can it spoil? Like, can it spoil? And, you know, and if so, like, I mean, granted, I don't know what it is. I don't know how cows produce milk. Like, I don't know the you know, the biology involved with that. But if it is true that milk that is inside a cow can spoil, that would have to make the cow sick, right? Because it's like, obviously I know cows and humans are different, but, like, at least with humans, when we drink, like, you know, spoiled milk, we get stomach pains, we get indigestion, and probably some diarrhea. Like, what would happen, though, with a cow? I mean, I guess there's a reason why you have to milk it, essentially, pretty often, because it's like, if you don't, it'll get sick, because the milk will rot. I keep saying rot, spoil. I don't know, it's a very interesting thing. Anyway, the stats. 490, so very powerful. Physical defense at 105 with speed at 100, HP at 95, physical attack at 80, special defense at 70, and special attack at 40. That makes sense. So I will say this, I do think Miltank is a good Pokemon. Like, I've never used one in battle, but I have seen it be used in battle, and it's okay, it's alright, it's good. Not to mention, I feel like I've actually, like, listen, I know there's memes about this Pokemon, but I actually do like the design, and I do think it can be really cute and such. You know, and I don't know, I have like I don't know, it's just, I don't know, maybe I have a thing for cows too. I have a thing for all farm animals. But, so the funniest story, so here's the thing. Obviously in Pokemon Moon, you can capture both Tauros and Miltank. You know, but the thing is, I think if I remember right, I was trying to catch a Miltank. And it has a low encounter rate in, like, the Paniola area. And it's so fucking funny because it's like, oh my god, it really just goes to show how bad it is. But, like, I was like, after a while of just not catching a Miltank, I just started chanting, like, this sort of, like, placebo effect of, like, you know, mommy milkers, mommy milkers. Just to see if it would entice a Miltank to come around, and I'm not shitting you, like, a couple minutes after I started doing that, a Miltank shows up and I caught it. I think I named her Whitney, because it's like, why not? But yeah, just like, mommy milkers apparently helps. It's like, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Mommy milkers. This is what I get for just, like, this is what I get. This is what I deserve for being so fucked up in the brain. You know, the funny thing is, I posted that on Twitter, that, you know, like, that whole story of, like, you know, how I kept chanting mommy milkers to get Miltank to come out and how it worked, and I think people were just laughed their asses off. They were like, oh my god. just like that exasperated, like, oh my god, Irie! What the fuck? But yeah, mommy milkers. Honestly, I think I would put Miltank in the A tier. Like, I'm alright with, like, this is probably one of the few times you would ever see an actual, normal type Pokemon in an upper tier like this. Oh, this song, yay. Mommy milkers, mommy milkers. I'm going to hell for the, then again, I've already decided I'm going to hell regardless. But yeah, Miltank's alright. Miltank is good. I mean, not to mention, like, that healing, like, I imagine, because again, I know the trouble with Whitney specifically is that, like, this thing knew Defense Curl, Milk Drink, and Rollout. And I could, and I imagine that for a lot of people who didn't exactly know how to deal with it, this was a pain in the ass. Not to mention, I think if I remember right, this motherfucker is also known for ending Nuzlocke because of how ridiculous it is, so... Oh, Blissey! Oh shit, sorry. Who's next up on the list? Oh, funnily enough, we're listening to that. Alright, next up is Blissey. Alright, so Blissey, or Happinasu, really, is a pure normal type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves from Chansey when leveled up with High Friendship and is the final form of Happiny. It is known as the Happiness Pokemon. It can have either Natural Cure or Serene Grace as a regular ability with Healer as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Blissey is a Pokemon that has a large ovoid body with a pink upper body and white lower body. It has hair-like curls on either side of its head. Sorry, I had to do that. Sorry about that. White wing-like tufts grow from its hips and shoulders, creating the impression of a dress. Sorry. Its stubby arms and feet are pink and lack any digits. A small pink pouch on its belly holds a single egg, which brings feelings of happiness and makes a person pleasant and caring if ingested. Oh my god. The egg can cause a person to start acting kindly to others and calm down even the most ferocious Pokemon. Eating a Blissey's egg is said to bring good fortune to those who have consumed it. Blissey's egg can fetch the highest price at markets. Blissey can use its fluffy fur to sense sadness and will rush to anyone feeling sad or ill and attempt to nurse them back to health. Blissey is said to be overflowing with love. Blissey is a female-only species with no male counterpart. An urban Pokemon, it is rarely seen in the wild. Blissey and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Soft Boil by leveling up. And in terms of these stats, keep in mind, this is not known for fighting. Holy shit! HP, of course, is its highest stat at 250. By the way, that is the highest it can go. 255? My god. With special defense at 135, special attack at 75, speed at 55. However, physical attack and physical defense are both tied at the lowest at 10. So here's the thing. Blissey can also be really good in terms of competitive battling. Like, this is meant to be a wall. This is meant to be a staller. Like, Jesus Christ. That HP stat's fucking insane. Just imagining a Blissey at, like, with 500 HP. Like, good lord. Like, fuck that. But I will say, like, I will say that the Blissey design is alright. Like, honestly, it's funny that it says, like, this is supposed to create a dress. I thought it was meant to be more of an angel. But then again, I guess, like, you know, but then again, I guess we already have a Pokemon that's resembling an angel, and that's not Blissey. That being said, I've never used a Blissey, nor do I think I would ever use a Blissey. But honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this Pokemon does seem like it'd be good for mental health. Just like, here, eat this egg, it's said to bring you happiness, and it's like an antidepressant. I don't know. But, yeah, I don't think it's a bad Pokemon, but it's like, definitely you're not supposed to use it for battle. I mean, I feel like if anything, it's like, this is meant to basically help, like, I guess, like, again, it's meant to stall, it's meant to be a wall, but I guess, like, in terms of just, like, what's the word? I guess, like, in terms of pure, like, battle, it's like, you know, I imagine if you were to run across these things in the wild, these would be, like, the god of XP giving. experience. Like, Jesus Christ, imagine getting like 200 or... Imagine getting like 1,000 XP every time you defeated one of these things in the wild. Jesus. That being said... Honestly, I could see this being in the high B tier. But yeah, I can honestly see Blissey being in the high B tier. Like, the design I actually really like. And I like the implication, and I like the idea of it being used as like a, I mean, maybe not a mental health specialist, but very much just like, you know, you ever just need like a pick-me-up, or you just need like, you know, a pet, like a nice little cheer talk, like, this thing will be around to help you. Just eat its egg in its pouch. I don't know. But yeah. I think it's alright. Alright. We're approaching the end, folks. And I say that because we have a legendary on our side. Alright, so we have Raikou, the first of the legendary beast trio. And as far as I'm aware, the only one of the legendary beast trio to not have gotten a movie. So, Raikou, which is the same as its Japanese name, is a pure electric type legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Entei and Suicune, it is one of the 3 legendary beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh after the burning of the Brass Tower. Of the 3 legendary beasts, Raikou is said to represent the lightning strike which ignited the fire that consumed the Brass Tower. It is known as the Thunder Pokemon, with the ability, and it can have either pressure or inner focus from Generation 7. Oh wait, no, sorry. Okay, it can have pressure as a regular ability. However, its hidden ability can be either inner focus from Generation 7 onward, or Voltazorb if we're talking Gen 5 to Gen 6. In terms of the biology, Raikou is a quadrupedal yellow tiger-like Pokemon with black stripes and a white underside. It has a thin light blue tail with sharp angles and a spark-shaped formation at the end. Most of its face consists of thick white fur and shorter yellow fur around its red eyes. Raikou's muzzle is a light blue X, and it has a black faceplate with 2 bumps that cover its forehead, nose, and ears. X? Oh my god, it's being taken over by Xehanort! It's the Rikuzen sigil! Shit! We gotta run! Anyway, Raikou has 2 long fangs that make its appearance similar to the saber-toothed cat, or saber-toothed tiger. Its large claws each converge to form a single point and never retract. Extra fur hangs off of its body in front of its thighs. Sorry about that. Raikou has a mane across its back that resembles dull purple rain clouds and allows it to shoot bolts of lightning. A proverb claims that Raikou descended from the sky with a lightning bolt. Raikou is able to fly by creating storm clouds, as depicted in the anime special Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. In The Legend of Thunder, I guess that's an anime special, Raikou is shown to be distrustful of humans, though it may form some friendship with those who help it. Raikou tends to appear during thunderstorms and when other electric-type Pokemon are in danger. Raikou is said to represent the speed of lightning and can control storm clouds at will. Raikou races across grasslands while barking cries that sound like thunder. Raikou's cries can also send shockwaves in the air while shaking the ground at the same time. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, while Raikou is sleeping, its breath makes a rumbling sound similar to distant thunder. The moment Raikou awakens, it will quickly travel the lands, with a roar sounding similar to a crashing thunder. Raikou is known to enjoy eating Raikou biscuits. Oh, that's adorable. Raikou can be lured over to a sleeping spot using the Raikou incense. Raikou has 3 different sleep styles it sleeps in. They are called energy storing sleep, meditative sleep, and lightning sleep. Do 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 do. Alright, so 580, surprisingly, for a legendary, with special attack as its high, actually special attack and speed as its highest stats at 115, with special defense at 100, HP at 90, physical attack at 85, and physical defense at 75. Now I'm actually checking to see. Yeah, so I was right that, yeah, Raikou is the only Pokemon, is the only one of the legendary beast trio that hasn't gotten a movie, essentially. You know, it's hard to explain. I'm tired. But don't worry, we're not done yet. But yeah, so I will say, like, I don't have a lot of fond memories of Raikou as I do with the other 2 beasts. But, like, I will say, it is a cool Pokemon. I just wish it did have, like, more popularity. I mean, because again, Entei was the antagonist, essentially, in the 3rd movie, and Suicune was showing up. Yeah, and Suicune was one of the major players in the 4th movie with Celebi. Whereas Raikou doesn't really get that. I mean, I will say that it's like, I do like the design of it, like the purple mane that resembles storm clouds. And then of course, like the tail that basically represents like a light trail. And just like, Raikou is meant to be the embodiment of lightning, but yet it just doesn't have as much fanfare as its counterparts do. I don't know, it's a little sad, honestly. And it does make me wonder, like, why they decided to give Entei and Suicune, like, their own movies, essentially, but Raikou just gets a fucking special. I don't even think many people watched. I only remember watching it on TV, but I don't think it's aired on TV in a long time, bro. Yeah, it just sucks, you know? Honestly, I think I would probably put it in the... Honestly, I think it's definitely not going in S tier, but A or high B tier, it's just... I don't know, I think, I don't know, maybe if I put it in the A tier, it'll be better. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Raikou's a cool Pokemon. I just wish it had more fanfare. You know, I just wish it got more than it actually did. But I don't know, maybe I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know. I mean, granted, I don't want to say it's way past that time, but it's, you know, again, think about when the 3rd and 4th movies came out, and then think about how long it's been, so. Alright. Next up, actually, we're gonna have to take a little detour before we can do that, because, fuck. I mean, hey, at the very least, we are less than 10 away from finishing out Johto. Right? Yeah, we're less than 10 away. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 more to go. Oh, and it's of course one of my favorite, and it's my favorite of the legendary beasts. Oh, God. Again, I love this fucking Pokemon so much. Ah, Daddy Entei. Daddy Entei. And I call him Daddy because of the 3rd movie, alright? I love that movie to death. Alright, so we got Entei. Japanese name is the same as always, is the same. It is a pure fire-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Excuse me. Along with Raikou and Suicune, it is one of the legendary beasts said to be resurrected by Ho-Oh after the burning of the Brass Tower. Out of the 3 beasts, Entei is said to represent the flames that burned the Brass Tower. It is known as the Volcano Pokemon, and it has Pressure as a regular ability, and it can have either Inner Focus from Generation 7 onward as a hidden ability, or Flash Fire from Generations 5 to 6 as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Entei is a massive leonine quadrupedal Pokemon with some Mastiff qualities. It is covered in brown fur and a long light gray cloud of smoke running along its entire back. It has gray plates on either side of the cloud and a plate beneath the cream belly fur on its chest. Entei has gray paws with brown pads and black cuff-like bands on its legs. Both front paws house 3 small white retractable claws, which can be seen in battle or in Pokemon Camp. Its main faceplate is red and shaped like fins or a 6-sided star. A gray plate resembling a horseshoe mustache covers its muzzle. It also has a yellow crest with 3 sloped points on its forehead and red eyes. It is said that an Entei is born whenever a new volcano appears, and that whenever Entei roars, a volcano erupts somewhere in the world. Entei races across grasslands at high speeds. It does this due to being unable to contain its extreme power. Entei is believed to represent the passion of magma, and is claimed to be the bringer of the summer's warmth. Entei can unleash massive bursts of fire capable of destroying anything it touches. Its fire is said to be hotter than the magma of a volcano. It is theorized... Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. As mentioned in the sleep style decks, Entei is known to sometimes leak flames from its mouth. It also leaks flames while it sleeps as well. After taking a good rest, Entei will sweep across the land, expelling waves of fire similar to an erupting volcano. Entei can be lured over to a sleeping spot using the Entei Incense and enjoys eating Entei biscuits. Entei has 3 different sleep styles it sleeps in. They are called Energy Stored Sleep, Meditative Sleep, and Volcano Sleep. And the stats. 580, so a little weaker than Raikou, but its HP and physical attack are both its highest stat, tied at 115, with speed at 100, special attack at 90, physical defense at 85, and special defense at 75. I love this Pokemon. Like, it's so magnificent. And again... I love the 3rd movie so much. Oh god, I love the 3rd movie so much. Listen, I know I say it as a joke that Entei is Daddy Entei, but fuck, man. I love this thing so much. Now I'm just reading over stuff because fuck me, I guess. Why am I doing this to myself? But yeah, it's just, God, why do I want to cry? I shouldn't want to cry. But yeah, it's just, it's like, seriously, I think the only reason why I love Entei so much is because of the fucking movie, man. Like, can you blame me, though? Like, it's just so, like, it's so cool looking. It's so cool looking. You know, like, and it's just, I don't know. I don't know how else to describe. I have to use the movie because that's the only experience I have with it, because I never battled it. I never had an Entei as a kid. I wish I did, though. But seriously, it's just, Seriously, the 3rd movie just endeared me so much to Entei. And I mean, again, like, there's a reason I consider that movie to probably be my favorite of... At the very least, of the oldest movies. I mean, I know there's a lot of movies nowadays. But still, it's just like, I don't know, it's just, oh god. Maybe I should watch the third movie again. But I have a feeling that, like, I'm going to cry if I watch it, because, god... Because obviously Daddy Entei was just like, oh my god, such a good character, such a badass too. Again, this motherfucker almost killed Charizard if it weren't for Molly. Jesus. But still, I mean, even if we were to, like, take away the movie, like, this design is, like, and you see the mane, right? Like, it's just, it's clouds. It's a fucking, like, it's an ash cloud, like a smoke cloud. And then you have, like, the face, and then you have, like, the face plate representing, like, you know, I mean, honestly, I would say that the face plating, like, resembles, to me at least, like, a volcano, which makes sense, you know? But still, it's such a big, strong, like, Pokemon. I don't know, it's just, it's such a good design. It's such a good design. And I even like the name too, just Entei, like, I don't know what it is about that name that just sounds so good to roll off the tongue. But yeah, it's just, I love this Pokemon to death. I wonder if there's such a thing as an Entei plushie. Like, is there? I'm actually curious. I might look it up. Let me rank it first. Obviously, because of how much I've talked about this, it's going in the S tier. Entei in the S tier, of course. Alright, I'm actually kind of curious. Is there an Entei plushie? Let's see. Entei plush. Oh my god, there is. Oh! Oh my god! It's not big. Oh my god, it's so cute. I'm sorry if the stream buffers, I just want us to look at this. I'm on the official Pokemon site. I can't... I've been blocked from visiting the website. That's interesting. Fuck you. I wonder if it's because I'm streaming. Maybe it detects that, I don't know. But still, well, actually, I can at least look at the images on Google. Oh my god, it's so cute! Oh my god. Thank you, Google, for wishing me a happy birthday, although it's over now. But seriously, like, oh my god. I wonder, like, what is the... Like, they're saying there's a giant one, and I'm like, well, how big is it? Because I'm seeing 8 inches. And it's like, that's not big. I mean, even the one on the official website is like 6 1/4 inch. So it's not that big. 10 inch, 11 inch, like... I cannot believe I'm doing this on stream right now. Oh my god. I mean, and of course, like, they're all going... Oh my fucking god! Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm like, it's like, there's like a Entei plushie there's like a shiny Entei plushie that is almost $1,200 on eBay. You're fucking crazy. See, now that looks good. That's $60, but that looks good. God, the plushies, I'm not gonna lie, they don't look that great. Sorry about this. Okay, I'm sorry. We need to get through this. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, and god, I would not mind having like a giant life-size Entei plushie that I could cuddle with and jokingly call Daddy Entei. I'm never gonna get, you know, the moment, you know, it's funny, it was a joke that I came up with recently of calling Entei Daddy because of the movie, and it's just like, and I started laughing to myself because I'm like, I don't like calling things daddy because of everything. But honestly, Entei's probably the only one I would unironically say is a daddy. Moving on. Finally, we have the last of the legendary beast trio, and this is easily my second favorite because of how magnificent it looks. And that is Suicune. God, it's so elegant. So elegant. So magnifique. Say magnifique. Alright, so Suicune, Japanese name same as always, is a pure water type legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Raikou and Entei, it is one of the legendary beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh after the burning of the Brass Tower. Of the 3 legendary beasts, excuse me, Suicune is said to represent the rains that quenched the flames of the burning Brass Tower. It is pursued in the anime, manga, Pokemon Crystal, and Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver by Usain. Suicune is the game mascot of Pokemon Crystal, appearing on the box art. It is known as the Aurora Pokemon. It has pressure as a regular ability, but its hidden abilities, well, Inner Focus from Generation 7 onward, or Water Absorb from Generations 5 through 6. And the biology is as follows. Suicune is a slim, quadrupedal blue mammalian Pokemon with white diamond-shaped markings. Its face and underside are white as well. What the hell is that noise? Suicune has a thick purple mane that resembles the Aurora Borealis and 2 white streamer-like tails that wave forward. It has a long white snout. Suicune has a large hexagonal cerulean blue crest on its forehead with 2 prongs on either side of the base. It has red eyes, a small tuft of fur under its chin, and small paws with white paw pads. Suicune has the power to walk across water and purify dirty water with one touch. It travels across grasslands in search of water to purify by following the north wind. Northern winds always seem to blow stronger in its presence. In Pokemon Crystal, Suicune is said to be the closest of the legendary beasts to Ho-Oh. It is also said to have a link to the unknown. Huh. Interesting. Suicune's personality is said to be heroic, serious, and calm during dangerous situations, as depicted in the anime episode? Yeah, anime episode Drifloon on the Wind. Suicune is believed to be both the embodiment of the north winds and compassion of pure spring waters. And in terms of the stats, 580, with special defense and physical defense both tied at 115, with HP at 100, special attack at 90, speed at 85, and physical attack at 75. So I will say this, I do love Suicune's design. Like, it's so elegant, it's so pretty. And as I said, and obviously this was in a movie as well. Like, this was in Celebi. Like, I remember this motherfucker. He was a major player in the Celebi movie. What the fuck was that? What the hell is going on with the noises in here? As far as I'm aware, Sushi is not in here. Like, she should be sleeping upstairs. But yeah, regardless, like, Suicune is such an elegant Pokemon. It's such an elegant Pokemon, and it just, like, it's so magnificent. And the idea that it just, like, I just don't know how to put, not to mention, like, I love the color palette too, like the white with the blue and purple, along with the streamer tails, like, it's so pretty. It's so magnificent. Like, honestly, it's so pleasing to the eye to look at. What the fuck? Sorry, there's just weird noises going on right now. Bless me. But yeah, it's just... it's such a... I just love the design of it. It's so good. You know, and I don't know, I think part of it too is just because of the water. I mean, I do like the water typing, because it's like, I feel like the water typing has some of the most aesthetically pleasing designs, like, ever. And this is definitely one of them. Honestly, I think if it weren't for the Entei movie, I would definitely pick Suicune as my favorite, so... It's going in the S tier. Like, it's such a good color palette, such good design, and it's just... I don't know. It's just... Oh, God. Sorry. I know, I keep talking about how pretty it is, but it's like, design really does make or break a Pokemon sometimes, and this is just... Anyway. Moving on. 246. Oh, now we got the pseudo legends coming into play. It's interesting how the Pokemon are divided here. It's like, huh. Alright, so next up we have Larvitar. Oh boy, another... I honestly really like Larvitar? Larvitar, there we go. Alright, so Larvitar, or Yogiraz, is a dual rock ground type Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It evolves into Pupitar at level 30, which then evolves into Tyranitar at level 55. It has the regular ability of Guts, and it can have Sand Veil as a hidden ability. The biology for Larvitar is as follows. Larvitar is a small green reptilian Pokemon with rocky skin. It has a blunt spike on top of its head, a short rounded snout, and triangular black markings below and on the upper corners of its red eyes. Red scales cover its diamond-shaped belly, and there are several small diamond-shaped holes in its body. Its short arms lack fingers, while its feet have a single toenail each. It has a tail with a conical center, surrounded by a ring of plate-like scales, causing it to resemble a tunnel-boring machine. Tyranitar is born deep... Oh, sorry, not Tyranitar. Larvitar is born deep underground, far from its parent. It emerges to the surface and grows by consuming soil, and it will enter its pupal stage upon eating an entire mountain's worth of earth. This pupal stage is an evolution called Pupitar. Larvitar usually lives in mountains, hills, and caves. It adapts poorly to bright lights. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, it is rare to find a Larvitar holding a half-eaten clump of earth while it sleeps. It is believed this is due to Larvitar falling asleep after filling its belly, much like a baby. And in terms of these stats, they're not great. Physical attack stat is at highest at 64, with HP, physical defense, and special defense tied at 50. Special attack at 45, and speed at 41, coming out to a total of 300. Which, to be fair, considering this is the first stage evolution of a Pokemon, makes sense. Oh, it's also known as the Rock Skin Pokemon. I forgot about that. Sorry. Alright, so Larvitar. It's very interesting that here's the thing. It's adorable in the anime. Because I remember Ash got a Larvitar, and this thing was such a grump. Like, it was such a grumpy brat. That, it was similar to Chikorita in bratty behavior, but whereas Chikorita was just a very clingy, bratty baby, Larvitar was just a grump. And it was so adorable. It's funny, too, to consider, because I think if I remember right, doesn't Larvitar weigh like a shit ton? Yeah, 158 pounds. Like, this is a tiny baby. And Ash is just carrying it around like it's nothing. It's like, god damn. But yeah, it's such a grumpy baby. I don't know, it's just, I find that just really adorable. Not to mention, this is like the closest thing I have to a dinosaur. It's just, it's so cute. Such a grumpy baby, such a grump. It's like you just want to like pinch its little cheeks and just kiss its forehead and be like, you're such a grumpy baby. You're such a grump, you know. I mean, I know that's infantilizing it, but fuck, is it not deserved, man. It wouldn't surprise me if there are Larvitar plushies. You know, and it's still just as grumpy as it is here. Like, it's such a brat. I love it so much. Honestly, it goes in the S tier as well. Larvitar is so cute. Ah, God. I will say, though, it does look cool as a baby. It's like, oh. Ah! Moving on. Oh, boy. And to think we go from Larvitar to Pupitar. 247. We have a few more to go. Alright, next up is Pupitar. And to think it goes from being a grump to this. Alright, so Pupitar, or Sanagiras, retains its dual typing of rock ground. It has a Larvitar. It is known as the hard shell Pokemon, and it can only have the ability Shed Skin. The biology is as follows. Pupitar is a Pokemon encased inside a thick grayish-blue shell, sporting a hardness that is comparable to bedrock. Oh my god. Its red eyes can be seen through 2 holes in the shell, and 2 more holes directly above resemble eyebrows. The upper portion of its body is covered by a mask-like plate with 4 large spikes on either side. 3 additional spikes protrude from its forehead, and another pair of spikes are visible on either side of its lower body. While its arms and legs are developing inside the shell, Pupitar uses compressed gas to propel itself forward, and can generate enough force to knock down mountains. Pupitar even performs this technique even when it sleeps. Pupitar lives and moves freely around harsh mountain ranges. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Pupitar is known to move around even when sleeping. And in terms of the stats, so obviously a lot better than Larvitar's here. Surprisingly, physical defense is not its strongest stat. It's actually its physical attack at 84, with HP, physical defense, and special defense all tying around at 70, with special attack at 65 and speed at 51. So I will say this, I don't like Pupitar, mainly because of the fact that it just reminds me of course, Metapod and Kakuna, like, basically those Pokemon. And it's so weird that it's like, it looks like this, but it's not Bug. And it's weird to say that, like, I find it so boring, but it's like, you know, I mean, and I get, like, here, like, again, I get the reasoning behind it, right? Because it's like, it's meant to essentially be a cocoon for Larvitar, you know? Like, this is essentially, like, this is, like, growing and developing inside the shell, much like a butterfly, a caterpillar into a butterfly. But it's just like, I don't like the design, man. It went from being so grumpy to just having nothing. I mean, and I will say too, it's like, what is the reasoning behind, like, Larvitar to Pupitar to Tyranitar? Like, it's not a bug-type Pokemon, so it's not like it needs to, like, metamorphosis or something like that. I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know, but still, it's just like, it doesn't, it's just, I find this design boring. And I don't like it. It's just, there's not much there for the imagination. And it's like, what the fuck are you supposed to do here? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, this is belonging in the C tier. Honestly, it belongs in the C tier. Because no. No, big no. Big no. I mean, I know people might be a little upset. It's like, Ira, you're not getting the reasoning. It's like, listen, I can rank these however the hell I want. I can rank these however the hell I want, and I can have my own opinions, and Pupitar is boring, as I say. Anyway, we're almost to the end. 248. And now we've got another pseudo-legendary, which is crazy. Alright, so now, of course, we have our pseudo-legendary Gojira. No, excuse me, Tyranitar. And this is actually one of the Mega Evos as well. And this motherfucker's scary as a Mega Evo. Man, it's Gojira! 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 Alright, so, Tyranitar. Okay. Otherwise known as Bangiras. So, it retains its rock typing, however, it gains the dark typing, and it is known as a pseudo-legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It can Mega Evolve into Mega Tyranitar using the Tyranitarite. It is known as the Armor Pokemon, and as regular T-Tar, it has Sandstream as a regular build. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. Sandstream is for both Tyranitars, with Unnerve as a hidden ability, and Tyranitar's biology is as follows. Tyranitar is a large bipedal dinosaurian Pokemon with a green armor-like hide covering its body. It has 2 pairs of pointed teeth, one in the upper jaw and one in the lower. Several spikes of varying sizes protrude from the back of its head, neck, and shoulders. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. That is gonna be a meme at this point. That is gonna be a running gag at this point with how often I've mentioned that stupid nursery rhyme. Both sides of its chest, the center of its back, and its knees have 2 triangular holes. There is a gray diamond-shaped patch of scales covering its belly and a smaller one on its back. It has 3 claws on its feet and hands. A ring of spikes surrounds the tip of its tail. Tyranitar is a powerful Pokemon with an insolent nature, uncaring of others. It is extremely strong, and its thick, rocky hide gives it good resistance to all forms of attack. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Tyranitar sleeps with no fear thanks to this overwhelming power and strong body. As it is not worried about surroundings even in its sleep, Tyranitar can be seen sleeping in an amazing sleeping position with its limbs open wide. As a result, Tyranitar is always looking for a battle and will not flinch at anything, though it ignores opponents that it thinks are not worth its time. Tyranitar's power is so devastating that it can forcefully crush anything using one of its hands. If enraged, Tyranitar sets off outstanding earthquakes that can completely change the entire landscape, destroying houses and mountains, and often forcing cartographers to draw up new maps. That is crazy. It lives in nests made from demolished mountains. In the Galar region, it has a fierce rivalry with Duraludon, which it shares its habitat with, often battling each other in the mountains. Prior to Generation 4, Sandstream was Tyranitar's signature ability. Alright, and in terms of Mega T-Tar, Mega Tyranitar has more gaps in its armor than its normal form, with 4 new triangular holes along the sides of its neck and 1 on its throat. The 4 holes on its chest are now larger, with the top 2 containing red ovals. While the spikes along the back of its neck grow shorter, the ones on its head elongate to form prominent ridges along its brows. The center spike on its head becomes a long upright horn. Its chest plate expands, curving over its shoulders and along its back to form 3 long irregular spikes on each side of its body. The scales on Mega Tyranitar's belly have now become red instead of blue and seethed with energy, enabling it to emanate more power. It gains 2 sharp spikes on its knees, as well as more prominent leg joints. Its tail lengthens, and with the 3 spikes surrounding its tip growing upward and outward. Its back had split open because of the overwhelming power from Mega Evolution. As a Mega Tyranitar, its instincts have only become more destructive, to the point where it may not even be able to hear its trainer's orders. Oh, that's dark. So here's the thing, Tyranitar is scary as shit already, and then they decided to give it a Mega Evo. Because you want to know how scary this is. This motherfucker had 600 base stat total. With its physical attack, its highest at 134, with physical defense at 110, HP and special defense both tying around 100, special attack at 95, and speed at 61. Mega T-Tar? 700 base stat total. That is fucking insane. Physical attack, 164. Physical defense, 150. Special defense, 120. HP at 100, special attack at 95, speed at 71. This motherfucker is scary as shit as a Mega Evo. Like, he is cool, but good lord, you do not ever want to face, like, I think if I remember right, Mega T-Tar is banned in competitive battles. I mean, because here's the thing, right? You have the different tiers of Pokemon competitive battling. Now, granted, I don't know how much this has changed in Gen 9, because again, my only experience with competitive battling comes from Gen 6. However, there is such a thing as banned Pokemon. Basically, Pokemon that were too powerful to ever be used competitively. And I imagine Mega T-Tar is one of them. Again, 700 base stat total. Keep in mind, a lot of legendaries don't even have that. And the idea of this motherfucker having this form at 700 stat, that is fucking scary. Imagine battling someone in a game that had something like that. Like, oh my god, you'd be pissing yourself, shitting your pants. So yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that probably back at the competitive scene of Gen 6 and maybe 7, this Mega Evo was probably banned from regular competition because it was just way too broken. Anyway, in terms of Tyranitar, I genuinely love this. Like, maybe it is because of the fact that it does resemble Godzilla. Godzilla, not Godzilla. Jesus, you're not Japanese, Irie. You're a white girl from the Bible Belt. But honestly, I do like this design, and I love how fucking powerful it is. I love how powerful it is. I love how strong, and again, like, it's a big dinosaur. And I think it's always fun to imagine this as like and I like to think it's fun to imagine this as like a, what's the word? As a big friendly chap. You know, if you're on its good side. How tall is this thing? Is it like 6 foot? Yeah, 6 foot. Mega T-Tar, it's 8 foot. But yeah, it's just, I do like this. I mean, yeah, like, it does make sense that, like, as a pseudo-legendary, of course, you would probably only get a T-Tar, like, right at the end of the game. Because of how because it's level 55, it evolves from Pupitar, so... Yeah, it's just, it would not surprise me if there's a life-size plushie of this. Especially in this pose, too. It's like, yeah. Honestly, I would have Tyranitar as a Pokemon here. It would be fun, though, to have a Mega T-Tar. Oh my god, it would be so fun. Anyway, we're almost done, guys. We just have a few more to... We just have, I think, 3 more to go. I could be wrong. No, I think it is 3 more. Yay, and it's for one of my favorite legendaries. Alright, I'm gonna get the picture of it up, but then afterwards I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, because I have to pee really bad. Alright, so next up we have Lugia! Alright, I will be right back. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna get it done as quick as possible, alright? I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, so obviously we have Lugia. Oh my god. And of course, its Japanese name is the same as its English, as Rugia. It is a dual psychic flying type legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Lugia is the game mascot of Pokemon Silver, its remake Pokemon Soul Silver, and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness appearing on the box art of them all. Lugia and Ho-Oh are often collectively referred to as the Tower Duo by fans. It is also often viewed as the leader of the legendary birds due to its role in the anime movie and the Mystery Dungeon series. Lugia has a unique variant called Shadow Lugia, codenamed XD001, that appeared in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. It is known as the Diving Pokemon. It has Pressure as its regular ability with Multi-Scale as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Oh, this is a long one. Jesus, okay. Lugia is a large Pokemon that resembles a dragon, a plesiosaur, and a bird. It is primarily silver-white, but it has blue undersides with slightly varying tones. It has a ridged mouth similar to a beak, although it has pointed teeth on its lower jaw. Its head has a point to the back, and Lugia's eyes have pointed blue or black spikes on them. Lugia has a long, slender neck and a smooth, streamlined body. Dark blue or black plate-like protrusions run down the length of its back, and there are two smaller, more pointed ones on the end of its tail. Lugia can fold back these plates to increase its speed. Lugia is covered in many scales that protect it from attacks. It has large wings that resemble hands. Though it is gender unknown / non-binary, because yes, we will do that, as depicted in the anime episode, The Mystery is History, a young Lugia has been seen, suggesting there is a breeding population, at least in the anime's timeline. In the same episode, Lugia has been shown to be fiercely protective of its young. Lugia leads the legendary birds. When they fight over territory, Lugia is the only Pokemon that can quell their ceaseless fighting, as observed in the second Pokemon movie, The Power of One. Right? Well, I guess it doesn't have a title. Much like the birds, it possesses the ability to control the weather. Most notably, it can calm and give rise to storms. It is said that a light flutter of its wings is capable of causing winds powerful enough to tear a regular house down. If it were to flap its wings, it could hypothetically spawn storms lasting as long as 40 days. Lugia is capable of splitting islands like the Whirl Islands into smaller islands. That must be a second movie thing! It is highly intelligent, and because of the devastating power it could accidentally inflict, it isolates itself deep underwater and tends to sleep in solitude. It is extremely rare and is hardly ever seen. Lugia has been referred to as the Guardian of the Seas. There are rumors Lugia would appear during the night of a storm. Lugia is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Aeroblast. And in terms of the stats, 680. 680 base stat total, that's fucking insane. With special defense at 154, physical defense at 130, speed at 110, HP at 106, with physical attack and special attack both tied at 90. I will say, I do love Lugia. Like, it is so, like, I honestly view it as, like, this very, like, sleek, elegant Pokemon. And I think it's because of the fucking movie. It's always the movie, man. Like, it's always the fucking movies that get to me. But yeah, like, I just think Lugia is such a cool Pokemon, and I love, like, I love the color palette, I think. It's, like, it's so, like, I mean, again, like, just the white and blue just making it work so much. And I think that's also because I also love, like, Lugia's song, which only appeared in the movie, I think, where it's like, da 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 da. I can't replicate it, obviously. It's just playing with an ocarina of all things, but, like, I just really like the design. I like the design. It's so sleek.
And I love the fact that it's referred to as the Guardian of the Seas. Like, I just don't know what else to put out there. It's so cool. It's so cool. And I love how much, like, I just love how much it rules in the movie. In Pokemon 2000. It's such a good movie. I haven't watched it for fucking ever. You know, I need to talk to Gary, because I know they said that was their favorite movie. So I don't know, maybe I could talk them into watching it with me. Just so I can be like, Lugia's the best! Anyway, honestly, I will say, what would I want it as? Fuck. I don't know. Like, there's a part of me that wants to put it in S tier, but I feel like there's so many Pokemon in the S tier. Fuck it, I'm gonna go with my gut. Like, everyone knows, it's like, I'm not lying. Lugia is so cool. Guardian of the Seas, man. Man, I'm such a fangirl. I'm such a weirdo. Alright. Second to last Pokemon. And of course, this is the Pokemon we've heard I think we've heard so many encounters of it from. Ho-Oh. Honestly, I think, like, if I remember right, this is the first legendary Pokemon you ever see in the anime. Granted, from the back, of course, but, like, yeah. Alright, so Ho-Oh, Japanese name is the same, is a dual fire-flying type legendary Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It was the first Generation 2 Pokemon revealed in the August 1996 issue of CoroCoro, less than 6 months after the release of Pokemon Red and Green, and more than 3 years before the release of Pokemon Gold and Silver. Ho-Oh is the game mascot of Pokemon Gold and its remake, Pokemon Heart Gold, appearing on the box art of both. Along with Lugia, it is considered part of the Tower Duo by fans. It is often viewed as the leader of the legendary beasts. In the anime, it is associated with Marshadow. Oh, that's interesting. It is known as the Rainbow Pokemon. It has Pressure as a regular ability with Regenerator as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Ho-Oh is an avian Pokemon resembling a phoenix and a peacock. Its feathers are predominantly gold and red, with yellow tail feathers, a white underside, and green feathers at the tip of its wings. Ho-Oh has a green stripe on its neck, a yellow beak, black rings around its red eyes, and a feathered yellow crest on its head. Ho-Oh's wings are prismatic, causing it to trail a rainbow behind it. It has darkly colored feet and legs with 4 toes and long talons. Ho-Oh is considered the guardian of the skies and has a mythical power to resurrect the dead. Prior to Generation 6, Ho-Oh was the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Sacred Fire. It is said that when it flies, its huge wings create bright, colorful rainbows. The rare few who bear witness to Ho-Oh are promised eternal happiness. Ho-Oh used to perch at the top of the various towers located across the Johto region. The Bell Tower until the Brass Tower was destroyed by fire, and the Goldenrod Tower in ancient times. And now presumably flies through the world's skies in search of a trainer with a pure heart. And the stats, 680 total, of course, with special defense at 154, physical attack at 130, HP at 106, a special attack at 110, and physical defense and speed both tied at 90. Now here's the thing, I don't have as many memories with Ho-Oh as apparently a lot of people do, because a lot of people apparently presume Ho-Oh to be better than Lugia. Now granted, that's their opinion, I'm not gonna fucking say they're wrong, but my throat is hurting, but we're almost done. But still, like, I will say, like, you know, it is very interesting just how much Ho-Oh is prominent. You know, because again, like, I did not know. Okay, so I thought Donphan was it. No, Ho-Oh was the first generation Johto Pokemon revealed. You know, and I will say I do like the idea of it, like, you know, traveling around the Johto region, looking for someone, and apparently perching on towers. I mean, keep in mind, this is a big bird. It's a phoenix, essentially. And again, like, I just, like, again, I don't have many memories of Ho-Oh, but it's like, I can definitely understand, like, why people really like it, especially, like, you know, it seems like a lot of people probably played Heart Gold or Gold back then. You know? And it was a long time before Ho-Oh finally got, like, a movie for itself. You know, because, like, I mean, the second Pokemon movie came out, like, probably in the early 2000s, if not late 90s? Maybe? Whereas a movie that had Ho-Oh as a major player didn't come out until, like, what, late 2010s? So, like, it was a long time before Ho-Oh got a movie. You know? But I can also understand, like, why people like it. I mean, I do like the design. Like, I do like the design, you know? It's like, I mean, the red, yellow, and green along with the white. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, I can understand. Well, I can understand the likability behind it. You know, especially if the song that plays whenever you fight Ho-Oh, like, if the remixes or anything, it's like, that's some good music. But still, like, I don't think it's ever gonna beat out Lugia for me, you know? I don't think it's gonna beat out Lugia for me. But again, I understand, like, why people like it. And honestly, I'll put it in the A tier. I would like to have more good memories of it. Is that how you spell Ho-Oh? I mean, I know it's, okay, so it is with a capital O. But yeah, so Ho-Oh. Alright. I would like to have more memories of Ho-Oh. It's just, I need there to be something. Alright, so last but not least, we have the last Pokemon of the Johto Dex, number 251, and another Pokemon movie belt. We have Celebi, the Onion Fairy. Celebi, Japanese name is the same, is a dual psychic grass type Pokemon, mythical Pokemon introduced in Generation 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. It serves as the guardian of Ilex Forest. It was officially revealed in the July 2000 issue of Korokoro, and is the last Pokemon in the Johto Pokedex and Hoenn Pokedex. That's interesting. It is known as the time travel Pokemon. It can only have the ability Natural Cure, and the biology is as follows. Celebi is a green fairy-like Pokemon. It has round toeless feet, 3-fingered hands, and clear wings on its back. It has a round head that comes to a curved point. It has large baby blue eyes with thick black rings around them and a pair of green antennae with blue tips. Often found in forests, Celebi is a mythical Pokemon, known in legend as the Voice of the Forest. It is able to travel through time and exist simultaneously throughout time, and plant life flourishes wherever it has been. As seen in the movie Celebi, the Voice of the Forest, it is able to heal Celebi when it has died and restores plants to perfect health. Celebi also has the ability to heal wounds. It was shown in Pokemon Colosseum that Celebi has the power to instantly cause the purification of any shadow Pokemon and can be summoned at Relic Forest with the melody of a time flute. Despite living in forests as its guardian, Celebi only shows itself in areas and times of peace. It has been regarded that as long as Celebi are seen throughout the world, a prosperous and bright future is still in store for the Pokemon world. As depicted in I think that's supposed to be an anime episode. A timeless encounter. Celebi can sense if something is a temporal anomaly in the current timeline and will bring them back to their original timeline. Celebi has been referred to as a forest deity. And its stats are all an even 100, bringing the total up to a 600. So here's the thing. I obviously know Celebi from the movie, obviously, because God knows I'm a fucking maniac for the movie. However, there's also the Celebi from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time, Darkness, and Sky, but that one was a shiny Celebi. I will say, like, Celebi's design is really good. Like, it's so dainty. It's so weird to be like that. It definitely resembles, like, a fairy. Like, it looks like a fae, honestly. And it looks so dainty. Like, I know we joke around about it being an onion fairy, but it really does capture, like, what a fairy might look like. Especially, you know, even if I don't know a fairy to necessarily, like, have, you know, the power to mess about with time. Well, then again, I guess in D&D, I mean, Archfey are known to, like, mess around with time if they're powerful enough. I mean, time distillation is a thing when it comes to the Fey realm and the Feywild and the material plane. You know, so I guess that could be a reference as to, so I guess Celebi could be referencing that. Like, I doubt it, obviously, but, you know, but still, like, but yeah, it's like, I do like the design of it. It's so dainty, and I love just, like, the greens and the blues, just making such a pleasing color aesthetic, you know? And the idea that it is the guardian of a forest, specifically, like, you know, restoring plant life, it's so good. It's honestly really fucking good. Oh my god, I have so many memories from the movies, man. Like, it sucks that it's like Kanto wasn't like this with me, but, like, Johto is. I think that really goes to show that Johto is probably, like, you know, the nostalgia. Like, if Kanto is the Gen 1ers nostalgia generation, Johto is the nostalgia generation for me. Because that's the one I grew up with the most, I guess. But yeah. Honestly, I think Celebi would be in the S tier. It's so... Like, again, I'm not necessarily thinking about how good it is, but it's just like... Again, I guess this is a good point. There's a reason why, like, there's a lot of Pokemon in the S and A tier because of the nostalgia bias. But yeah, it's just, oh my god, it's so good. So good. Alright. Alright. And with that is all of the Johto Pokemon. But yeah, that is all the Johto Pokemon we have ranked, and already I think we can see a marked difference between Kanto and Johto. I mean, again, like, the S and A tier I think have a lot more Pokemon in them than Kanto did, whereas the C tier has less, honestly. I mean, we could compare and contrast all we want, but let's finish this off. So, the final ranking of all the Johto Pokemon. Well, speaking of Ho-Oh. The final ranking of all the Pokemon is as follows. In the S tier, we have Bayleaf, Meganium, Cyndaquil, Totodile, Crobat, Mareep, Flaffy, Ampharos, Espeon, Teddiursa, Swinub, Phanpy, Entei, Suicune, Larvitar, Tyranitar, Lugia, and Celebi. In the A tier, Chikorita, Furret, Pichu, Cleffa, Igglybuff, Togepi, Blossom, Azumarill, Sudowoodo, Umbreon, Steelix, Corsola, Kingdra, Elekid, Miltank, Raikou, and Ho-Oh. In the high B tier, Quilava, Typhlosion, Croconaw, Feraligatr, Chinchou, Lantern, Togetic, Marrow, Politoed, Jumpluff, Quagsire, Misdrevious, Gligar, Sizor, Heracross, Ursaring, Piloswine, Octillery, Mantine, Houndour, Houndoom, Porygon 2, Magby, and Blissey. Lower B tier. Sentret, Hoothoot, Noctowl, Ariados, Natu, Xatu, Hoppip, Skiploom, Apom, Sunflora, Yanma, Wooper, Slowking, Unknown, Girafarig, Dunsparce, Snubble, Shuckle, Sneasel, Slugma, Macargo, Delibird, Skarmory, Donphan, and Hitmontop. In the C tier, Ledybug, Ledian, Spinarak, Sunkern, Murkrow, Wobbuffet, Pineco, Fortress, Gramble, Quillfish, Remoraid, Stantler, Smeargle, Tyrogue, Smoochum, and Pupitar. All 99 Pokemon ranked. By my opinion, obviously. Alright. And we're 6.5 hours. Alright. Now to get stuff ready for the post-stream. Having to take 2 drinks just because it hurts a little. Huh. I had 2 views, that's interesting. Anyway. 6.5 hours. Holy shit. God, I will say, after the horrible start to this stream, I feel so much better. But seriously, like, after the horrible start I had to this stream, oh my god. This feels so much better. And I feel so much better, too, like, oh my god. I love the Johto decks. Like, I honestly consider it miles better than the Kanto decks. And, I mean, but granted, I don't know whether or not that's just because I have a huge nostalgia bias for Johto, because, again, I talked a lot about the movies, and, and of course, just, like, I don't know, it's just, But again, that's just kind of the thing. Now, in terms of Johto as a whole, I definitely consider it better than Kanto, and I think part of that is just because of the fact that it's not heralded as, like, this great-ass region, but I think it's also because, like, of the history Johto has. Because, as far as I'm aware, Kanto doesn't necessarily have, like, a thing of history like Johto has. Because, I mean, Johto has the legendary Beast Trio. I only skimmed over the surface of it, but, like, the idea of, like, of the Brass Tower burning down and having these 3 Pokemon come out of that disaster, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune, each one representing, the lightning that struck the tower, the fires that burned it to the ground, and then the waters that quenched the flames, like, and then to have those 3 beasts just roaming around. As far as I know, they roam around Johto, right? And then you have Ho-Oh, where it's like, I think if I remember right, Ho-Oh is worshipped as, like, this sacred deity. To the point that, like, to the point that you can go to a special tower and catch it. Much like Lugia. I mean, but granted, again, like, Ho-Oh, I think, is canonical in that universe? I don't know. I mean, and not to mention, too, like, Johto, I feel like, has this more traditional, like, feudal Japan-esque aesthetic, if that makes sense. In terms of, like, the towns, and, I mean, again, like, you had the Bell Tower, the Brass Tower, the Tin Tower, you have Ecritique City, and, like, and I don't know, I find that so interesting. you know? And it's like, I feel like that's what's missing with Kanto, is that Kanto doesn't necessarily have that. Kanto doesn't have that history behind it. And I will say, I know this was, I mean, I bet this was a really cool thing back when, you know, when Gold, Silver, and Crystal was a thing. Like, the idea that, like, the game is not over when you beat Claire. I think she's the 8th gym leader in Johto, right? And instead, like, and it's like, you battle the Elite Four, you know, actually, do you battle the Elite Four in Johto? No. You have to go to Kanto. You go all the way back to the first region, and then you fight the Elite Four there, along with Lance, who became champion, and then you fight Red, and that's considered, like, the bona fide end of the game. Like, that is that's such a cool thing! Like, revisiting the previous region, like... And I think the only reason why that's possible is because, like, I think, I could be wrong about this, but, like, isn't there, like, this mountain range that separates Kanto and Johto together? And you have to take the because I know you have to take the SS Anne to go from Johto to Kanto. But regardless, like, the two regions are connected. You just can't get to it via the mountains, I presume. But that's such, like, a cool thing. That's such a cool feature. And the idea of battling the previous protagonist that you might have played yourself as, you know, like, as the final boss, like, that's so cool. That's so great. That's so great, you know? And it just makes me sad that, like, as far as I'm aware, there's no other Pokemon games that does this. You know, where it's like, you get to battle the previous protagonist, like... I mean, the only thing I can think of that comes close to that is, like, the World Championship stuff that happens in Pokemon Black and White 2. And, of course, like, you know, I think in Sun and Moon, right? Or the Battle Tree, where it's like you get to actually battle, like, Red and Blue. Like, that's, like... But regardless, it's like... It just doesn't carry that same, like, thing as the Johto Kanto stuff did. But, you know, going back to Johto, it's just, like, it's such a... Again, like, I can understand, like... I can understand why people like the Johto region so much. Like, maybe... I mean, again, as I said before, like, I think a large part of the reason why I like it so much is because of the nostalgia bias. I mean, that region was where a good portion of my early childhood with Pokemon was spent in. You know, with the anime, with the movies, you know? You know, like, you had Pokemon 2000, you had Pokemon the third movie, you had Pokemon Forever. You had 3 movies set in the Johto region, all of which are good. All of which are great. And then, and it's like, and of course, like, you have the legendary beast, where it's like, you know, I just love the lore surrounding that. Granted, I remember there was a fan theory about how, basically, and I know this was, like, this was confirmed to not be true, but there was that fan theory moving around, where Raikou, Entei, and Suicune were actually a Jolteon, a Flareon, and a Vaporeon that perished in the Brass Tower when it fell, and Ho-Oh brought them back to life as the legendary beast. I know that's not true, but it's like, can you imagine the lore behind that? And I don't blame people for thinking that, because Ho-Oh is said to resurrect the dead. So it wouldn't surprise me if Ho-Oh was able to do that. You know, grant, like, unspeakable power, unimaginable power to these 3 Pokemon that perished in a natural disaster. But regardless, I do like the lore surrounding the legendary beast anyway. Like, representation of this disaster, and of course, you know, and it's considered such an important piece of history to the people of Johto. I mean, where is that Brass Tower? Like, where is the brass tower? Is it in Ekritique City? Like, let me see. A tower that is hit by lightning. Where is it? Yeah, it's in Ekritique City. Sorry about that, I just had to do some research. But yeah, like, the lore surrounding the legendary beasts and the belt, like, it's considered such an important piece of history for Johto. Because of just, like, the miracle that occurred there. Like, it's so cool! You know, and of course, like, it's got some, and of course, like, as we've been listening throughout these past 2 streams, like, it has some really good music! I mean, God, how many remixes of Olivine City do I have here? Like, whether it's the city itself or the lighthouse. You know, like, we have Olivine City, we have, you know, the National Park, we have the legendary Beast Trio. We have that wonderful rendition of Ekritique City. Like, there's so much good music in this series of games for Johto. You know, and of course, like, it has so many good Pokemon. Now, granted, Johto, or Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal were the games to push forward 2 new typings, you know, Dark and Steel. Both of which are really good typings, don't get me wrong, even if there are some Pokemon that don't do so well with it. You know, and then of course, like, you know, you have some good, like, then you have some, like, good character design. As I said, I love Jasmine's design, and contrasting that with her fucking Steelix, there's that, you know, oh, fuck, I can't remember much of the other, I feel like there's a lot more memorable gym leaders, too, like, I remember Jasmine, Morty, Claire, oh, God, Whitney. I mean, granted, I think for some people it's like, it's less than pleasant memories, but hey, they're still memorable to you, right? You know, and something I forgot to mention, too, in regards to, you know, Kanto was the rival. I forgot to mention, like, I mean, the thing is with Blue is that, like, there's not really much to say about Blue, at least in terms of the original Red, Green, and Blue. But Silver, like, here's the thing. I never personally played any of the Johto games, right? I tried, don't get me wrong, but I never got far enough. But I have seen playthroughs, and it's like, Silver is an interesting character because I might be wrong in saying this, it might be a hot take, but Silver is easily the most, like, how do I say this? Like, I don't want to say awful, because that sounds like his character is bad, and it's like, I'm not saying that, but, like, in terms of personality, he is definitely one of the most, like, jerkish rivals ever. Like, he's such an asshole. You know? But then it is over the course of the game, at least in terms of the Johto region. I don't know if Silver shows up, honestly, when you get into Kanto. You know, Silver slowly kind of, like, you know, loses some of that, like, that rage, that jerkassery behavior in him. You know, and you kind of get the idea that he's not as much of an asshole as you... I mean, because, like, I think about the fact that, like, you know, isn't a good portion of Silver's team, like, aren't they all friendship-based Pokemon? And the fact that they're all at that evolution of the friendship, it's like, okay, so he does take good care of his Pokemon, at least. And then, of course, you find out that, like, oh, he's the son of Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. And, of course, I don't think you learn this until Heart Gold and Soul Silver, that, like, essentially Giovanni just abandoned his ass. And, essentially, the Silver, like, I could be wrong here. Because I believe, if I remember right, Silver was supposed to inherit Team Rocket from Giovanni when he got old enough, but then when Red, you know, essentially put an end to those plans, like, Giovanni basically just was so, like, that he just left, and Silver was kind of just left a wreck after that, because it's like, I mean, and admittedly that's fair, because it's like, you know, he was set to become leader of this team, of this organization that his father was the leader of, and now all of a sudden that group is disorganized, his father is gone, what the hell is Silver to do? And so of course, he's trying to find Pokemon to build a team up to essentially get Team Rocket back up to snuff. But it's, I don't know, it's like Silver is a very interesting character in that, like, he's a bit of an asshole, but it's also understandable why he's an asshole. I mean, I can definitely understand, like, why people may not like Silver, but I also understand why people do like him. He's a very interesting character, all things considered, rival-wise. I do know that it's like, I bet a lot of people, or at least kids, didn't exactly like Silver enough because obviously you had the next few gens where, like, you had, May/Brendan and Wally as your rivals in Gen 3. Gen 4 was Barry and Lucas/Dawn. Gen 5 had Bianca, Sharon, and N. Gen 6 had, the Callum/Serena, Shauna, Tierno, Trevor. Am I missing anybody? I don't think I am. And Gen 7 had Hal, Gladian, and I wouldn't say Lily, but still. Like, honestly, I think but yeah, it does seem like, at the very least, Gen 2 is probably like the last time you're ever going to have, like, an asshole rival like Silver. Because I think it isn't until, like, Gen 7 with Gladian, technically, that you get, like, an angsty, edgy rival. And I say this, with a little bit of sarcasm. Because Gladian is probably the closest to Silver that you get in rivals in the later gens. And even, but just like Silver, Gladian, there's a reason why Gladian is an asshole. There's a reason why Gladian is so standoffish. And I obviously can't comment on Gen 9. Actually, no, I shouldn't say. Gen 8 had Beatty. I forgot. Beatty. Yeah, Beatty, Marnie, and Hop. Like, Beatty is probably the closest to Silver, like, more so than Gladian. But unfortunately, like, Beatty disappears after a point. And doesn't show up again till almost the end of the game. But I forgot about Beatty. Like, yeah, he's also an asshole, much like Silver, except, as far as I'm aware, Beatty, I don't think has ever gives out a reason to why he's an asshole, because at least with Silver, it's understandable. Because, I mean, he's a kid who doesn't really know how else to cope with his emotions. But Beatty's just a dick. Tries to destroy a fucking national monument for little to no reason. I mean, I know the reason, but it's like, try not to give spoilers. But regardless, like, just if I can circle all the way back to Johto, it's just like, I genuinely love Johto so much. In a way that, like, even for someone who's never played through both branches of the games, Gold, Silver, Crystal, and then Heart Gold, Soul Silver, it still feels like a region that I grew up with, Because I love the Pokemon so much. I love the music. I love the little pieces of the world building and lore that you get. It's just, it's so good. It's so good. Way better than Kanto for me, like, hands down. I just, I get why people like Johto. I get it. And honestly, if it weren't for the fact that like, I love Unova and Alola, and even Kalos to an extent, I would say Johto was probably, like, my favorite region, But hey, at the very least, Johto, I will say, is in my top 5 favorite regions. I'll say that. So yeah, I'm very sorry for the what the hell is it called, the Johto love at the end. The autistic info dump, but yeah, so that's it. I swear, that's my final opinion in terms of Johto. It's in my top 5 favorite regions. I'll say that. So, that does mean what is left. So, obviously we still have Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar to do rankings of. However, I'm gonna say something right now. I think we're gonna stop the tier list streams here for now. And I know that's a little bit of a disappointment considering I said, like, I want to do all 8 this year. Here's the thing, I underestimated how long these would take. Like, we're almost at 7 hours. And we're only on the second half of Johto. Like, we're having to divvy these streams up because of how long these streams are taking. And honestly, I am feeling tired of it already. And I just want to take a break. Especially because we're already at a little halfway through May, and I want to get June done. I have 3 games lined up for June that I want to play for Pride Month because, you know, I want to. And as much as I love Pokemon, I want to take a break from it. So, while I don't necessarily have a concrete date for the next stream, I do know at the very least it's going to be next month. It's going to be sometime in June. Meaning there's going to be no more streams throughout the rest of this month, even if it's 2 weeks left. But in terms of what I'm going to play, well, it is a game that shouldn't take too long, at least not as long as this. I mean, it just depends. It is a game that features sapphics and trans characters, and it is made by, I believe, 2 people? It's a very small team of people. And it came out years ago. Like, we're talking, like, mid-2010s. So it should work on this computer. And the thing is that it is a game that is very abstract in a lot of ways, but it very much speaks to some queer experiences that, you know, you may or may not relate to, it just depends. And, yeah, it shouldn't take that long. It is... I don't know if I would say it's a romance sim. It's more so, I mean, there is romance as an element, but I don't know if the romance is necessarily the main plot of it. But essentially, I'm going to be reading through that in one stream. Hopefully it won't take as long. The only thing I know, you know, but I do want to play it because I do like the game. And I think it would just be really nice to talk about it, considering, you know, that, again, it's very abstract in a lot of ways, and who knows, maybe it might be interesting to hear my interpretation of the event, who knows, right? But, in terms of what this game is, maybe you've heard of it. I mean, if you're at least a little bit into the LGBT plus visual novel scene, you might know of it. It's called We Know the Devil. Now, I don't have the game yet. I need to put it on my wish list for Steam so I know when it goes on sale, if it goes on sale. But it shouldn't be that expensive. But yeah, I still don't know when I'm going to play that game yet, but at the very least, it's going to be sometime next month, in June. And it's probably going to be on a Sunday. So at the very least, we can expect anywhere from the 2nd of June to the 30th. Although I don't want to start that late. Honestly, it might be June 9th, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, in terms of when I'll be getting back to the Pokemon tier list stream, honestly, with how things are looking, it might be next year. It might be next year, who knows? I mean, again, like, you guys know how long it takes for me to get back to projects. I mean, again, we have 3 games we want to play for next month, and then I got Ghost Trick, hopefully, and then I got Undertale Yellow to play, and then we gotta go back to Katawa Shoujo. Like, there's a lot of shit we gotta do. But in terms of when the first half of the Hoenn Dex is gonna come out, because that is gonna be the next tier list stream afterwards, I don't know yet. I don't know. It might honestly be next year, who knows? It just depends. But hey, at least we have at least y'all have like 4 streams in which you can hear me ramble about this series that has just kept a chokehold on me since I was a wee lass. With that being said, I think it is about time we start wrapping things up, because it's been almost 7 hours since I started this, and I got a lot of things to do before I have to go to bed, so... Thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Hope you enjoyed listening to me ramble on and on and on and on. And I hope it was, you know, I hope it was a great day today. Again, despite the awful start I had, this honestly did turn really well. And happy birthday to me! I'm 27 now! It doesn't feel any different. But yeah. So, until the next stream in which we start We Know the Devil, hope you have a good night, a good, you know, rest of May, and hopefully have a good start of Pride Month next month in June. And I'll see you all again next time. Good night, everybody.